deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing Crossfire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice for us and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
But now finally a little bit of a lead. Moons does lead, but it's going to be NLS. Comes up massive, puts himself for the triple kill. Can't be caught in the worst position here, but now Swamp, they're going to go right through mid. They're just going to come barreling in to see what they can do, but Vise comes in massive with 3.
They're already proving it here in map number 1. Desane again, a double kill hold on the catwalk, taking down Snox. An awesome flex right there for the trade on to Creeds as Desane goes down 7. He is stuck here in the corner. Flex, another double kill, make it a triple kill. They've got to be aware of it though. He's played it a couple rounds in a row. This time it's still going to be a kill before going down. Desane though, through the smoke, just takes them out.
Or assist him, and finally Lion Claw does get that trade. I was worried it wasn't going to happen, but now we're starting to see Creeds. He's able to get himself that double, make it a triple. Why not? Opening engagement, and they're taking advantage of it, but who other than Snare? Who other than Snare to be able to find another kill? And even now Horus comes in to find himself a little bit of action, gets the double, and it's just becoming a little bit of a problem. Got 9 HP. Horus able to find something, but TBI, man, look at them. They're able to come alive a little bit here. Gainer now puts himself for a double kill, leaving it all down to Horus.
Wondering, Jaguar, Hassam, same player, so only 2 roster changes coming in for them. But this time again, unKnights shuts it down on the A bomb site. 3 kills already. Alucard picks up the double, probably a triple here if he can land the shot. Yes, he can. Looking for the kill now on to Master. Spots him on the corner box, and Master, there's nowhere to run here. If you can't take it slow in the correct way, you might end up bunching up a little bit too much, and that's exactly what happens right into the meat grinder. It's going to be Pietro and Kiko.
You know, hope for an off angle and win something, but no, they're going to re-aggress it. Even right now, they're going to do the exact same thing. They're just going to keep going for the fights. Why not? Josh and Mina both able to find 2 pieces each. Things have kind of turned on its head a little bit for TBI. They haven't been able to find much here, even with the disconnected. Booker now comes in for 1, maybe a second. He will, okay. I believe he has enough ammo here. Is he going to expect some aggression from Booker? He will not, and TBI. Getting up close and personal a little bit on this, and GV changing up their composition, and Snox comes in massive, making it 4. It's a question if he's going to be ready for this. His teammates close on by to help out, and Snox, he's able to come up massive with 3. Where typically we say they're arguably the best GR-sided team, and now Snare coming in, Slayer finds himself that second. That's going to be the bomb dropped, and Slayer trying everything he can. He will be able to find it, but Snake...
And this is really the key position here, but he's going to be taken down a little bit too early. But Desane, look at the reaction there, a triple kill spray down.
Now he needs to do something big, and look at this now. The arms are just coming in full aggression. They're just hitting dingers now. Spoxy looking for a little bit more, just doing what he does best. Finding 3, make it a 4. The roster adjustments, and Raffin might need to make some adjustments as he goes for a bit of a pre-spray, but he's getting some assistance from his teammates, and Raffin just
go for this peek onto to Dezane. It's going to be a double swing. Pietro good for one. Alucard, though, misses the trade. It's still a 2-on-2 situation. Alucard gets stuck in the corner. Dezane finds himself all 3 kills.
Ready to go, but again, look at Lazarus. They're ready for this. Now the swing comes in, and Loons, look at Loons. They have to be able to come for a full firefight. Doom's able to get out of this somehow. He dodges bullets like Neo in the Matrix. And Jin comes in, finding more. I don't know what he had this morning, but he is just popping off, but it just might not be enough. Oh my God, he's able to, no way! Jin just gonna burn this as much as he can. Again, the rotates are coming in. You can see it on the mini map, but again, it doesn't matter. But these guys have no idea the bomb's dropped. Oh no, no way. I can't believe it. Dipsy might have been able to single-handedly just frag out, and he does! All right, welcome back. We're ready to go. Another weekend, another sort of games happening here for the CrossFire West League, and it's myself, Laz, and I'm joined with a new face here on the desk, and we'll get things started off a little bit. Pando, how you feeling, my man?
I'm just doing wonderful, man. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here today.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be some good matches, and we get the privilege of seeing some banger matchups here today. And let's bring up a little bit about what's going on here today. We'll kind of show you guys the overall views of the games, kind of what's going on here today, because I think there's a lot to talk about, right? There's a lot of good games that we have ahead of us, and definitely I think, you know, one of the big interesting points is the fact that we're going to be seeing, you know, Lazarus kind of making a little bit of a opening debut, we'll say, just because they showed us some good efforts last weekend, but now we'll have to see if they've been able to improve themselves.
Yeah, I'm totally agreeing with you. I mean, obviously Lazarus had a little bit of a shaky start, I would say. I mean, you know, they played versus the Swamp Gaming. They won a match, then they lost a match, and I mean the same with TBI, really, right? I mean, they lost both maps versus 3BL, but on the next day, obviously, they kind of improved themselves. You know, they won one map versus Swamp Gaming, but in the end, I really think, you know, it really depends on the performance. You know, I mean, if they maybe have a better day today, maybe they are able to, you know, improve.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this is where we're going to bring up a little bit of info, the overall standings, right? And I'm gonna put you on the spot a little bit, but I mean, as you guys can all see, I mean, LCK are kind of holding that #1 spot. I mean, it's like right pretty much there. But Pando, for you, is there anything that was like pretty shocking or surprising for you that kind of resulted from any of these games?
Kinda. I have to admit, you know, I expected GV to be a little bit better. I mean, obviously with 7 coming back to the roster, I mean, it was kind of old school, I would say, but I really wanted them to, you know, perform better, but they kind of shaked versus LCK. I mean, LCK, what a team, right? I mean, they're just crazy. They're just so much better than everyone else right now, I believe, but I don't know. If I really have to say something, I would say, I don't know, Swamp Gaming needs to show what they're like capable of, and also GV.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's a really, really good point. And these are some of the matchups that are here today. And like we were talking about, and we were getting our toes wet a little bit, is the fact that Lazarus are going to be starting the day off taking on TBI. Then we're going to be moving things over with LCK versus 3BL, which honestly, I feel like that's going to be probably one of the best matchups here today. I would just say in terms of like powerhouses, like the #1 and the #2 team. Then moving into Anubis with Swamp, and then finalizing the day, of course, with unKnights and GV. So definitely some good matchups we got ahead of us here, Pando. And is there anything, you know, we'll kind of go right into this one about Lazarus, but, you know, is there anything specific you want to see a little bit different maybe from the TBI sort of things?
Yeah, I think TBI, you know, obviously they are great players, a great team overall, but they really, really need to step it up to have a chance, you know, to get themselves on the board. So let's see. I mean, you know, I'm just looking forward for this. You know, I just hope they improved. You know, they learned from their mistakes last time around. So yeah, let's see what they can bring to the table today.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like we have a little bit of info. We got some intel on an interview, so let's bring it up here.
Hello everyone, I am King. I am team captain of TBI Esports. Our performance in the first season in the tournament wasn't good, but we were building our feet. I hope we win championship together. We have refined our strategies based on the weaknesses we noticed in the first season. We are focusing more on the map control and coordinated attacks. Design and Master decided to leave to Anubis to drop our project along with the team they made. Got nothing more to say. For Hunt, he is contract with another team now, but he is not revealing until it's official. And for Abs, he need to play as a main, so he decided to play in Open League to lead the team in the Elite League. We are excited to see Swam Gaming, how they perform, and to compete against them. Because right now I can't say much about them. We sensed that our communication was the biggest issue in the team right now. I may only say it was the best there is, so we are working to improving it. Since I don't see we lack individual skills at all, comparing the current teams on CrossFire West League. So I hope improving our communication can get us to top spot this season.
Okay, well, some pretty good information, right? I mean, I really like this content, the fact that, we get a little bit of intel from TBI, and a couple things that were really interesting that I really stood out for me was the fact that, I think King was kind of mentioning, like, look, we have to find our strategies. We are focusing a lot more about map control. And I guess I'll ask you that one point here, Pando, is like, when you hear those 2 points initially, is that shocking to you, just kind of based on what you've been able to see so far of how these guys have been playing, or does that make a lot of sense to you?
Yeah, I think King really got the point there correct. I think everything he said there makes total sense. I mean, obviously he should know, right? He is the one that brings the team to what it is, really.
Yeah, and the one thing I really liked as well, like just kind of talking about this roster, right, is the fact that he was saying, look, like communication is one of the biggest weaknesses on this team. This is something we have to work on. This is something we have to do differently, and we're just going to coordinate better attacks. And I think we got to see that. Like, I think we definitely did before, and that's where it's going to be an interesting piece. And, kind of moving things over on the other side of Lazarus, I mean, as you can see, the roster getting shown, I mean, they already are making a great statement for themselves, right? I mean, they already have themselves an initial start here. They're not probably sitting in the best record for themselves that they wanted, but it's better than what we've seen before, because typically they've been a team that's historically been a slow starter, and the fact that they're finally getting some wins early on is kind of a nice note, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, obviously they had a little bit of a roster change coming through, but I mean, versus Swamp Gaming, they had a little bit of difficulty, not on the first map though. I mean, they won 10-3, but on the second map, they went to overtime, lost in the end. But I don't know, I feel like, they're probably a little bit unsure if, like, what they want to do, I mean. So overall, I would say Lazarus is one of the stronger teams, but right now, if they don't find the right, motivation or whatever they're lacking, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for them.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the Vito's coming in, makes it a bit interesting as well. Just, not really surprising, but, for it to be the first pick of TBI with Ankara, and then, a decider to be on Compound, I feel like that makes a lot of sense just based on what we've seen from both these teams. I was never going to be expecting, like, Black Widow from Lazarus. I think they have a lot that they still have to work on for this. The ban of Port kind of threw me off a little bit personally, just because I thought Port was something they weren't too bad on, but the fact that we're going to go the way of this was a bit shocking. But anything for you on this this veto that kind of stood out differently?
Not really though. I mean, banning subbase from Lazarus seems kind of typical, to be fair. I mean, I see the same with, like, let's say German teams, right? They always ban subbase for some reason. I think the subbase is just something they don't really like to play, especially Lazarus, right? I mean, back in the days, they even, I think if I remember correctly, they always banned subbase because they didn't like it so much, right? Because there's so many entryways, there's so much you need to hold as a GR, and the map tendency is also not very good, I mean, I think, yeah, it's like 60-40, right? And in favor of the BL side, obviously. So obviously Lazarus is gonna ban the map.
Yeah, and I guess just I'm putting you in the spot because of your, but I think just based on what we've seen so far, you like have a prediction, but maybe call it a prediction. Like anything that is there more of a slight edge here based and kind of based on what we've seen before?
I mean, to be fair, I'm not really sure. I mean, obviously TBI seems like the weaker team, but Subbase, again, I told you before, right? I mean, Subbase is really not Lazarus map, you know, but I don't know. I would say the tendencies are more for Lazarus overall, but I think TBI will have a strong performance on Subbase.
That's good. I mean, it looks like I think we're still just things still organized a little bit right now, but I do it's going to be an bit of an events happening on a map like this, right? I mean, the fact that it is going to be on Kara, like, again, I think this map always makes things a bit interesting because, like, again, for Lazarus, they were able to take Swamp Gaming. They looked quite good. I mean, they were able to get a 6-3 first half when they were on the blacklist side, so it definitely was definitely a good game. But I think it was the other effect of, like, Vise was making his bit of a statement as well. Like, he came in, he had a 2.33, you know, rating overall, which was pretty amazing, just considering, like, he was kind of the highlight player that, you know, both Kyle and I were talking about that had to improve. But either way, it doesn't matter. We're gonna find out if that's gonna be the same case, because we're right back in this game, and Pando, it's starting off already.
Yeah, it is, and I'm really excited for this one. I mean, obviously I've been waiting forever, but I believe TBI will have a strong performance here. But hey, let's not talk too much about this one, right? I mean, you can see already TBI really close to a long here, already into the vents. Dirty holding Jin here, but not able to get him yet.
Yeah, a bit of a swing and good effort coming in to trying to get that on to make a connection. And love the fact that, you know, again, TBI are just kind of toying with an idea. They're just kind of figuring things out. A little bit of a quick peek coming in from Vise too, a little bit dangerous, but everything's looking okay so far. Everybody's just kind of, you know, they're kind of throwing a little jab. They're kind of figuring out, can I go here? No. Can I go here? No, I don't think that's a good play either. Now Vise is going to get a little bit of overwhelmed by numbers, and he's doing a great job, able to fall on back once again. Now TBI are going to be able to have themselves some B main control, which is good. Still plenty of time on that clock, and even now, Pando, they actually look like they're going to rethink their plan again.
I mean, you gotta give it to Vise, right? The confidence is on point. I mean, single-handedly, he's in hotel getting all that information, and it's really paying out for them.
Yeah, down to the 35-second mark, and now leaving it with TBI. Now they're going to start to aggress into this A site. Flashes are coming in. Jin now, is he going to be able to activate it? Yes, he will. He's able to find these two, and he'll finally go down. Madison now trying to do what he can, tucked away behind the box, just waiting for the rotates to come in. TBI, not welcome to this site, and now Dirty by himself with no time to spare. And Lazarus, they're going to take this one pretty convincingly as well.
I mean, TBI really gave it the best, right? I mean, they just yeeted themselves onto the bomb site here, but didn't really quite work out for them. But overall, you gotta give it to him. I mean, this was only the first round, right? They're just trying to find their confidence spot, you know? They're just trying to, you know, find the best location where, like, they can enter the bomb site from, you know?
Yeah, it's really interesting, and I kind of like the idea. Like, I don't know for you, but, like, I did like that TBI again were kind of, you know, advancing themselves one time at the A site, then they kind of pulled back and went to B door. They're just kind of exploring, and, you know, on a side like this, it's going to be interesting. But even now, Madison, he's already pushed himself deep in mid right here, so this is a pretty strong position, having his teammate close on by. That is going to be Loons and Vise, so they've actually been able to make a bit of a trap on this one, and now finally going to get taken out. The M4s are starting to just kind of spam away, and TBI losing a lot of bodies, a lot of damage getting inflicted against them. Gainer already caught with a nade as well. And I don't like the look of this right now for TBI.
TBI seems to have some starting issues for some reason. I mean, on the other side, Madison, I mean, he was able to get one from that position, but somehow he was missing all of his shots there. So I think this is kind of equal. I mean, they're both having some starting issues, but right now, as you can see, Dirty trying to get Loons here, and it's not an issue to him at all. Now we have to see what Dirty is capable of doing. He gets one more, but Vice will quickly train him out. Booker late to the party here. Vice and Jin together cleaning up the team.
Yeah, really nice. And honestly, the fact that it came down to a pretty scrappy situation like that, like it looked so good in the beginning, and just seeing kind of the situation coming into a one-on-one was pretty shocking in my opinion. But either way, I mean, good work coming in from TBI, getting closer to finding these rounds, but just not able to get it fully done yet. So Lazarus now putting themselves back into 2-0. And TBI going to go back for this a bit more on the left-hand side of the map. They're going to get themselves towards the safe side, just kind of hanging out, not even entertaining B door. I kind of like this decision, Pando. Like for me, like I think this is a good, you know, they're just going to be decisive. They're just going to make more of a decision, and they're just going to go for the execute.
Yeah, they like to play a little bit more standard here, I believe. I mean, the A hit is always the easier choice in my opinion. But you can see here Jin kind of missing his shots though, even though Bever was blind, and this is just falling apart for Lazarus right now. But we will have to wait to see if Lazarus is able to retake the side. And look at Vice! He's not wasting any time, just hopping onto the side. Bever, no, good for 2. And this didn't quite work out for Lazarus, but great attempt by Vice, not waiting a single second.
Yeah, no, that was a really good attempt. I'm glad you brought that up. I definitely think that was a good moment there, but love that TBI were able to get themselves back in this. I love the, you know, more solid decision making. I think that was something that was really interesting to hear from King in that interview. The fact that he was just saying, like, look, our communication has to get better. We just have to, you know, find these situations in the rounds better. And I think they did, right? I mean, they looked like they had more of a game plan. A very basic thing to do. They just went for the A exec, but it just looked clean. It didn't look like they overthought anything, and now they're finally back on the board.
Yeah, one of the most important things in CrossFire is communication. I mean, obviously for most shooter games it is, right? But especially in CrossFire, I feel like once you don't communicate correctly, I mean, it starts, you know, when you like die to someone and you don't give him the correct information, you know, like, yo, I died on Belong or whatever, but he doesn't tell them, okay, where's the enemy going or whatever, right? Those are the simple mistakes a lot of people do, and I think if TBI manages to, you know, get rid of them, they really have a great chance to improve.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm glad you bring that up, because again, communication is probably one of the most important factors, and I definitely agree with you. So that's it. You know, that'll be interesting to see how much TBI can improve on over the course of the season, right? And how much they can get better at it. But we'll find out. I mean, they were a team that, once again, they were able to push you know, some good rounds against, like, you know, 3BL previously. They didn't get the win, but again, they were able to push things a little bit more of a distance. Now we're starting to see HTZ getting a little bit activated with the beginning. Now finding himself almost a second one, but now TBI. They put themselves in a good position. They're going to win these fights, which is going to give them that slight advantage here with the 4-on-3. But the bomb's still going to be dropped here. They're going to have to pick it up, and they're kind of running out of time, Pando. And I mean, for them, like, they have some decent options, and you can already see Lazarus. They've actually put more of a lean on this A side, and if TBI decide to go B, it's up for grabs. It's free.
Yeah, that's basically free, and I don't know if you saw it earlier. HDZ was kind of shocked that he was killed by Bever there. I don't know why though. I mean, his position was great, but for some reason he was kind of surprised about this. But let's focus on the B side right now. It's clear, it's free. 5 seconds on the bomb on the time, and the bomb gets down. Now Lazarus has to take back the side. It's gonna be quite difficult though, because as you can see, the bomb side is already smoked off. But look at this, Jin. I think he already got 2. I think Jin,
yeah,
able to find King here. But now we have to see Booker with the key position. I think if he is able to get Menacin early, they don't have a chance to retake this bomb site at all. Loons now with the timing on the flash, but it doesn't really matter though. Gainer finds 2 Bever to clean up the round here, and this wasn't a really good attempt by Lazarus here.
Yeah, I really love that. Again, it was really a bit more of a slow pace for Lazarus, but I do like the fact they try everything and they took their time, right? They weren't, you know, sweating about it. They were looking like they were calm and collected, but it was big on TBI to be able to find themselves in the post plants like you were talking about. And I think it was Gainer that actually was able to, I think he only found one kill for himself, but he was still able to do some good damage. And Yeah, so there's some really good effect coming in from TBI already, and we're right back into a tie game, and HTZ now getting himself a little bit more active, and he's going to re-aggress, and he's getting hungry. He wants to find something more. He wants to put more of that impact in this game, putting 4 kills on the board for himself. Now we see Lazarus actually engaging an early fight, which is something different, and I really like it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously HTZ, one of the key players, and Lazarus, hey, he's just dominating the tunnel area there, right? Like, there's nothing they can do against him. HTZ overall, you know, you probably saw him play a lot before. He's just the guy you talk to, you know, like, he is the playmaker sometimes. And look at this Beva here, sneaking up on Menacin, actually killing him, but Jin fast with the trades. Jin has everything to do here all by himself. The support is kind of slow, and Dirty now taking advantage over him. This is, again, not looking very nice for Lazarus. And Dirty missing the shot on Vice. This is not looking great. Finally gets him down, but the pressure's on Dirty. Good for 2, not the 3rd, though. Loon saves the day. You can see he was kind of happy for that one.
Wow, that was so close. And I feel like you don't really see like Gainer on the arm very much, do you? Like, I don't think that's a normal thing. He's usually on the rifle, is he not?
I'm not sure, but I think what kind of changed over time, there's so many more sniper players all of a sudden.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, a little bit more sniper action. And I mean, now almost, you know, that previous round was in a 1-on-3 that turned into the 1v1, but now even a opening engagement coming in from Dirty. And honestly, I talked about this a lot with Kyle and before on the first week, and it was really interesting to see how much Dirty was able to get himself in a different position from day 1 to day 2. Already looking so much better. Feeling, I think, a little bit more comfortable now that maybe the jitters are over or something like that, but he's putting himself in the top fragging. He's at 9-4. So a great amount of work coming in from him to just, you know, put that into full effect. And now, man advantage, what do they want to do? Madison's trying to get a little aggressive, a little cheeky, but now he's going to pull on back, and I think this is the right play. But look at Lazarus' position here, Pando, and again, I feel like they have a bit of an interesting read on this one.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, you gotta give it to Loons, you know, he's always watching those replays. He's always studying the enemies, and this really pays out for them. As you can see, I mean, they always are somewhat aware of what TBI is doing, you know, and even right now you can see they're rotating off the A side. A side is completely empty right now, but it seems like it might not even matter. I'm not sure what their plan is right now. 40 seconds on the board soon, but I think it's King in the vent position there. He's slowly creeping up, and I'm not sure what they're trying to do here. I think this seems like a slow A fake. They're slowly but surely turning over the tunnel area here, and this is again the right pick by Lazarus, and this is again what Gainer getting Vice. I didn't expect that at all. Okay, Loons has everything to do, but once again, what is happening? Beva cleaning him up, and this is falling apart. Jin and Menacin have to do it all by themselves. Now Menacin left alone, 1 versus 3, not a likely situation. 10 seconds on the board though, he gets 1. Time is ticking down, fully flashed. Menacin not able to bring this one home, but hey, you gotta give it to TBI, man. This was pretty well done.
It really was, yeah. And honestly, I love the attempt coming in from Lazarus too, and Madison was almost able to find that by himself and running the clock really low. So yeah, this is a closer game than I thought it was gonna be so far. It's sitting at a 3-3 already. This seems to go back and forth, and like you said, I mean, it's funny because TBI were going for a bit of a fake at the A site, and then they decide to go B, but Lazarus, they fully stacked it, and that was a really good read coming in from Loons. Just unfortunately couldn't get the round, and right back at it again, but things are getting closer and closer for the first half, and again, it's been hard to you know, give any sort of, you know, an analysis on this, because I think both teams are doing some really interesting plays. Like, we've seen Lazarus already push down mid before. TBI have been really getting that map control like King was talking about. He's, you know, they really want to fight for that, and I'm all for it.
HTZ now looking for that frag, only gets the leg shot done though. Now he has no chance to even shoot back, and this is so great by TBI. They used all of their map control only to get this one done, and What can I say? I mean, it's a Medicine and Jin all again. This one seems very unlikely for them to win, but never say never, you know? I mean, I've seen it many times already, but realistically, it's not really gonna happen here. Jin already fighting for his life. Time is ticking down. Dirty now from behind. Medicine trading him out. Time is ticking still. And there you go, Gainer cleaning him up. Another round for TBI. They're doing really, really well so far. Didn't expect that.
Yeah, me neither. I definitely wasn't either. I was thinking this would be probably a little bit more difficult. Again, this is, you know, a team like TBI right now, like technically overall in the standings that we talked about, they're in 7th place right now, right? I mean, and this is where, you know, I think a team like Lazarus, they are kind of sitting themselves in that 3rd place. So you gotta tip your hat a little bit here to TBI. They're looking pretty good. They are bringing the fight. So much improvement than what we saw last week, right? I mean, again, they're looking a little bit more polished on what they're doing for this game, and Lazarus are definitely having a lot more closer rounds than I think they were probably expecting. But TBI, once again, just they're going to actually post up a little bit more on this. They're going to play this a lot slower than before. But I actually kind of like it, Pando. I like the fact that, you know, they're just kind of waiting to see if Loons is trying something a little bit, you know, creative.
Yeah, I think what Lazarus is lacking right now, they just play too defensive, you know? I mean, in the beginning of the game, we saw Vice kind of dancing around in hotel, right? But right now, you know, I think it's Vice again, really deep into the hotel area, but no one else is really doing anything, you know? They give TBI too much map control, and you can see it here. I mean, mid is open, A-Long is open. I mean, obviously, A-Long is always open, right? But, you know, they don't even try to do anything else, you know? They play too standard, in my opinion, but maybe this is just all part of the big plan here, and Loons gets flashed out, giving up even more map control. King in the middle of no man's land as they collapse towards A here, and Madison actually able to get 2, but instantly traded out here, and this is just falling apart once again. Beva trying his very best to hold the bomb site here. The bomb is still not down though. They're just playing around a little bit, waiting for the initial frag to happen here, and Beva a little bit cheeky here, gets one instantly traded out by Loons. 30 now, last man alive, 1 versus 1 situation. Dirty not able to kill Loons, and this should feel really, really good for Lazarus.
Oh boy, yeah, things are building up now a little bit. These rounds have been honestly down to like 2v2s or 1v1s, so this is definitely right down to the wire. So really, really impressive that we're seeing. Good nade coming in. That's actually going to catch right on top of Booker. Now they're going to get aggressive. Now they're just going to barrel through mid. They're not waiting around anymore. They want to get aggressive. They want to make a bit of a statement on this one. They're trying to get into the site. They're going to be able to have it. Getting the bomb already down. Looking for more fights. And they are going to get a little bit caught, a little bit off guard. Madison able to find himself a couple. Now Lazarus have been able to find themselves kind of back into a winning position potentially for this, and now just leaving it to Gainer. And my goodness, how do we get to this kind of a situation for the first half?
Can we just replay that round once again? I mean, what just happened here? Loons with an insane grenade towards the midsection, right? And they just pushed. They didn't even think about anything. Just run, aim, the classic Crossfire scenario, right? But for some reason, they got too confident. Lazarus not letting it happen at all. And for some reason, TBI was not able to win this round.
Yeah, honestly, I wish we could just go back and rewatch it. Like, that was a really cool round because, again, like you said, there was so much happening. Like, you know, the nade came in. It was looking good. TBI just getting aggressive. And then Lazarus, I don't know, these retakes look really great, right? I mean, they just seem to be looking fine. And that's a really good note for these guys. So they will scrape themselves a 5-4 for the first half. Now TBI going to be on the GR side, which I think this is going to be harder. I think for a team that's struggling with their communication. So this is where it has to be really accurate, right? Like if they mess something up, that's when it can fall apart.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Lazarus is a really, really tactical team, you know? Maybe they're not the greatest when it comes to firepower, but they're still very, very good when it comes to tactic. Also, huge shoutouts to Loons, obviously, right? He's the man that always gets these strats done, but we have to see time around. Dirty already catching Menacing here. And this is not what Lazarus had in mind here. I mean, what is happening? No one is getting anything done. Loons, finally, the first frag on the board. Dirty had a great triple kill, but this is not what you are looking for if you are a Lazarus fan.
No, not at all. And honestly, again, like I feel like I'm saying his name, a couple times, and he's gonna pop out of nowhere, and it's Dirty. Like, he's sitting himself at 14 kills and 9 deaths right now. So that round alone, he was able to find a triple. So he's already doing some good work. He's finding good connections with the sniper, and that's going to be a huge difference maker for TBI, and we're starting to see it. And that's what was a big thing of conversation last week. So it's good to see that he's had the right things for to eat for breakfast. He's feeling good. He's feeling fresh, and now it's going to be about if Booker can be feeling fresh on this one. He spots the barrel, but is he going to be able to win this fight? He will not. So Madison does win that engagement. Now they're just going to run into this site. They're not going to mess around, and now even Beba getting taken out. That's going to be problematic here.
It really is, but they have the bomb site now. I like the approach. Finally, a little bit more aggression, more aim power, more anything they can have, really. But now it's up to TBI to get the bomb site back. And you really don't like to see this. HDZ missing his shots, but instantly Madison is there to trade off King. And this is just back and forth, right? Dirty now left alone, the main fragger for this team right now. Has everything to do all by himself, and this is looking a little bit hard to tell, but look at this, he gets one, not the second though. Vice cleaning him up, and even though it was back and forth, you still gotta give it to Lazarus. They finally got some momentum here, more aggressive power, just what you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's a really good point, and I think Lazarus, when they're able to get that first engagement in their way, I feel like it just kind of revitalizes them a little bit better. So we'll see if they're going to be able to keep that going. Play the same track, maybe, I don't know, but they're going to just find themselves that opening engagement. That was a pretty risky play from the player in Vent, though, right? I mean, that was if I'm not mistaken, that was Booker. So he needed to be able to find at least one fight in his favor, but unfortunately he couldn't. So that kind of opened things up a little bit here for Lazarus to get themselves in this site. And even right now, they're doing a 4-1 split, kind of having the lurk of HDZ just in mid. So he's going to be a distraction point, maybe to catch a rotate off guard, but no, King capped him himself. He's gonna find him easily. Beva now, a tall task, and he's gonna have to go huge, but he's only able to find this one, and now Booker can't seem to get it done either, and Vise, he sweeps them both.
Yeah, I didn't even expect that, to be fair. I mean, for some reason he was able to do that, but now we have to see again, they're taking their time, not instantly playing, waiting for the rotation to come through. Look at this Vice with an insane 2K, not the third one though. There we go. He was just waiting a little bit. I expected Gainer to just run out as well, but he was kind of waiting for something, I don't know what. But Vice, insane aiming, finally. This is what we like to see. Aiming is key, and finally they're getting it done.
Yeah, definitely. And actually, I was just gonna say, I'm pretty sure, like, Vi's actually, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure he got the ace. So I mean, that's gonna be, I mean, it was the triple, not that second engagement, but he was the one that was able to find the first two, right? So not a bad way to start it off for Vise, and getting himself back to a 9-9. But putting that round in his hands, he's like, okay, guys, I'll try to do something big here. I'll try to find something. And even HDZ now thinking, okay, look, I'm gonna put this OM to work as well. And now Lazarus are starting to really feel a little bit more warmed up. Now we're talking about a 7-5, and TBI already losing one of their players early on. Dirty down to low HP is not going to be the easiest thing right now, because now they have to play these 2-2 setups, which is never easy. So Lazarus, they can kind of just kick back and relax for the time being and see if TBI get aggressive again.
That's the case. King a little bit scared here to cross mid, but he gets timing here on HDZ. By the way, if you check the scores, right, you can see on Lazarus everyone is somewhat equal, right? But then if you check TBI, it's a little bit messy there, especially Dirty and let's say Booker, right? I mean, they need to kind of fix that. I mean, if they just send Booker in to frack him out, it's not really what you're looking for. So let's see if they can manage that later on. But yeah, what was that? HTZ just chilling in middle here, gets the free frag, and yeah, time is running down.
Yeah, and I really like that point you brought up, right? Like, it's such a good thing to talk about, because when you have, you know, the kills and the deaths really close together, like Lazarus, you can see it's a full team effect. Where I agree with you, TBI, it's a little bit all over the place right now. So they're kind of relying a little bit heavier on some players. Dirty, I don't know how he didn't see that. Like, it looked like he just turned his back, so he gets punished for it a little bit, but at least the trade comes back in. Now Loon's able to find another opening here, and it's all just down to Booker. 1-on-4. Bomb's going to go down, but again, like, he has a lot of work cut out for him here. He has to be able to find a multitude of kills. Not going to happen. And now Lazarus have put themselves on an 8th round.
Yeah, I love these player camps, you know. Beba was not happy at all. I think Dirty got super timed there. I'm not sure what happened there. I mean, it happened twice. For some reason, he wasn't really able to see the enemy there, but let's hope that only happened once here. Not again, hopefully. And look at, did you see that, Nate? That was like a super standard utility use. And I love to see it. Even though it's like super standard, everyone knows that it still works sometimes. So, I mean, hey, even the super standard things still work, you know. It doesn't need to be like super complicated. And look at this triple nade setup. It was a nice idea, but this time around didn't really work out for them.
Yeah, that was really cheeky. Because like, even what, like 3-something rounds ago, we saw that was Booker trying to play there before. So if he would have been aggressive like that before, he probably would have been done, right? He would have been dead. So good little idea from Lazarus, you know, just little details, some good mid-round calling coming in from Maloons. And now Lazarus are actually just putting a little bit more into mid. Going to cross through towards the B side here. Dirty is posted up on the box. Kind of expecting this. I'll be curious if Lazarus want to go for this engagement, though. Even if they win the fight. If they win the fight, I expect them to do this. If they lose this fight, oh, they ain't losing nothing. HDZ, a big sniper, and now King needs to come alive to do something now. A flash comes in. He's trying to buy some time. The rotates are coming through. Jin able to find himself at least another. This is just back and forth. Lazarus, everybody's blind. The utility's just getting thrown left, right, and center. And now King, he's unblind, and all of a sudden he's dead. And now Lazarus have put themselves on the map point.
Yeah, I mean, King did it so great, you know. He played the time. He was waiting for his teammate to help him out, but unlucky for him, Menacing with the flank from behind. They didn't really have a chance, and I think eventually, because this is a goal, no, not a golden round, but this is like a key round for them, right? I think they might eventually, you know, go for A multiple times, you know, but eventually it's gonna work once. So this is also a thing that, yeah, other teams do once in a while, you know. If they have like a map advantage or like let's say a round advantage, they just do the same strat over and over until eventually it works out.
Oh, and look at Dirty. Now he's getting a little bit more aggressive. Now he's got the pistol out. He's trying to see who he's able to find. And now he's got players all over the place against him. And he's trying everything he can. He's just dancing around this with them. Missing these shots. But TBI are winning these engagements. Waiting for his team. And there we go. TBI keep themselves alive. And honestly, good work from Dirty. Just staying, honestly, just alive in that situation. Just able to, you know, move around. That was perfect, because if he would have dropped, that could have given them an opening. So I think that was pretty critical.
Even though they won this round, Beva doesn't really look happy at all. I'm not sure what's happening in their, you know, Discord or whatever they're using, but I hope they eventually figure it out. I mean, this game isn't over. I mean, it looks like Lazarus has the upper hand, and obviously they do, but don't give up yet. You know, there's so much to win. You know, don't give up too far. And you can see here, Lazarus not wasting any time. This was what I was talking about earlier, you know. Just do what you think is best. Just yeet yourself on a bomb site A, and you will eventually be successful. And this is the case. Not one guy goes down yet, but this is going to be a crucial retake. A really, really tough one as well, but we have to see what TBI has to do.
Yeah, now it is, the plant's going to come in, so it is that, you know, 5-5 retake scenario. Booker's going to be able to find something here with the taking down Jin. So still 30 seconds remaining and a little bit of time for TBI to work with, but they're all grouped together. They're all behind the fence here, so now they have to work about this utility. They have to get themselves out of this funnel, and Lazarus kind of taking them apart one by one, but Booker now making a bit of a statement here for the double kill. Why not make it a third? And TBI will keep themselves in this game. Gonna get the defuse, and honestly, a magnificent retake that we saw from them.
Yeah, Booker makes it look easy. It wasn't easy at all. I mean, I had this situation multiple times already, and this was looking way too easy. I mean, obviously, Dirty 18 frags. You know, he's really doing his best for his team, but I believe the rest of them also needs to step up to make this, you know, overtime possible. But again, if you look on the Lazarus side, you know, everyone is kind of equal. I mean, Loon's kind of falling back now, but it's not all about kills. You know, Loon's also probably talking a lot. You know, also leading them or whatever. But
Yeah.
I think if Lazarus stays the same and TBI doesn't step up, this is not going to be a great day for TBI.
Yeah, exactly, right. And it's a good point you bring up, because again, like, even if it's Loons, like, I mean, he's calling the shots, and I think, you know, I think there's always a little bit of a, you know, leniency on someone that, you know, is the IGL and is calling the strats. So they might not be fragging as hard just because they're really trying to make sure that, you know, the system's working and they're trying to be on point with their strategies. So, you know, it's always a little bit of a break, which is good. But he's honestly close into this. Like, it's not even like he's falling apart or he's not really doing too much. He's doing lots of great work here. But again, 2 rounds still needed here for TBI to push this thing into a distance, and only 1 for Lazarus to get the job done. But again, a tough one here, because we've seen Lazarus get a little bit more aggressive, and they do something a little bit differently on this one. They haven't been able to find an opening duel for their favor. Now they're putting a little bit more of this lean back onto the A site, but it is a stack from TBI. They do have the 3 players committed to this. This is going to be tough. They're about to run into a bit of a stack, I guess, if you can say it, or the higher numbers for TBI. This is getting a little bit scary. Booker right behind the box. They're actually going to go in quietly. Madison, does he even check this? He does not. And TBI, they're going to get gifted at his gainer. He's just coming in. Multi-kill after multi-kill. And now just Jin by himself, trying everything possible. Needs to come alive. And TBI, once again, they are holding on here, Bando.
Yeah, Madison with the crucial mistake. I mean, he kind of alibi checked it, you know, like he looked, but he didn't actually look, if you know what I mean. But I mean, this one has to hurt so much. I don't even, I'm speechless, really. I don't know what to say. I mean, Lazarus, this time around, they tried to go slower than usual, but it's so unfortunate for them, really. They probably had a good chance to win this round, but now it's actually getting super close. I think they're just gonna retry the same thing. As you can see, they're already in the vents section again. Booker has everything to do. He gets 2. Can he get 3? No. Jin saves the day eventually. Let's see what they are capable of doing here. Slowly but surely approaching the sky. Beva not hitting his shots. HDZ gets him. Loons gets gainer. And this looks a little bit better for Lazarus now. Dirty and King left alone, grouping up. And I wonder if they go for an instant retake again.
Yeah, now it's just down to the 2, right? I mean, a lot of work. But again, Jin and HDZ are low. So one of them's already getting done. And now it's all just down to HDZ. 5 HP. He is going to go for the plan. I think, you know, TBI were thinking maybe this was a bit of a fake, a bit of a ruse, and now HDZ, a lot of work cut out for him, man. He has to be able to find 2 kills, and now he has 1 HP. This would be the most insane clutch we've seen so far in this season, and this is a moment now for him to be able to find something, but TBI are playing this perfectly together. They're playing the buddy system. HDZ getting active, repositioning himself. He's able to find this one, but he can't just get it done. Oh my goodness, TBI. They're going to push this thing to OT, and they're going to not end things yet here, Bando.
I hope someone noticed that he almost killed himself when he jumped down the stairs. He had 1 HP in the end there, but whew, that was close. I was about to laugh really loud, but it's unlucky for them, obviously. But you can maybe I saw it earlier. Beva was so happy to win this round. He was standing up, he was yelling, he was so happy, and I really like this. I mean, what is better than winning a match with your team?
Yeah, and I love this. I mean, man, a lot of expression coming in from King right now. You can see him in the center of the screen. A lot of hand gestures. I mean, it's hard to know, right? But I mean, it's a great moment for them. They brought things back when they were down. And I think for Lazarus, this is tough, right? Like when you're Loons, like you have a lot to think about. You know, being the IGL, you're like, okay, look, we were looking good. Things slowed down. What do we have to do differently? This is a good moment right now just to kind of recollect your thoughts. The team's looking pretty calm, I think, you know, a little bit, probably a little disappointed, but it ain't over yet. Still plenty of game to go. And now for TBI, I think this is a really good way to get that, you know, that spark and then kind of getting the flame started here, which is great.
Yeah, obviously it's great. You can see they're kind of, I mean, they're arguing. I'm not sure. I think they're probably happy, but also like, okay, guys, listen, we need to win this, okay? Let's do this and that, and we are going to win this match. But on the side of Lazarus, I think it's so unfortunate. I mean, Madison, why did you alibi check the corner there? I mean, if he would have checked the corner correctly, maybe, I'm not saying surely, but eventually they would have won the round and also the match afterwards. But yeah, hey, let's just focus on the match now. I don't know. I think Lazarus a little bit disappointed, but I don't think they will give up too soon.
No, I don't think so either. If anything, this is probably just going to make them fight a little bit harder. We're about to find out. Now Loon's getting a little bit more aggressive, and now TBI able to find themselves two opening frags here in the beginning part of this round. This is a good start we get to see. TBI were a little bit quiet, not finding those first engagements. Lazarus have been playing, you know, a little bit more conservative and passive. They try something different, it doesn't work. TBI now just going to go in as numbers. They should be able to have this free sight for them. If I'm not mistaken, HDZ is the one close on by, but he's not able to make this connection, but he's made his presence known, and now they double swing, and that's picture perfect. Now Lazarus on a difficult one here, Pando. I mean, it's a 2-on-5, and never say never, but this is not looking great unless we see something, you know, massive coming in from one of these players to find themselves in a great position. But now it's all down to Jin. Tall task at hand. 20 seconds remain, and TBI, they will get themselves on that 10 right away.
Yeah, I think what they should have done instead of fighting, they should have bought their time, you know. You see it a lot at the major events of CrossFire, you know. Eventually, if you are in a 1 versus 5 situation, you just, you know, hide in a corner, talk to your team, try to figure out what's the issue. And yeah, they didn't do this this time around, but maybe they didn't really need it. Maybe they already know what to do here. Doesn't really look like it. HTZ so weak, and eventually going down to King, and the confidence from TBI is insane. I mean, 30 seconds in a row, they already have mid control. They're so confident. You really like to see it.
Yeah, you really do. And it's a good point you bring up, right? Because again, like TBI, I think them able to bring themselves back into this overtime. You know, as I said, the spark and now a flame. Yeah, it's a huge flame. Like now they're just winning these fights. They're able to find even another one. Jin tries to get aggressive in event. So Lazarus are looking a little bit desperate, right? Now we're starting to see them getting a little bit antsy. They're not being so passive anymore, but it's not as coordinated as they normally have done it. So I don't know if they're getting a little flustered, maybe, but TBI in such a power position right now with the 5-on-3, still with plenty of time on the clock, and the world's their oyster right now. They have so many options that they can pick. And for Lazarus, I mean, they have to kind of go for these two players on a stack, and they have to, you know, hope that this is going to be the right call.
Yeah, I'm not sure what their plan is in peaking so early. I mean, losing Jin and HTZ so early, it's not really optimal, you know. 5 versus 3 situation. I mean, obviously not impossible to win, but Gainer, look at Gainer here. He's not even scared at all, peaking single-handedly just to bring his team a little bit more space towards A here. But yeah, so 30 seconds on the clock here. They need to make a move, and eventually, and they surely will. They're just setting up right now, but oh boy, Lazarus is not looking too well right now. And again, Menacin with the key position to make this one possible for them, and King not able to find them, and this is looking good for them. Menacin finally bringing them numbers on the board. Vice now left alone. 1 versus 1 versus Dirty, not able to get the frag. Unlucky for them, and you can see Dirty is so happy. He's also looking so mad for some reason. He's like, let's go guys, listen, we're gonna win this match no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. They're starting to get really excited, and it's definitely becoming a conversation of it, right? I mean, 11-9. They've been able to pull through a bunch of rounds in their favor now. Like, this was a point where Lazarus were on the map point before. They couldn't seem to get it across the line, and TBI have really done a big amount of work to get themselves in a lead after a pretty big deficit. So that's what I was kind of talking about with Lazarus, maybe looking a little flustered, starting to, you know, have those individual peaks through mid or, you know, different areas and vent, losing those fights. So TBI getting closer and closer to getting this thing done. And a little bit more aggression coming in from TBI, just getting some good control. They have A main, still kind of spotting things out. Lazarus kind of playing a 2-1-2 right now. Very conservative, which I don't know if I hate this. I don't know if I love it either.
Not sure, but Jin this time around is the key player for this time. Let's see, Dirty holding him. Jin, he was holding the spot correctly, but for some reason he lets this one slip so easy. And now Menacin trying to refrag here, but as you can see, it's already done. I think Booker is holding the vent position. You can see it on A-Long there, but Vice also gets dinged, tries to run for his life, and I think Gainer spotted him. And look at this, Gainer not afraid at all. He's just shifting towards him. He's not even afraid. Look at this, Vice not even thinking about the possibility for him to push through. And look at this. This is falling apart for Lazarus. And then Madison, what are you doing? Come on, you need to move. Oh, this is not good. Loons now left alone in a 1 versus 5 again. This is not looking great. I mean, not impossible again, but hopefully they're having a good conversation after this one. Booker trying his very best to make him stop, but it's so hard to watch. I don't know what to say.
No, it's really good. I mean, honestly, that was a flawless little bit of an overtime half that came in right from TBI, and that looked so good, man. Like the fact that I think you made a really good point. Like even that engagement, I think that was in mid. Where Vise got caught, like he got dinged through the wall, his HP was low, and they just re-aggressed, and then they actually won that fight. Like Vise wasn't even expecting anybody to be pushing him. He thought they were just gonna rethink their game plan, and they're kind of getting in your face and getting aggressive, and you can kind of see on their faces that like there seems to be a lot of thinking right now and kind of like pondering, okay, what do we got to do differently? And now their backs are on the boards. This is a tough spot to be in, and like I said, there's such a big difference about a team that's the mental aspect of it. When you're in the lead, you lose that lead, and now you've really lost control of this game. And TBI now, they're on the brink of potentially taking this one, but we have to make sure that they can still, keep their composure in this to making sure they can get the job done. Because honestly, it's been a crazy road for them in this map to be in this position.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you look at Lazarus right now, no one is really talking, right? Everyone is just staring at their screens, kind of thinking, okay, how can we turn this match around? And, on the other side, TPI, you can see, I think it's King, right? He's talking, he's moving his hands like crazy. He's like, listen, guys, this is working out great. This is what we need to do. And I mean, obviously, it's a little bit different when you are sitting next to each other, right? Obviously, Lazarus isn't, but I would just love to see a little bit more passion, right? Like, I don't know, just something that feels like, okay, guys, listen, we are losing, but this match isn't over yet. I mean, they were leading. I think it was 9-6 or something, and now they're losing overtime, not even close. And HDZ again, the first one to fall. This is not looking great.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Booker's getting really aggressive, he's trying to get that he gets a little bit over aggressive on this one, so he's kind of getting himself a bit more aggressive. He's trying to get things done, but I mean, I think for Lazarus, they're able to get themselves something back, a trade frag, and now they're going to be able to find another connection. So they're going to put themselves in the number advantage right now, the 4-on-3. TBI now in a tougher position here. They have to be careful. Dirty still has the ready to go, and he was, a menace earlier. He was somebody that was putting in some strong numbers before, and he's going to anchor this A site. And he does have Gainer close on by. Beva actually getting really aggressive. I'm going to be curious if Beva's going to be able to find anything. He gets spotted. He's still aggressing for this, and he is able to win that fight. And now he's able to fall on back, and Gainer with a little bit of a peekaboo. This thing from an advantage situation of Lazarus has now turned into a 2v2. Dirty, again, he misses the timing. Oh no, I can't believe it. Within a second?
Yeah, very unfortunate. I mean, what's there left to say? Lazarus has everything to win here. But Vice got kind of lucky there with the timing once again. I think it's like third time in this match, right? But we will just have to see. I mean, you can see Lazarus now creeping up from CT, Jar, going towards A here. And time is clocking down. I mean, they will eventually just plant, and TBI will turn around and realize, oh, yeah, it's probably B or A. I mean, But I like this. Okay, I mean, obviously they don't have much time to play around with, but Vice just taking his time to check. Okay, never mind, no one is close. Let's go back to the bomb site. Let's plant the bomb. And yeah, I just for Lazarus, I wish they, they eventually get some success done here, so they can kind of build up their confidence. But now they really, really have to step it up.
Well, it's a moment to see if they can step it up right now. The 2v2, like you said, bomb's going to go down now. It's all down to this, right? TBI just need this to be done. Get this thing concluded, moving things on. But Lazarus, just to keep themselves in this game, Vi's playing in the lower position. Gets caught with a nade out, but he might be able to get this flash. Now it's all just down to Dirty. He's got the AK out, looking to find some duels. He comes for a swing, won't be able to find it, so Lazarus will hold on again. They're able to come through a bit of a grindy round, but now they've hit double digits for themselves, and TBI, they still have a lead, but it's not getting so big anymore.
Nope. But this is eventually gonna be good for Lazarus, because they also have to think about the what's it called, the map, the round differential, right? So eventually, even if they don't win this map, they eventually have a little bit better of the round differential. So I think this is looking better so far. But obviously, if you are a Lazarus fan, you need them to win, right? They just can't lose. This is not what you're looking for.
Yeah, and again, everything's just so patient on this one too. And again, that pressure is starting to really, seep in for both these teams, right? Again, like TBI, we're a team that, I think you made the comment earlier that I think it was Lazarus on a 9-6. They just needed to get one more round. They lost it. Now TBI came back with a stride of rounds in their favor, but it's all about getting the job done, right? So we'll see if they're going to be able to. Lazarus, though, are making a bit of that discussion to see if they can bring things to further in the overtime into the golden round, maybe. But that's going to be King posted up here with Yom, just waiting. So this is where before we saw it actually went in favor for the BL side. Flash comes in. He's not going to go for the fight, but instead just kind of burning more time. Nades flying in now from Lazarus. The execution coming in. King not able to find this shot. Nice little bit of a drive-by coming in from Jin, so he's going to be able to open it up. Nades reigning supreme on this one. Bomb's going to go down. TBI do have a slight, a little bit of an advantage in terms of numbers, but again, Beba's low. He's down to critical HP. Loon's playing aggressive, gets blind. He actually goes for the swing. He's able to find himself two. No way does Loons put up three like that. Sprays them down, leaving it all down to Dirty. He's trying everything he can, but the IGL of Loons comes in massively for Lazarus.
Yeah, this is what you like to see. I mean, this is somewhat the classic Loons, right? I mean, back in the days, years and years, right? When there was no bulletproof, everyone was just playing M4, because M4 was usually a one-hit headshot, right? But when they implemented like the bulletproof, everyone was kind of, okay, let's play the AK now, because, you still want that one-shot headshot. But a long time ago, I don't remember when, they also added M4 wallbang, and this is really, really what you like when you are an M4 player, right? You can just wallbang everything and still make the same damage, and this is really paying out for Loons. I mean, you just saw it, 3k through the wall, not even close to losing this fight, and eventually Lazarus climbing back to a potential golden round.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about it, right? Like we were talking about this thing could be over before overtime, and then now we're in overtime, and now we're talking maybe a golden round. This has been a really interesting opening game to start this weekend off, and it's all come down to this once again. The same kind of theme is like it's one round to make a huge difference in this game, and now we see TBI a little bit more of a grouped up effect here on the B site, just leaving the anchor of Booker by himself at A. Lazarus, slow, methodical, taking things step by step right now, going towards Hotel, getting closer onto this one. HDZ now having a strong position here to find the crossover. Oh, but King, he's able to find a duel in his favor, and he's able to get out of it too. And he's even going to re-aggress. Why not? He wants just all blood here. He's bloodthirsty. He finds the double. And now TBI have pushed these guys back. It's 30 seconds remaining. Lazarus, they have to make a decision quick. King going down is not going to make it easy, but Beba comes in for a swing, and Lazarus, they're starting to win gunfights. This M4 now needs to come alive. A gainer, he's down by himself, looking to see what he can do with the remaining seconds. He can't get it done, and we're going to the golden round.
What just happened? What just happened? I don't get it. How does King get away from a move like this and still lose the round? This is... I'm lost with words. I mean, obviously Lazarus gotta feel kind of happy about that. I mean, it was a little bit shaky, but you can still see it on their face. Not really smiling though. I mean, they probably wanted to win earlier, but this is just one step from, you know, either winning or losing. And now King again moving his hands around like, listen guys, what are you doing? We need to do it like this and that.
Yeah, man, I couldn't agree with you more. Like, I was thinking the fact that King honestly made that big play in the beginning, I was thinking like, surely, okay, look, like he was able to find something big. He even kept his life, right? Like he was able to stay alive for quite a long time. But it felt like TBI, they kind of used that as like, they thought they had the round, and then they started playing really aggressive, and then they started losing those gunfights, right? But you got to give it to Lazarus. That was, you know, again, I talk about composure, but it's important because in those kind of situations, it's easy for any team to kind of like shut down or, you know, not really feel great in those kind of deficit situations, but they picked it up quickly. They were able to get themselves right back into that round, and then they won it. So it's all down to this now. One single round to see who's going to take the first map away.
Yeah, what a first match to start the day with, huh? I mean, sure, let's do it. I mean, let's take another look at TBI here. Again, still talking. I love this. Né? Hey, they're still talking, trying to figure out, okay, how can we win? What are we doing wrong? I mean, it worked out for them, right? I mean, at first, I believe it was, what was it, 9-6? They were losing, and then eventually they turned it around to overtime. They won all of the overtime rounds except of one. And then, again, this is going back and forth, right? I mean, it looks like they're going to get ready soonish, but I'm just looking forward to the last round here. I don't know what's gonna happen now.
Well, it's all down to this. No more guessing. It's all about one round to make a difference here to see who's going to be able to find themselves some points on the board. And all I'm here for Dirty. Just a singular one. We've seen it a couple times, if I'm not mistaken. It's actually Booker, I believe, that actually, you know, equipped it as well. So instead of the double, they're just going to go for the single. And the same for HDZ. He's going to be the one. Now Flash comes in, getting some hotel control. Have a nice little bit of a stay. Waiting things out just a little bit longer. And a stack coming in from TBI right now. They do have 3 players committed to this. So again, Loon's in a situation where he's calling for a good execute, but he's going into a site with high numbers. They have to be able to find these kills. Dirty! He's able to find the 4, looking for the piece of an ace. And it's all down to this, HDZ. Someone that's able to do some big work. He's now able to come back with 2. Surely not. No way do we see the clutch of the year coming in, but no, TBI will get it done, and it's from the heroic play of the on player of Dirty.
What did we just witness here? What just happened? How can this happen in a golden round? And look at them, they're so happy. They're so happy. I love to see it. Hey, gotta give it to TBI. They're so happy for this win. I mean, they really deserve it after this last round. And what can I say about Lazarus? Unfortunate, really.
Yeah, it really is, right? I mean, this was such an interesting game just to see as an opener, nonetheless, too, is the fact that Lazarus had a really good, you know, beginning of the game where they had control. It was up like 9-6. TBI, I don't know where they pulled it out of, but they just made this massive comeback. And they pushed everything to getting the whole thing done. And then Lazarus were able to get some win back in the sales. And pushing into a golden round is just mayhem. But honestly, I don't think that could have been any better for TBI, just again, because I was nitpicking a little bit of Dirty last week, and I'm so glad to see that he is just playing full cylinders, right? Like, he is finding himself opening duels. He's now putting up massive numbers and able to get a 4K to, you know, end around like that. Chef's kiss.
Yeah, I mean, TBI is just so happy to have Dirty at this point. I mean, without him, they probably wouldn't have won. But also, you gotta give it to King, right? King, I mean, I believe he's the IGL, right? But the way he controls his team, the way he motivates them, everything is just so on point, and you gotta love it. This is not what you see all day. I mean, you can see it here, the frags by Vi is very well done, but hey, I think if T-Bay stays like this also for the next map, right, I think they have a really, really good chance to win.
Yeah, they now have themselves, you know, a good piece about getting some, you know, some points on the board. And, you know, I was kind of saying that, like, again, their placement was interesting because they're kind of near the bottom right now, but at the same time, like, they showed us that they're doing well. Like, they played good against 3BL previously in the last week, and now it looks like they're even playing a lot better. And it takes a lot of resilience to be able to get yourself, you know, in a losing situation into the point of winning, to losing control, and then winning it again, right? I mean, I think that really builds a lot of character. So a really, really impressive showing coming in from TBI. But the same thing too is, like, honestly, I think Lazarus again are still showing us that they are a team you can't mess with. They are a team that has been able to, you know, find themselves in great situations, and they're starting it off way better than what I've seen before, which is a good, exciting note here.
Yeah, you kind of have to feel sorry for Lazarus. I mean, they played against Anubis, also they played overtime and lost the golden round, and now they just, you know, the next match they also lost it now, and I don't know how to feel for them. I mean, they're probably pretty devastated. Obviously, I would be too, but you know, you can just hope for them to, you know, I don't know, to rethink everything they've done, and eventually they will figure it out, I hope.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see, like, in terms of the overall stats, like, just kind of the players that were, you know, statistically the best and the MVPs and everything like that too, because I think it's going to be tough, because again, there's a lot of conversation about, you know, I think the overall stats are going to show this right now, but I mean, I love that we see Dirty with that 1.81, and again, for you, Pando, anything that kind of sticks out?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think obviously I didn't expect that outcome at all, right? I was hoping Lazarus kind of steps up more, but hey, I'm not against TBI here. I mean, I love how they play. I love everything they do here, and obviously you can see it with the stats here. What kind of disappoints me is the performance of Vice coming back to Lazarus here. I mean, obviously he wasn't doing so great at the 36 Demons, I believe. So I was just hoping for him to perform better, but hey, maybe it was just not his day. Maybe the next map is better for him.
Yeah, maybe, right? And I think I'm glad you brought him up, because he was somebody that, you know, we talked a little bit about for the opening, you know, the season last week, was the fact that he was on 36 Demons. He was one of those guys that you were kind of looking for somebody to be able to find, you know, some bigger impacts and bigger numbers, but maybe not as much here. But we have seen it before, so we'll have to see if we'll see it again. But we are going to take that short little break. We're going to get ready for the second map, and we're going to cool things off here with the players. So we'll see you in just a few minutes. Okay, welcome back. We're ready to go for the first series of the day, but we're on map number 2, and it is going to be on Compound. And it's been a bit of a crazy, little bit of a start of the day, right? It was overtime, now to a golden round, and now we get to see how things are going to come through. And Tando, anything for you that you're kind of looking for on a map like this? Like the only thing I think you brought up, which I did really like in the beginning, was, you know, this was a map where it was overtime, and you know, for Lazarus, but they weren't able to get it done from the last week.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to expect here. Obviously, I hope Lazarus kinda, you know, left behind the last game and just focused on, yeah, this one here. And you can already see, hello, Beva running through, Jin and Vice, hello, how you doing? No, I think if Lazarus kind of focused on, you know, what they're best at, you know, strats and everything, they will have a good time here. But TBI, obviously, they have the momentum. They're so hyped. They're together in a room. They just want to win. So yeah, I don't know. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, it's a good point, and I think you are right. I mean, the fact that TBI are, you know, playing together and, you know, in the same house, and like they're landing together, they're definitely feeling it. The vibes are really positive right now, and they are riding on that high as they're able to get the first map done, and they got themselves some points regardless, which is always good to see. And now they're just going to get into the site. HDZ just tucked away, but they're able to find them easily. Smoke's coming in, utility. Now it's going to be a retake scenario for Lazarus, and they're split apart. This is a tough one. I mean, you have Madison and Loons, the last 2 players remaining on this. They're trying everything they can. Nice kill coming in from Madison, but again, that's a lot of work ahead of them. TBI, they just need to play this post plant perfectly, right? They don't need to overpeak this, and I already like these positions now.
Yep, and this is going to be, again, a tough retake and a tough start for them as well. I don't see them winning here. I mean, okay, never mind. It seems like they actually are able to do it here, but Menacin not quite able to finish him off. Now time is ticking down, and Booker is doing the exact right thing to just wait and let the timer go down. Well done from TBI once again, but Lazarus, I didn't believe they had any chance, but they made it a little bit more serious there. But hey, I'm not against it, you know, I like to see it.
No, me too. And I mean, let's not forget, like, again, that was when TBI were in the position of, you know, the man advantage. Like, they were huge numbers. So the fact that it was, what I think it was like a 2-on-4.
Yep.
And Lazarus brought that into a 1v1. Like, that's madness. And that was really, really close. And I was thinking, like, yeah, I think this is a TBI round easily. And then I'm like, oh, hang on a second. That's not so easy anymore. It's still a bit grindy. And that's kind of been the whole tale of this game, right? I mean, these guys have honestly made these rounds so close. It's hard to, you know, nitpick anything just because it is down to those 2v2s or even a 1v1.
Yeah, I've been talking to some of the pro players, and I've been asking them, like, okay, what do you think, who has the better advantage on Compound? And most of them told me that the GR side is slightly favored, and I think we will see this coming through this game. I mean, obviously, you know, there's a lot of ways you can go through. There's a lot of things you can smoke because the Compound is pretty open, right? I mean, except for Belong maybe, but everything else you can pretty much throw utility from everywhere, right? So this is also why I like the utility use on this map, right? But you know, we'll see. I think especially Lazarus, right? Because they use so much at utility. They use so much for their strats, and you know, for some reason, King, hello, how you doing? He's suddenly just killing again Jin and Vice for some reason. But yeah, like I was mentioning, Lazarus usually pretty tactical, pretty cool with their utility, but we have to see if they're capable of doing it once again.
Yeah, and it's actually it's funny because it is like, how are you doing? Because TBI again are in that situation where it is the 5-on-3. They put themselves in a great numbers advantage, but it's a question of, like, now Lazarus, they've shown us they could do this where they bring it right down to the grind, but can they do it again? 20 now seconds remaining. Now the timer is going. TBI have to get moving. The bomb is going to make its way into this site. I think Loons is the one player close on by. He just has to deny this. He has to be able to find that. That's a good way to start it off. And Lazarus, they're making things interesting. There's only seconds remaining to get this plant down, and it's going to be tight. It's going to be close, and it's not even going to matter because Beva's going to come out of nowhere, and he's going to be able to find the double, and TBI will maintain a 2-0 once again.
Yeah, you gotta love this run and gun action from Beva here. I mean, it's just a classic CrossFire scenario, right? You just run, gun, shoot, and win the round. This is exactly what you like to see. But yeah, you really gotta give it to TBI. They're really doing their best, right? I mean, you heard in an interview earlier from King, right? He was talking about like some issues when it comes to the team communication, but right now I don't see none of it. I think they're actually pretty well when it comes to that.
Yeah, and I think the fact that they're playing in the same location makes a huge difference, right? Because I think for a team that is kind of reinventing themselves, they were the ones that had a pretty big roster shuffle that happened in the beginning of this season. It's really important, and I think that just elevates them even more. They're just going to get that experience. They're going to get that practice together. King is a pretty animated guy, right? He likes to talk with his hands, and he's moving around a lot, which is good to see, and it's just a lot of passion, right? So it's only going to make these guys play better and better. And you have Dirty on the screen there. I think that's Beva, the man of the hour, that was able to find that double. So we saw this before where TBI were able to get the first opening couple rounds, but this is where, Lazarus, in previous game, they were able to have themselves a bit of a climb back, but we'll have to wait and see. A lot of thoughts coming through right now from the Lazarus camp, and you can see they're just kind of waiting things out. Little chats here and there, and I think that's Madison, I think, and he's having a few words.
Yeah, finally we get some talk in here. I mean, they've been pretty mute here. But yeah, I like to see them conversate, finally getting some words out, let's see. Okay, I think they started off pretty weak, I would say. But this is not over until they win or lose, so I don't know. I just hope for them they finally get it done.
Yeah, it looks like still I think there's a bit of a tech pause coming through, so a little bit of a waiting period. But again, it's an interesting note here just for these guys. And I think, again, like you said, the conversation looks like it's starting to flow through a little bit more for Lazarus, which is a cool thing. Well, gonna take that break, and we'll just take a few minutes here to figure things out, and we'll be back in just a few. Well, we are definitely ready. We're now back in it. That technical is a little bit shorter, so we're happy to be back. 2-0 for TBI. Lazarus still looking for a round, and single arms and back on compound, and Pando and Laz here to walk you through it. And Pando, how you feeling about everything so far? Looking like TBI have been able to get themselves a decent start already.
Yeah, I just love the confidence by TBI. You know, they play a complete different game than last time, right? There's no hesitation, there's no waiting, there's nothing you can kind of criticize. You know, I mean, obviously they're not perfect, but I love their improvement so far.
Yeah, it's definitely been a big improvement. Really good thing to see, and we're gonna see how much more they can do. We talked a lot about the difference for TBI and their communication and playing together in the same house right now, and just building that cohesion as a group and looking better and better. And now Lazarus, you know, having a devastating loss on the first after a big lead, and now Jin, he's gonna have to find something, but not gonna happen. TBI gonna win the first engagement. Vi's trying everything he can to just kind of slow this down. TBI actually, since they lost that body, they're actually going to pull back on this plan, and I really like this. Again, still a minute on the clock, lots of time to work with. Now they're going to get a feeler. There is some aggression coming in from the side of Lazarus from Madison. He's actually playing quite aggressive just behind the single box. Booker, if he's able to find this timing of it and can get that duel, that's going to be huge, right? Because now Lazarus, they're going to lose a player. They have to reconfigure their defense.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Madison's just waiting for the time to go down, because eventually you have to move, and he's gonna take advantage over that. And earlier, I feel like Jin wasn't really focused. I mean, the grenade he was trying to throw was not that important, you know? And you can really tell, as you can see here, nice, this was what I was talking about earlier, right? So you can really tell TBI did their homework, you know, they know exactly what they want to do, but well, never mind. Lazarus with the perfect hold here, and yeah, obviously gotta give it to Madison. Great timing. He was probably just looking at the clock, waiting for it to go down, and this was just perfect by him.
Yeah, that was really big, right? I mean, that's where we were talking about his positioning behind single box was really good control. Like, he pushed up, he wasn't contested, and like you said, he was probably just looking at the clock. He was like, hey, I'm just gonna wait, I'm gonna find the best timing in the world, and he did. And the fact that he gets the double, TBI were never expecting him to be there that quickly, and that's good work coming in from Lazarus, and they really needed that. And now we're starting to see them, you know, kind of getting the building blocks a little bit, slowly and surely. But they needed someone to come up big, and that's a player to do it, right? Madison feeling himself now. Now he's starting to look with a little bit of gas, you know, and TBI now fighting for B main control once again. They're just trying to, you know, get a feeler to make sure Lazarus aren't being aggressive one more time and maybe a little paranoid.
But for a good reason, right? I mean, look at Jin here. He needs to do all by himself once again, but but I think Lazarus is kind of lacking once again, right? They kind of leave Belong open. I mean, obviously they have a reason for it, right? They probably their standard is, you know, leave Belong open, just wait, get info, and, you know, play from there. But what I like to see a lot is, you know, maybe an AWP Belong with another support, with a flash coming through Belong, and yeah, well, maybe we will see it shortly, but as you can see now, TBI kind of preparing the mid push, and look at this util use. It's so great. Loons is left in smoke here, and eventually he's gonna have to fight a big fight here. But look at this, just pre-firing. Zed here gets one. Can he find more? He gets two, maybe three. No, Beva cleans him up, and this is just falling apart. Beva good for 2 HDZ. He's not able to get anything done from there. Madison and Jin left alone. They don't really have a lot of info here, but apparently Jin spotted Dirty in GR. And you can see Jin taking advantage over it. And Dirty, once again, left alone. The main sniper here. It's a good position though, but will he be able to find what he needs to find?
Yeah, and this is a good angle too, right? Like, I mean, he's playing just kind of behind the Jennies, weighing things out a little bit. He's able to find that one, looking for a little bit more, but he just can't be able to get the second one done. And Lazarus doing what they do best. They're making the comeback now. It's a 2-2, and a great round coming in from, you know, the beginning of Loons, able to find that double. And then once again, you know, Jin with the clutch factor. This is a good highlight here, just kind of showcasing a little bit of that, you know, start that he needed. And he kind of read them like a book, right? Like, he knew exactly what they were going to do, and that pre-fire was everything.
Yeah, I love how Jin kind of pulled the handbrake there. You know, he was kind of jiggling so he doesn't get sniped. And yeah, it worked out for him. And finally, we're getting some rounds by Lazarus here. It's break to even now. Let's see. Jin has a lot of pressure to deal with now, but smokes them off. Gets to a safe place and probably calling for backup. Vi's already coming through. And now we have to see a good flash here. King fully blinded. You can see it in his face cam there. But let's see Jin patiently waiting for his time to act. But Vice, also his support player here, and TBI eventually has to make a move. Well, okay, they're probably just moving back now, you know, they have some map control, they know what to do, and now we have to wait what they're going to plan out here.
Yeah, a little bit more of, again, just a feeler, which is really good to see. You'd love to see it. And I mean, a good situation right now for TBI. Again, just kind of getting feelers, just kind of, you know, exploring the map a little bit. Now they're going to be able to find HDZ in this aggression by himself, but HDZ needs to be able to find something. He just can't, and he actually does in the last second. He's able to get the Colt with a bit of a headshot. And then now, I mean, a situation where it is back to the 4-4. Lazarus kind of, you know, tuck and tail a little bit here. They're going to reposition themselves, just keep one player in this B site. And it's just under a minute remaining here in TBI. They still got some decisions to make here.
Yeah, 1 minute left. Make it 45 seconds now. I mean, you know, it's always interesting. You know, usually players always have mid control, but this time around, they're only leaving King and Tower here. And Vice a little bit risky here, but I think he will take the peak eventually just for that info. And there you go, Vice with the peak. I mean, what can you expect? 25 seconds on the board. You don't really feel like someone is still in Tower, but Jin now in the clutch situation. Beva with the jump shot. I think it was even blind though. But now TBI has to hold against Loons and Medicine. They're not wasting any time. They're just going straight for the side here. Loons good for one. But Booker and Gainer cleaning him up and leaving them in dust. And once again, it feels like Lazarus has the right idea here to, you know, instantly enter the bomb site, but it doesn't really work out that well. And, you know, I hope they can fix that soon. And look at this. They're actually pushing mid. This is an adjustment I was looking for. Instant rotation towards mid, but unlucky for them, no one is in mid. And, well, what can you say? The approach was nice. I hope we see it one more time soon, but let's see.
Oh, man. Man, oh, man. Such a grind of a game. But, I mean, that's kind of what we expected, right? I mean, we were talking about this in the beginning. We were like, look, like, I mean, I think on paper we were saying, like, Lazarus, you know, it'd be easy to have that conversation to say this could be a 2-0, but man, I love the fact that we're seeing TBI just putting this game and, you know, a back and forth and making it really challenging. And, you know, the first opening weekend definitely didn't show that what TBI can really bring, right? They had some tough competition. They had some tough teams they had to play, and it was not an easy one for them, but they are definitely making this a big piece here to see if they can get themselves even the conversation of a 2-0 maybe, but they're looking pretty good to see what they can do against Lazarus. Now a minute remaining. Lazarus repositioning themselves, playing a lot more passive on this A, and the bomb's actually in the back of tower, so TBI still kind of guessing what they want to do.
Surely, I mean, they're just gaining map control at this point, and they really do have it, you know? You can see a long mid and even belong. I mean, Jin is still kind of close, and they don't really have any control of garden so far, but they don't really need it because they know Jin is there, you know? Eventually, maybe he's a little bit further, maybe he's a little bit more in the back, but they know he's there, and it's always a guaranteed kill if they push it there, but I think this looks like a B fake, and they're going towards A long here, as you can see, free towards A. But look at this Jin finally getting some. Let's see. Never mind. Okay, let's see if Jin is able to get one more here. But finally, he gets some confidence. You know, finally stepping up for his team, and this is what they needed. But Loons now needs to hold the A long push, and it seems like he kinda does, but not actually getting effect. Finally gets two though. This is a very, very winnable situation here, but Beva unlucky, his time ran out, and yeah, you don't see that many times, no? Usually the round ends by, you know, the bomb or, you know, everyone is dead, but time running out is not really like the best thing to happen.
No, and that's kind of happened a few times, right? Like that's the weird part. So honestly, big play from Loons, just again clutch coming in from him. He has a really good read on this, so does a good job. Now HDZ trying to get a little bit more aggro here with the Yalm, but he gets punished for it. Yeah, he takes Gator down to 12 HP, but ooh, a little BM. Okay. All right. Yeah, things are getting a little tense here on the playing field, but it's been a tight game though.
it's yeah, I don't know what to say about that one, but I think it's also kind of mind play, right? Like, you want your opponent to be mad so he does mistakes, but Gainer, you shouldn't be too confident, you know? You're almost dead, but let's see if that actually works out. I mean, HDZ for some reason has a hard day today. I'm not sure why, and look at this Menacin with the key position. They're gonna check the right side first, I believe. Yep, there you go. And now, Menacin, what are you doing? You need to do something, come on, hey, and this is falling apart now, Lazarus. Can they hold the side from TBI? And look at this, it works out great for them. Loons and Vice doing their very best. Loons now just buying time, and someone needs to hit a shot. Booker now trading him out. Jin left alone in a 1v1 situation, and he gets the upper hand with a nice free K. This is what you like to see. I mean, it was a little bit shaky, especially from Menacin. I'm not sure what he was trying to hold. I mean, he eventually needs to, you know, get some info, like may do a little peek, but if they peek him like that, he has no chance to even react, you know? This is just how CrossFire works.
Yeah, exactly. And I was thinking, like, there should have been, like, some utility coming in from a teammate. Like, I thought Loons maybe would have thrown a flash or something so that he could swing. But no, nothing at all. Menacin just kind of played this, like, one and done spot, but he wasn't even able to find a kill. So it seemed kind of a bit awkward. I don't know if maybe that's a miscommunication on there, but even that fight that was happening in the A side, I was thinking, I'm like, hey, look, we're gonna have to hit the DM servers after this, guys, because there's a lot of bullets flying and nobody getting hit. But I got to give it to Loons. He was still playing in that tight corner position. He got himself in a great spot, just stayed alive as long as possible. And then, you know, Jin kind of came, you know, from the back, and he was able to get himself that triple. So they're going to go back in a lead. And they haven't been able to do that for a little while now. So a small taste of it, but it's still definitely up to anybody's game right now. Even TBI, they've left the bomb all the way in the back. Like they have no intention of any plan yet. But a good setup from Lazarus. They've actually switched this up in mid. And I think this is the first time we've actually seen them kind of, you know, go for this a little bit of a unique little left and right setup.
Yeah, I mean, changing the script obviously makes sense here. I like to see it, especially because this is something we don't usually get to see, but this mid, if they decide to go mid, I don't see them winning here. I mean, this is actually a very standard setup as well. I mean, I think Menacin is looking to the wall, so he's like in an anti-flash position, and Vice is there to, yeah, you know, to get anyone done here, but this actually seems like they want to drop from tower here. Let's see, there you go, the tower drop comes through, and this setup seems to work out in their favor. Menacin needs to hit the shots here. Dirty actually able to find him here. Menacin good for 2. Now Booker trying to help his friend, but as you can see, it didn't really work out in his favor. And this is what I was talking about, right? Even though they flashed the midsection there, it doesn't even matter, because obviously Menacin in the anti-flash position doesn't even need to worry about being blind. And this worked out perfectly fine. This was a very, very good round by Lazarus.
Very good round from Lazarus. Now they're starting to pick things up a little bit. Even Bev is able to find that first engagement, but it's a trade back coming through, so you love to see that. Jin's having himself a bit of a field day right now. He's starting to put up some good kills, and TBI now putting a little bit more of a pace on this one. They're not going to wait things out. Great flash comes in. Throw him from Vise. He's able to just kind of slow them down. They're not going to go on the right-hand side. Now they're going to re-change their plan, and Menacin able to get things started here with the double. Finally, a little bit of something coming in from Dirty, but him and Booker are low in the HP department, looking to see what they're going to be able to do. Lazarus now just swinging their bodies, and the teeter-totter now leading here on TBI's side, and Loons by himself with 100 HP. He's got that advantage. He knows that both these guys should be lit, but now you have to go in one of the most difficult sites to retake on, in my opinion, and instead of going through the main way, he's going to go through the back door and see if he's going to be able to get his opening.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. I mean, retaking B side is one of the most difficult sites to retake, and I mean, he doesn't even get to there, but I think it was such a nice flash. I believe it was from Vice, right? This is the perfect example how this is the best example how one flash can turn around one round, right? I mean, they didn't win in the end, but he was throwing that flash so far behind them, they all turned around, and even though they all turned around, everyone was blind, and they needed to adjust their routing plan, right? So they wanted to go to highway from highway to B, but then they decided, okay, never mind, let's go back to A main and let's hit A side, and yeah. Obviously, that also didn't really work out in the end. They won the round, but I really love this utility here.
Yeah, I think it's great to see that even a situation where Lazarus, I think they were able to get themselves scraped in that first half of the 5-4, but it was definitely a lot of situations where it looks really good for them, and then for some reason it falls apart, and that was kind of the same thing for both these teams, which was really, really interesting. So again, such a close game. This one honestly has just been so up in the air, and I think the one thing I really agree with you that you talked about in the beginning, and I like, you don't want to like pinpoint it on him, but it does seem like HDZ is kind of looking a bit uncomfortable so far in this whole series. I don't feel like we've seen him kind of find good success like he normally does, right? He's kind of the guy that I think he's like reliable, right? He's normally the guy that can find some good duels. You know, he's able to put that, you know, sniper to work, but it feels like it's a little bit quiet here on weekend number 2.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm not sure what's up with him. Usually he's really, really the key player here. You know, he opens the room, he makes space for his team, but I don't know. If I'm correct, I don't even saw him talking like the entire time. I mean, obviously he's talking to his team when it comes to callouts and everything, but like in these break situations, I don't see him talk at all. I think he's really just hanging there, trying to, he's obviously trying his best, but I think TBI, I don't know if it's their plan, but you saw Gainer shooting earlier on his dead body, right? And I think they're kind of trying to get him, more desperate or whatever. And if that's their plan, it's really, really working out so far.
Well, we're about to find out. 5-4 was the half, and now Lazarus going to be on the blacklist side to see what they're going to be able to do. And I mean, again, they've shown us that they can be pretty proficient on this, but TBI have really looked a lot different on the GR, and double OM here going to be, so now Bev is actually going to equip it here for the secondary, so very, very interesting. A 4-1 stack coming in from them, now kind of leaving Booker now with the rotate. So they're trying some high numbers on a few things, which I do like. And Lazarus, once again, are just playing that very slow style right now. They're going to try to go for this A main fight. This is not going to be good. This is going to be a bloodbath. There's multiple players from both sides now going for a big fight. Dirty getting that on in the first hit duel. Now HDZ was able to get something started a little bit. Now the number advantage is here for Lazarus. But for how long?
Yeah, I like the setup by TBI. I believe I saw it from a Brazilian team at the last Invitational, but this time around it didn't really work out for them. I mean, the jump spot was correct, the positioning was correct, but maybe the aiming just wasn't on point, or I don't know what happened there. But in the end, it didn't work out for them. You can see Jin also just jump spotting them, and kind of cheeky play. Booker doesn't really like that, and you can see he's approaching Jin here, not knowing HDZ is there to support him, and this is really what Jin is hoping for here. You can see he's just toying around with him. I like to see it. There's also a little bit of fun coming through. But yeah, 40 seconds on the boards. Eventually they have to do something. And look at this Booker. Hello, how you doing? Just clapping Vice here. What's happening?
Yeah, I don't know. And now Gainer, he's actually going for a swing. He takes down the head of Jin. That's actually going to be the bomb dropped as well. So now it's all down to Loons to see, and now HDZ with a sliver of HP. This nade might just do it. No, it will not, but it's just Bevan needing to find something. He needs one bullet, and there it is. We're right back into a tie game. A 5-5 we go, and it was coming down to the critical seconds. I think it was like, what, 8 remaining, so man, they have just been really, really running that clock low.
Yeah, and it almost seems like HDZ was able to win that round, but unfortunately, I mean, this grenade also was super dangerous, and it kind of forced him to push, and yeah, it didn't work out in the end. But hey, you gotta give it to him. He's really trying his best. He's not having the best performance so far. I mean, obviously he has 2 kills right now. It's really good, but yeah, I hope he can kind of come back to his, you know, old habits, like just to run, be confident, get the frags here and there, and this is really what Lazarus needs here.
Yeah, I think if we see him like kind of getting a bit more activated and a bit more, you know, in the favor of winning some of these fights, it could change things around a lot for Lazarus right now. And again, yeah, it's not to pinpoint it on him or anything, but like you said, it's kind of one of those players you normally see, you know, having some pretty decent games or that consistency. So even that little bit of a dip right now is kind of, you know, making this even that much closer of a game. So, but single arm here for the defensive side. Lazarus again, just you know, kind of poking and prying what they want to do, hanging back. Bombs in the back of the map. They're expecting some kind of, you know, full aggression, some full flank that's going to come through, but not the case here. I'm a little bit nervous for this bomb carrier to be by himself. It is scary. I mean, I know his teammates now will be here, but that was pretty risky if there was somebody pushed up, right?
Yeah, totally, you're right. I mean, hey, Loons doesn't know if there's anyone close, but I believe, you know, they probably know what TBI usually does there, and that's also why they're not afraid. And look at this, they are approaching a bomb site like nothing matters. Look at Booker, not afraid, and Beva also with the 2 frag here all by himself. Now again, leaving HTZ all by himself with only 20 seconds remaining. And I don't see him win this one. I mean, this really seems impossible for him, and I hope they're using this time to just, you know, talk over what happened, what went wrong, and yeah, what can I say? I like the approach by Lazarus to just jump on site and try to hit their shots, but TBI with their setup, I don't see that happening. And now the timer runs down. You know, it gets a free frag on Gainer here. Nice to have. Maybe nice for a little confident boost here. I mean, he's 4-1. He's really hitting his shots, but if the rest of his team doesn't, you know, come with him, I don't see them winning it.
Yeah, it's definitely becoming a point where I think, you know, for Lazarus, like we're still seeing them being really slow, you know, taking it a pretty snail approach, right? And I'm kind of wondering if they want to like start things up a little bit, try to find an early fight maybe, because even right now, TBI, look at what they've done. They've been able to push themselves already through B main. Double player going to be coming through this doorway. Like, they have a lot of control right now. They don't even have to go through this. Them just being posted up here is a massive amount of play. Now they're going to aggress. They're the ones that are going to be able to pounce. They want to get more rounds. They want to get things moving a little bit. Lazarus, they have no idea what's just happened. Everybody's just bombarding them now. HDZ back into a clutch, looking to see what he's going to be able to do. But he now has to find 4. TBI just have to go 1 by 1 here to throw this one away, but they will not. And they honestly take a great round. And I wanted to see some fast pace, but TBI, they beat us to it.
Yeah, and I hope anyone in the chat really noticed the strat. I mean, I personally know it from GV. They usually did this, you know, they sent 2 people towards BC and the rest of them just pushed mid, and this is exactly what happened here, the pinch from mid. I love to see it. The aggression really comes through. Lazarus didn't expect that at all. No one was really ready to, you know, react to it, and even though the strat is really old and, you know, maybe a little bit outdated, but it doesn't feel that way, you know? It feels like this was exactly the right thing to do here on Compound.
Yeah, I love that. And it's one of those things that I feel like when you see the defensive side just, you know, kind of extending themselves like that, it's one of those things that can be, it is risky, but man, if you're able to get it, it is such a big reward, because the fact they were able to just, you know, kind of slice right into mid like that was just devastating here for Lazarus fans. So we'll have to see. They're getting a little bit more decisive here from the BL side. They're going to go through mid. Flash is coming in. Beva now pushed back a little bit with that utility. Good flashes and nades coming through. Lazarus going to get stopped on the tracks a little bit. Madison barely able to escape with his life. He finally will go to the grave. So TBI win the first engagement, but now look at Gainer. He's playing an aggressive angle. He can't seem to find these, but now it's just Dirty that's trying to get his back. King doing a great job as well, leaving it all down to Jin, someone that's been able to do some good effects in this game and in this whole series, but this is asking a lot for the 1-on-3, 2 players swing together, and TBI now put themselves on an 8th round.
Yeah, and I feel like we kind of have to give credit to HDZ here. He's really trying his best. He's really getting them frags on the board, but I feel like the rest of them, they don't really get the frags they need to have, you know. Especially if you can see Vice and Menacin, they haven't done a single frag since we last went to the break here, but we really want them to step it up so we can have a more equal fight, unless, you know, they don't really want to win, but I don't think that's the case. So TBI here, a great show so far, you know, they are 3 rounds ahead, and they're looking to extend that lead.
Let's not forget too, I mean, this was a 5-4 half that was in favor for Lazarus, so they haven't even been able to find a round. So this has been, they won the first half. It's been TBI that have been able to bring 4 in a row now. And we talked a lot of, like, and I'm glad you said it, I should say, is the fact that, you know, we were saying, look, HDZ, we want to see more out of him. And we are. Like, he's sitting himself at a 7-3, which is great, but and now it's kind of flop-sided where everybody else isn't really finding these frags, right? Like both Buys and Madison both sitting in an 0-4. So it's almost like we wanted HDZ to do something, but now we're starting to see other people from Lazarus, unfortunately, just on a little bit of sleep at the wheel, maybe. I don't know. But TBI have, you know, now put themselves back into this piece about 4 rounds in a row. This is what they did before, and maybe some of that pressure seeping back in for the Lazarus side.
Yep. Let's see what they bring to the table now. I mean, if you are Lazarus right now, what do you think? Like, oh, that's exactly what you don't want. Loons. I mean, Gainer with a great timing here, but what are you thinking if you are Lazarus right now? I mean, the pressure is high, the time is running out, the rounds go away, and eventually you have to make an improvement, and I don't see that happening here. I mean, TBI is just playing the perfect game so far. I mean, it feels like TBI is in their heads. TBI just knows exactly what Lazarus is planning to do, and you can see it here. Look at this King. He's not even afraid at all. And it continues as I speak. I mean, HDZ once again, the last man standing. How many times do we have to see it? And eventually the time is running down again, and TBI is not giving it any chance. I mean, even though HDZ gets these, you know, last frags here, it's the second time the timer runs out, and you can really see it in HDZ's face. He's, yeah, I feel it. I can really feel that way, yeah.
Yeah, it's starting to become, you know, I think, you know, I don't know if you caught this too, but I think it was King, you know, with the player cam. I love when we get player cams, by the way, because you could just see there was a big smirk on his face, and he's like, yeah, I'm in their head. I'm calling this game. We are winning this, and now we're just going to come through mid, just like that, within seconds. They want it done. Why not? They're going to get it done. It's going to be a 10-5, and TBI, they're going to start things off with a weekend with a 2-0, and they are now going to jumpstart themselves on this leaderboard, and you could see the excitement on the man, and they earned it.
They earned it, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's so nice to see them that way, you know. After last week's performance, you know, obviously I didn't do too bad, but also not too great, and this really feels so good for them, you know. Hey, 2-0 against Lazarus, this is exactly what they were looking for.
I mean, that's the thing, like, the fact that we saw the 5-4 half coming in from Lazarus, and they didn't win in a single round. I mean, it was honestly TBI. Like, I couldn't believe what we saw from these guys. Like, they just looked so motivated, so fired up, and they played a perfect second half to end this game. And honestly, I'm more than impressed right now, because we talked about this, you know, Kyle and I were going on a bit of a tangent about TBI are on this really cool point that they're a contending team, but we just needed to see something different. And I think you brought this up on the desk earlier, talking about Dirty and the fact that now he's on this team, which is great, and now he's starting to play a lot better, because I think that first game on the first weekend was a bit rough for him, just in terms of, you know, getting used to it and the competition and just, you know, that little bit of pressure and expectations. But today, and, you know, this was a really big statement, and the fact that now they find a 2-0 is everything they wanted, and I'm sure TBI fans are just more than ecstatic right now.
Yeah, I feel like TBI really has found a way to, you know, manage their communication, manage their anger, their whatever, you know. I feel like they really made a big improvement here, and they proved it today. King wasn't lying in that interview, you know. He was exactly telling us what their dream is and what they want to do here, and so far, you know, you gotta give it to him. I mean, maybe Lazarus hadn't had the best day today, but gotta give it to TBI here. Great job.
Yeah, honestly, really impressed. Really impressed to see. And I'm really excited to see the stats when we bring them up here too, because I was trying to think about like who I thought who an MVP would really necessarily be. Like, I think there's a lot of conversation where you could talk about all these players just because King was able to find himself some good lurk kills. He's able to find himself doubles and get out of situations, but Beva was actually having himself a really good moment of just getting those first initial duels where he kind of, stops the aggression from Lazarus. So yeah, so that's the biggest thing is TBI are going to start things off with a great 2-0. That's going to end it for that series, but it doesn't matter because we got plenty more games. We're going to have an LCK taking on 3BL. So we're going to take a break as we get ready for that one and buckle up because this one is going to be a bar burner.
They're gonna have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing Crossfire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice fast and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
Okay, well, we're finally back and ready to go. A little bit of a break, but we got ourselves a pretty interesting matchup because it is going to be the number 1 and number 2 team playing against each other. It's going to be LCK taking on 3BL and Pando. I don't know, but you got any initial thoughts on this one? Because I feel like we could talk forever about this one.
Yeah, we can. I mentioned to you earlier, but I feel like, I'm not sure why, but I feel like one of these teams is gonna get stumped. I know this sounds weird and it's probably not really realistic, but for some reason I feel like either LCK or 3BL on whatever map they're gonna dominate. I'm not sure why, but I just hope something like this happens.
Yeah, you know what? That's an interesting point to make, and you know what? I'm not even against it because right now, I mean, again, we're talking about number 1, number 2, the round differential by 1, right? So LCK are barely holding on to this number 1 spot. So this is interesting that both of them are actually going to be playing each other right away. And you know, the other thing too is, you know, in past, you know, these guys have been able to split each other, right? It's been a lot of 1-on-1s in the past, like back in June of last year they did that, where LCK were able to have a 10-5 and then, you know, 3BL would come back with a 10-8, and then the same thing in August. It would be, you know, dominant games where actually they did split each other and it was a 10-3 for LCK and then a 10-2 for 3BL. So I kind of agree with you. There's so much on the plate here to say, you know, there could be a big stompage, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a 1-on-1, just considering that these two teams are honestly the most lethal and most dangerous.
I mean, obviously that's something you're looking for, right? I mean, LCK had a great performance against GV on Blacklist on Compound, and also wait, let me check. Yeah, LCK also won on Compound, so yeah, LCK should be really confident. But on the other side, obviously 3BL was kind of stomping TBI, you know, not completely, but you know, I feel like both of these teams have a great, you know, chance to make it happen here today. But we have to see which maps they're gonna play, and you can see it right here. It's gonna be quite interesting. Not what I expected, but what do you think?
This is a little bit different in the sense of the Black Widow being a decider. Like, this is really interesting for me. So I thought Port was definitely going to be on the plate, but I definitely didn't expect to see, you know, Black Widow kind of being a decider, in all honesty.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really tough for me to tell who is gonna be the better team on, you know, each map, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like LCK might have the better tendencies here. I mean, they've just been so great lately. I mean, even last season, right? So, you know, we just have to see who's gonna be the better team today.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is, like, I think the fact that we're gonna be starting on Port is definitely gonna be it's going to be a lot of history, right? Because again, I think for, you know, both these teams, like they both can show us that they can be strong on this. I think the one thing though, again, is that I wonder for 3BL, because when we saw them, you know, last week, they looked good, but they also didn't look the best that they could, right? And that was kind of the big effect. But I mean, we're gonna find out. Like we said, this is the Titans facing each other off, and why not make it early? Why not making some duels happen early on? They want to get right into the action. They're not messing around. They just want to, you know, get the gloves off right away. They just want to have a full fist fight, and this is just back and forth of mayhem. And now we're going to see 3BL. They're going to have to refigure out themselves a little bit on this one. LCK still got lots of time to work with on the clock, but Pando, they are not messing around.
They're not wasting any time for sure, and especially for LCK on the BL side, you can really tell they're so aggressive. I think there's not a single team that, you know, play like them. They're so aggressive. They're always using these kind of, how would you say, like kind of timings, you know, especially, you know, the game just started and they were already close to A long, ready to take that fight. As you can see right now, they're just going for it, not wasting any time here. And you can see Spoxy getting Snake here, and it's going back and forth. Todd now left alone versus Spoxy and D-Zane. And, you know, if you would ask me, I think this is not very likely for Todd here, especially with Spoxy still alive. You know, Spoxy is such an amazing player. He's, you know, even back in the Re Gaming days when they played together, I think he was always standing out, always the key player, always so nice to watch. And in LCK, this is not getting any less. It's actually pretty nice to see that he's made it to the top leagues here, and I really wish they can keep up this nice performance here.
Yeah, exactly, right? And The other thing I'm going to be looking out for a little bit as well is I think the fact of, you know, someone like Totson, right? I mean, he was somebody that, you know, uncharacteristic of him, but he had himself, you know, in the first opening weekend, it really wasn't like individually his best games. And I think for him, like you could tell, like on the player cam, you could just see like a lot of frustration. And I think he knew, right? It was just one of those days or one of those weekends where nothing was going his way. So I'm hoping to see him, you know, find himself a little bit more reinvented, I guess we'll say, just to, you know, have a different game plan against a pretty strong opponent where it does matter a lot here, right? Because I think ideally both these teams want to find a 2-0, but they know that's going to be a very tough ask here, just considering that these are probably two of the two of the top teams in the whole league. So this thing is going to be no easy feat.
I mean, looking at the Season 1 top 4, I mean, obviously unKnights was second, but don't forget about LCK and 3BL. I mean, obviously those are like the top 3 teams, right, you need to look out for, and I really, really hope they can keep up this performance. And I mean, on port, you know, the tendencies are a little bit more BL-sided, I believe, if I'm not mistaken here. And yeah, what can I say? It's just nice. No, wait, did I say the BL? I mean GR, because GR is always first everywhere, you know? If you look at the map, you know, when they spawn, they have belong control, they have a long control, and they even have mid control. So they can be everywhere first. And now Todd has to win everything here, only gets one though. Now Horus has to hold them off, and this didn't really work out for them. But look at this, LCK actually going back here, and you can see Flex is still holding a long, not letting anyone flank them, and this was a little bit weird to see. I mean, they traded a little bit here, and look at Flex. Flex was so deep on a long already, and now you can see, okay, never mind, let's go back towards mid here. And yeah, I love to see it here. Time is ticking, man. 25 seconds. They need to do something, and I believe they're just gonna go through mid and take their best chances here, but the time is running down, and I don't see them doing anything at this point. You have Slayer getting some great damage done, but Snare now with a nice potential to get it done, and look at this nice performance here by Snare.
Yeah, this was a good performance from Snare, honestly, and putting himself in a pretty good position at the right place at the right time. And I agree. Like, I think I like the idea from LCK, the fact that they were having Flex kind of just lurking himself down long A here. He was trying to get something started, and Slayer even trying to do a little bit of something on his own, but Raffin does take him out right away. So a really good, just you know, post position here, just waiting things out. And I think that's where both these teams are going to be a little unorthodox against each other, just because they have so much history of, you know, splitting maps, or, you know, splitting series, I should say. I don't think there's ever really been a 2-0 against these guys for a long period of time. So I love the like the creativity from LCK that last round. It was a little dicey, but now they got themselves at least an advantage, and they've taken down a heavy hitter like someone like Slayer, and Totson's already lost some of his HP here too. So this is looking great for LCK in the beginning. Well, maybe not so much anymore.
As you mentioned it, Todd is actually proving your points here, but I mean, it looks just nice, you know? Right now, I don't feel like it's gonna be a stomp like I was kind of predicting, but hey, I love this close corner fights, you know? It's not really looking too aggressive, but I mean, LCK is just moving all the time, you know? You can see it on the map. Everywhere they go, there's something happening, and you really love to see it here. And now, Snare, I wonder if he's aware of their position, and he's not actually finding anyone. The timing is not on his side, but Horus and Snake finding Flex here is going to be a very important frag, but we're gonna have to see and wait what Lion Claw and Raffin are going to do.
Coming through mid, and nice kill coming in from Raffin. Looking for a little bit more. Couple shots, made a connection against Snare, and he's actually still going to re-aggress here with the Cult. We'll get something done, and now Lion Claw by himself here for a big clutch scenario. Not able to find the spam, but now he's going to the site where both players are, and that's the nail of the coffin for him. And 3BL are going to put themselves back in a lead position here with the 2-1. And that was such a great highlight we just saw there from Totson. The fact he's just kind of like, you know, bunny hopping a little bit, or like just his movement, finding the double like that. Just, you love to see it. And that's where I was kind of saying, I really want to see him find himself a little more revitalized. And I think we're starting to get it now.
Yeah, now you can see you're about to witness a very, very typical strat here from LCK. And there he goes, just throwing some grenades on top, falling back. This time around didn't really work out. And, well, Slayer is going to be the one that falls. But this strat, usually, I remember it was also from Regame, you know? They used to, you know, stack in front of a long, prepare a nade stack, and it worked quite often. But I think nowadays it doesn't really work out that well anymore. But I love the attempt, and also another kind of old school strat to come through. And Flex is so aggressive, and it always pays out for him for some reason. This guy's confidence is on top.
It is. It really is. And I mean, this is the thing. I'm really glad that they are making this bit of an adjustment too, because, you know, normally for LCK, they've actually been running like a double OM setup, right? I mean, they typically like to have that. And I mean, I talk about OMs, and Snare actually finding himself a really good opening duel, just in the sense of getting the C4 down, now making it back to an equal footing of this. So this is, again, a situation where it's pretty equal footing. I mean, again, in terms of HP, yes, there's a favoritism coming in, but it doesn't matter, because even if Spoxy's wounded, he's still going to take you out with the sniper. Now Snare trying to do everything he can. He's hunting. He's looking. Just waiting around this, and Spoxy's just shooting everything. He's just trying to predict a shot, and Spoxy will be able to find it with the pistol. And we're right back at this thing with the 2-2.
Yeah, and this is what I mentioned earlier, right? It's Spoxy on top all the time. I mean, this guy is just so good. I don't know how he does it, but it reminds me of the old school FaZe days, you know, like the sniper from GV. He also used to be that so crazy, you know, he runs, he shoots, he always be the top fragger for some reason. But Spoxy is such a potential. I see him going to be, you know, on these big tournaments all the time, you know. But I hope, you know, I just hope he's going to have this momentum here.
Yeah, and Spoxy's, like, again, I feel like such a fanboy, because every time I watch him play, man, I'm like, okay, this kid's sick. Like, this kid can just, you know, do some big work. So, like you said, it's cool to see him coming from a team like Regaming, and now he's over here, you know, with a pretty dominant force of players. But we'll see how much of a force they can be in this game. And like we were talking about, you made a bold prediction. You thought this might be a stomp, and maybe things will, right? I mean, they're both cooking, so maybe the final course will be a stomping, but it is becoming a little bit more of that back and forth game, which on paper probably makes the most sense. But Totson just again jiggling here. He's the only player in B, so right now we see a 1-2-2 setup from the defense. Flex just, you know, being aggressive like he normally likes to with the rifle. And Horus has actually got himself in a great position. Look at this. Look at Horus. Oh, he's coming from the back, and now he's going to be able to find himself an easy kill on Spoxy. And everybody's falling down. And Horus has just changed this round entirely and opening things up. And he finds a 4K? In this way? No way. And now he's going for the ace. Why not, Horus? Beat him. And he's going to feast on a 5K.
I'm speechless. What did we just witness? The perfect flank from him. And look at this. This seems way too easy from him. These one taps, like, what is going on here? I mean, obviously my prediction was pretty insane, but what can I say? This guy is just crazy.
He really is. And that was the thing too, right? Like, that's the thing about Horus, that, you know, there's been a lot of talk about him and like how he can be such a strong rifler and such an aggressive player and a playmaker when he needs to, right? There was a little bit of a time where I feel like last season where we got those glimpses, but I feel like, you know, even last weekend we saw him just playing so well, and the later portion of last season he was playing a lot better as well. But man, he looks like he is just really found his own stride a little bit. Love to see it. What a way to find the second ace of this weekend. Like, we're on the second series and we've already seen 2 aces. Like, this is pretty crazy. So now it's gonna have to see if something crazy can happen for LCK, because now Flex is getting a little angry. He's getting a little bit more aggressive. He's trying to find the right pressure point, and unfortunately it's just a one and done.
Yeah, I mean, just like you mentioned, this just proves what kind of level we are working on right now, right? Like, hey, if this isn't top tier Crossfire, I don't know what is. Like, really, this is not what you usually get to see. And I mean, Horus. I was talking so much about here the LCK sniper, but I mean Spoxy is great, but what did Horus just do? And look at this, they're just approaching the site here, and it doesn't really work out for them right now. I mean Spoxy left alone in a 1 versus 2 right now. Trying his very best, he gets a second, can he find a third? He's missing the arm shot here. Unfortunate for him, but hey, the attempts, everything they do just looks great.
Oh man, and like he barely missed that shot too. I hope he can catch this. You can see he's able to find it. Oh, we just missed it unfortunately, but
yeah,
like even that last arm shot, like it was close. Like he just missed that, it looked like. So that's the thing. Now we're starting to see LCK. Okay, I talked about Flex, you know, like putting a little bit of a different game plan with the rifle. Instead he's like, nah, I'm gonna arm up here. Okay, he switches back to the rifle. Just kidding. I was excited. I thought he was going back to the arm. He wanted to find something here, but now 3BL will put themselves in a great lead with a 4-2. These are becoming nail-biting rounds. And LCK now going on towards short. They are putting their little bit of attention onto this hit on A again here, Pando.
Yeah, I like the strat here. It's not very common, but it's also not very uncommon here. I mean, dropping from AC usually works quite well because I think they're not able to spot him here, and this is the case. Boxy taking advantage over Snare, and now all of LCK's firepower comes over 3BL, and as you can see, they're not quite able to stop them, and just a total stomp at this point.
Oh boy. Well, we knew this was going to be a good game. We definitely did. And 4-3 we go. Okay, now Flex has an arm. He has it ready. Now, like, does he commit to it? Like, teasing me before, toying with us here, Pando.
Yeah, but I'm just waiting for the triple arm setup because I have never seen this before, but last week I saw it multiple times and I was so confused. I was like, how are they playing 3 arms? And for some reason, especially on Ankara, it worked out so well. I think GV did it. I'm not sure. I don't remember correctly, but triple arm setups, really? Is that actually the new meta now? And apparently it works. I mean, I'm not complaining though. I mean, if it works, why not?
Yeah, it's definitely slowly creeping in, and I mean LCK definitely love to play the double arm. I mean the triple can be one thing at times too, but I mean LCK have been running that little bit of a composition for a bit, and I always like it, but I also do get worried as like Flex, you know, kind of being that secondary arm player, like when he likes to lurk so much, like he can get away with more on the rifle in my opinion, but it is good that we've seen him actually mix it up a lot more. And he's actually going to get caught here. So Snare, he's going to be able to find himself another one. And now he's sitting at 9 kills for himself. So he's actually been having a bit of a good individual performance thus far. Now Totson by himself. An anchor on this site. Needs to stay alive. This is critical. If he's able to find one and then pull back on this, this is going to be so important. He's actually doing a little bit of a pre-fire. Gives his spot away, but the flash has come in now. The Line Claw able to open up something here. Totson's still hanging out in the pit, but it's not going to matter. They dug him a grave, and now it's just down to Slayer by himself on a big mission for the 1-on-4. Smokes, nades, everybody's just waiting for him. They know exactly where he is. Ando, this is not looking like a comfortable situation for him.
No, once again, it doesn't look like it, but I kind of like 3BL's approach, you know, they put so much trust in Totson to just leave him on the side alone, but this time around didn't work, but I think usually he's actually a pretty good B player, so unlucky this time around, but hey, you know, it happens, you know, it's, you know, even I know this, like, usually if you have a spot on lockdown and once in a while it just doesn't work out, and this is the case here as well. Slayer not able to clutch the round for his team, but hey, we're back to a pretty tight game here.
Back to a tie game. And now they're just going to run into this. I mean, this is LCK mixing it up. They're changing the pace a little bit. They're getting a bit more aggressive. Instead of just throwing nades, they're trying to see what they're going to be able to do. And now it's actually Slayer that, you know, equips the arm here and he gets something done. And now a flank's coming in from Horus again. He's able to find these kills. And look at what he's been able to do. He's just trying to make a bit of a statement here. They want to get this thing done for the first half. And I think they might have been able to book their ticket for it. But now Raffin still alive here. 34 HP. does have the bomb, but now he's got someone hot on his heels, and Snare, you just got to hit this shot. Can he get it done? It will be Snake to get it, but 3BL will prevail on the first with a 5 and 4.
Yeah, I was kind of having a deja vu here with Booker. I think it was Booker, right? From behind. No, it was Horus, my bad. So it was a kind of deja vu here. Like, he was behind them again. I wonder how he's finding these gaps, you know? It's not that easy to find these gaps, especially with these pro teams, right? Like, I am just very, very amazed how he does it all the time. And eventually, Flex has to make a change here. I mean, it is not like totally crazy right now, but if this continues to be the case, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, and I do like that he's actually, again, just playing this little bit of an off angle, but it's risky because Snare's just right behind him. So this is all about, I think that's Foxy in the tower. Flex actually gets aggressive, and look at this. Flex is able to find himself too, and then Spoxy, he misses a couple shots in a row, a little uncharacteristic for him. So now 3BL, they're back into a bit of an equal footing on this one. Something that could have been different, could have been a lot worse here for them, but they're going to take it. HP's getting low here from Dezane. He's critically low in the red. Plant's going to come through. Now Slayer's just trying to get aggressive again. The trades back and forth, leaving it just down to these two. 30 seconds remaining on the timer. Flash is coming in. Totson still playing aggressive. Totson with a spray down to get the double kill. And there it is, 3BL once again. They will scrape by another round.
Oh boy. I mean, what's there left to say? You know, it feels kind of similar like TBI, right? Like, they're also sitting together in a room, talking to each other, you know, they're always like, you can actually see, oh, nice grenade here, hello Flex. You can always see them kind of arguing in the face cams, right? They're talking to each other, and when the moment when they won the round here, you can really see Totson screaming from his heart, you know, like, let's go guys, we're gonna win this match. And I just love this. I just love to see this anger in him. He really, really wants to win the match.
Yeah, he's got so much passion, and you'd love to see it, right? And even Snare, oh my goodness, how is he in this position? Oh, Spoxy's going to be furious. I don't know if he's the kind of guy that shows the anger and passion, maybe, but man, that one's definitely going to make him a little irritated. But again, back to a 3 and 3, and even with 1 minute and 28 remaining on this, the bomb's still in control for 3BL. They're still just kind of getting a bit of a feeler. Raffin, I like this play where he was getting aggressive. Now he's just going to pull back, not giving himself up. But look at how spread apart these guys are in the defense. This is really scary because if one of them goes, this is a ton of map control for 3BL.
A ton of map control, but they also need to be able to manage it. I mean, right now you can see everyone from the GR side is kind of split up. I mean, I like this, but I don't really though. Like, I'm more a fan of like stacking a side, you know. I would rather have like 2 on B, 1 in mid instead of having everyone everywhere, right? So, but I believe everyone in LCK is kind of capable of holding a spot themselves. So I kind of understand why they do it like that. But yeah, I mean, 30 seconds on the bomb now for 3BL. They eventually have to make a move, and it looks like they're going to decide for, I'm not sure. Maybe it looks like an A split here. But eventually, I mean, 20 seconds, guys, you need to make a move and get some frags on the board. Dezane, now the key player in this spot. You're not able to get the frag done here on Snake, and
what?
Falling apart it is for LCK.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact that Slayer was able to win that engagement is a lot, right? Now Raffin, I mean, again, look, 2 of the players from 3BL are low. The HP is definitely less than half, but it doesn't even matter because Slayer's just going to come in for a swing, and Slayer's just going to make sure that they keep themselves in a great position. But man, I feel like we haven't seen, you know, a lot of rounds going that low on the clock for a little while, but that was kind of like vintage 3BL, right? I mean, they were a team, I feel like, oh my goodness, notoriously that love to run the clock. And you know what? They don't want to do it here. They just want to run in. They want to find some fights. They're going to throw a ton of grenades. They're going to get in your face. They're going to get aggressive. They're winning these fights, and Horus will be able to find this one before he goes down. And 3BL, it's all a ruse. They actually make aggression, and now they fall on back. But even the heroic play of Spoxy, it's able to bring things back to a 3 and 3. Spoxy now, 4 shots remaining in the chamber, spots these players, comes for a swing. I don't know how he's alive, but he is. And these guys are just trying to go speed run moments here for this map and this round.
Yeah, I mean, you like to see it, right? I mean, this time around, 3BL is on the BL side, and they are so aggressive. I mean, Spoxy is able to hold them off for now, but there you go. You can see 3BL not wasting any time. Now Flex left alone in a 1 versus 2, and to be fair, I believe Flex is like able to win this, but it takes so much from him, and this is not really what he was looking for. I mean, the approach was great, but yeah, sometimes it just doesn't work out for you. And this shot here by Snare was insane. I mean, if you hit those shots, you basically have a very, very good tendency to win this round.
Yeah, that honestly, that's such a good little point you bring up, because again, that opening fight was so important, and that was a sick shot. Like, I feel like we haven't seen somebody land that like in that kind of form in a while. So Snare's been just having himself a really good performance so far in this new season, and he was somebody that was doing some pretty good work in the opening weekend as well. So you're starting to see him again just elevate himself, playing a lot better. And right now it's an 8-4, and LCK back to the double OMS here. Flex is still going to be equipped with it, but now we need to see LCK. Like, this is a tough position, right? You're down by 4. You got to try something different a little bit. 3BL have been honestly playing really good mind games on this one, like just mixing it up, playing fast, playing slow, just looking for fights to isolate people. They're doing it right now, and there's LCK finally. A little glimpse of hope for them. They're able to start an opening too, and now even Totson is able to get himself a couple more. And Pando, I feel like I keep saying the same thing, but we're back to an equal footing. Like, I don't know how we get to these positions, and all of a sudden Totson just wants to get things done, and it's all remaining to the lonely players.
Yeah, it feels like 3BL and LCK all over again, but this is going to be an interesting 1 versus 1. I mean, you can see they're so close to each other, but Spox is going to be the one winning this fight, and LCK, they have to be so happy to win this fight, because a 9 to, what was it, 4 or 5? I think this shouldn't be the case. Like, obviously, I kind of predicted like a more, how you say, like each one of these teams is going to be the winner, right? But I don't know what to say. It's just I love to see it. I don't think LCK will lose this match without a fight. But as you can see, 3BL already approaching a long here, and this is a total disaster. Snake needs to hit those shots, but Lioncrow is there to save the day. Spoxy trading him out, and look at this Slayer 1 versus 3 situation, and we are not even 40 seconds into the round.
Yeah, I like that they mix it up, right? Like, they get aggressive again, but it's good to see that, Spoxy, like I said, it was uncharacteristic. He was missing a couple shots in the beginning. He finally, puts up, like, I think it was 1 or 2 there, but that was enough, right? Like, just enough to slow down the aggression coming in from the 3BL side. That just, buy them a little bit more time. And that's all you need right now for somebody in the GR side to just be able to find that 1, maybe 2, just to really stunt them. That was huge, because if you wouldn't have found it, that could have been problematic. Just like right there, Snare was getting aggressive again, trying to see if he's able to find these 2. LCK now, they're starting to get themselves a little bit more warmed up. Horus now bringing things back to a 3-3, and bomb's going to be dropped here, but again, this is still open. This is wide open.
Yeah, it totally is, and you can kind of tell the difference between like TBI and 3BL, right? I mean, TBI kind of was more reserved, I would say, and 3BL is just like, okay, we either go full force or we don't do anything, right? And I just love to see it. It's so great. It works so good for LCK, because LCK, obviously, they're a really, really aggressive team, but when you kind of mix up the techniques and the tactics, I feel like they can't really hold on to it. Like, I'm not sure what the problem is here, but eventually LCK has to make a change, and this time around it looks a little bit better for them. I mean, obviously they have a man advantage here, but is it going to be enough to win this round?
Yeah, that is a big question. Like, is it going to be enough, right? And the plant comes through, so it's going to give them a little bit of time here. Flash coming in from LCK, but this positioning from 3BL is critical. It's crucial. Like, Snake just still, again, playing the lower position, still waiting for the swing. Now, these players just toying with the idea to go for a big old swing right now. Flex, he's a guy that's mechanically scary, and he's able to get him assistance, and now Slayer just can't get it done. Lion Claw able to find himself the double. And LCK are bringing things back round by round, and we're at a 1-round differential here of a tie game. What was looking like a dominant performance from 3BL, it's starting to sizzle a little bit.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering how LCK was able to just, run down the bridge towards the bomb site. But, I mean, it worked out for them, but I think it was kind of unlucky for 3BL to not hold this position. It was probably smoked off, but still, you can't let that happen that easily, and you can see it on 3BL's face here. They really should have won this round here. I mean, Snake kind of leaning back in his chair. He seems relaxed, man. I don't think he's, like, really stressed, but... man, oh man, what can you say?
Yeah, and this was a big thing, from last weekend too, is the fact that 3BL, like when they took these timeouts, they look like it changes their form, right? And that was a really good thing to see, because that's obviously the best case scenario out of a timeout, is you want to be able to improve from it, and it feels like 3BL are that team that can do it. So right now, I mean, the momentum is built up for LCK. So it was a good time to call the timeout from 3BL, just to recollect thoughts, kind of make a new game plan, and have a discussion about, okay, like what is going on. And it just makes the IGL here for 3BL a little bit more aware of just what they need to do to improve. And I mean, even for LCK right now, I mean, there's still lots of conversation. You can see Flex, he's chatting away here, he's just calling the shots, and it's a tough one, because you can see that it looks like there's almost more stress right now for 3BL, but I feel like they always look like this, and then they always play so much better.
Yeah, for me, Refin always looks a little bit angry. I'm not sure why. He's probably like a really, really nice guy to talk with, but I feel like, when Flex calls out his ideas and, talks about what's going on, what's going wrong, I feel like he's really like in everyone's head, I feel Flex is really the guy you need to listen to when it comes to these close matches. But on the other side, here 3BL, I don't know, it's between a little bit unsure what to do and so totally relaxed, right? Like, I'm kind of having trouble to tell if they're like angry or like super happy right now, but it's probably something in between that.
Yeah, it's always hard to know, right? I mean, a facial expression can always say 1,000 words, a picture can always say 1,000 words, but I mean, I think, the thing is that LCK are, in a great position in the sense of, building momentum and coming back into this game. But 3BL, they have a history of, making things tough for them sometimes. So, I mean, that's where I think the timeout was really, really important. But it's good to see that LCK are, finding a little bit more connections for themselves. But I'm going to be curious what they want to go for, because they have been bold on these, right? Like post timeouts, like I've seen them, get really aggressive and, just try to get, a little bit more catching their opponents off guard. And 3BL, I mean, they're a team that do a ton of homework, right? Like they're a full Egyptian team and land team, and like these guys are here to win the whole damn thing. So they're going to know a lot of tricks up the sleeve here for LCK. And even Flex now playing a very aggressive angle down B main, just going to be spotting things out. Totson just on the other side of this and waiting things out once more, and a lot more respect for this round.
Yeah, you really hit the point here. I mean, you can see LCK a little bit more, or you can say like a little bit more tactical. You can see it on A long there. Someone is sitting on spot, someone is sitting on the double stack boxes here, and I love the slower approach here. Let's calm things down for once, And this is what's happening here. 3BL also, they're just taking their time. There's so much time they can waste, and I mean, they're slowly but surely approaching B long, and I hope no one is able to, make a peekaboo peek here, but eventually. Oh, this is a nice spot from Refin here. Okay, so this is interesting. So how this works, you need to constantly jump, unless, if you fail to continue jumping, they will see your feet and they will see your name, because in CrossFire you can kind of spot the names. And if he makes one like mistake jumping all the time, he will be spotted. But look at this, Refin making the best out of the situation, fragging 2 for 3 basically. But Spoxy kind of failing to hit the shot here, but I mean, Todd, he's 2 HP, what can he do? And this is not looking very great for 3BL here. But look at this, Todd able to find the Zane, but Lionclaw not letting it happen. This was a little bit closer than I expected it to be, but a great spot by Refin here.
Yeah, I love that you talk about it, right? And it's so nice to get another perspective of this, because we saw this last weekend. It wasn't from these teams, but it's good to know that you have to constantly keep jumping, and it's all about, like, you have to mechanically be there, you have to be able to find it. And honestly, the fact that he was able to get the timing right, that's huge. And now with it, look at Flex. He's a little fired up, he's a little excited. He's able to get himself a double opener now, taking down Tots and taking down Snare. So the sniper of 3BL has actually been taken out of this equation, which is a big deal because both Spoxy and Flex have these guns equipped and ready to go. 3BL in a very dire situation right now. Going A would, I feel like, would be a suicide mission. So they're gonna have to, like, put a little bit more eggs in the basket for this B hit again. And it's not like it's been clean for them, right? It hasn't been easy. Now Horus just kind of, spotting things out, trying to see who he can find. Flex just posted up behind the wall, just using the right angle not to get spotted. But you can see 3BL, they're trying to investigate as much as possible. And I love that LCK have just played this so patiently now.
Yeah, 3BL needs to take a risk here, I feel like, because obviously they have a two-man disadvantage, and Slayer with the Harvey jump here, very nice approach, but Lionclaw was holding the bridge, and this didn't really work out in their favor. Horus now with a big opportunity to make things their way, but this is actually going to be a round for LCK unless something super unnatural is going to happen here. 7 HP for Snake. I mean, what can he do 1 versus 5? And this is what I love to see. So this is what I was talking about earlier. He is just going to take a timeout, talk to his team. Okay, guys, listen, we are going to have a golden round scenario. What can we do? We need to approach anything we didn't try yet. So, I mean, I just love this tactical timeout between these, 1 versus 5 moments. And you can see Raffin kind of creeping up on him. And I think Snake is not going to be fast enough for the direction here. And this is the case. We are going to have a tie or die situation.
Yeah, I love that you bring that up, right? I mean, again, like, it's just a big amount of work coming in from LCK. And I was saying, like, 3BL are a team that do really good off the timeouts, but it's LCK that have actually been able to find themselves, now in a lead and potentially on the map point. And all we need to see is one more and they could be done. If not, this will be the second overtime we will see here for this weekend so far, and we're only on the second series, so you never know. And both these teams, the way that they like to play, it's just a wide open bowl game right now. And you can even see double Om still equipped here for the defensive side of LCK. Raffin actually has himself in a good position here just in cubby. And 3BL, they are banking it now on a hit potentially on this A side. They're grouped up. Nades are coming in. Spoxy able to land the leg of one, and now Lionclaw trying to get a bit aggressive to see what he's able to find. Spoxy trying everything he can to survive. 3BL overwhelming a little bit. He misses the shot, leaving it just down to 2. And who other than Raffin to come alive again? And LCK will get it done, and it's going to be a big win, and they're going to take down the Egyptian Titans.
Yeah, you can really see how happy Flex was there when they won the rounds. I mean, who else but Flex, right? You can see right here. Look at them. They're so happy. I mean, they deserve it, right? I mean, hey, it was a little bit close. It was way closer than I expected, but obviously my guess was just crazy, right? But hey, I take it. I mean, I just love to see them happy, man.
Yeah, it's great. Like, and again, it's funny you were saying about Raffin. He's on the bottom of the screen, and the facial expressions are not maybe always there, right? Like he's like kind of looking down a lot, and he might look angry, but you could see the smirk, you could see he was pumped. And honestly, when you can be the player that's able to find a big play like that right in the nitty gritty of a game like that, it is always going to feel so good, especially against one of the rivals that you constantly split maps with. So this was a really good showing from LCK. I'm really impressed because 3BL, they were up 8-4 if I'm not mistaken, and essentially it just fell apart. And LCK, they brought it back and they made things really interesting like they normally do.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, I didn't expect it to be that way, but the best feeling when you win one of these close rounds, not only are you the one that clutched the round for your team, but also the screaming right after you kill the last opponent, right? It's like, let's go, you did it, hey, let's fucking go. But yeah, it's just what you love to see.
You love to see it, yeah. And again, this is where we talk about history with these teams, and it's hard not to ignore, right? Because really, these are some of the two best teams in the division, right? With all respect to all the other competition, but they are kind of, you know, these teams that are, you know, a lot of eyes are on them. And I mean, the fact that we saw like this round alone, like that was so gross, like in a good way. Like Horus just one tapping everybody. We saw so many different highlights from so many different players. That's the kind of game we want. This has been some unreal Crossfire that we've been able to see so far. And I mean, we're not even done yet. We still have a whole other map to go through, and the fact that it went the way it did is making it even more exciting. In 3BL, I mean, with the time in between these maps, they're gonna have to, you know, collect their thoughts and kind of figure out what they want to do differently for the final on Black Widow.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it on the screen right now. Those frags are just insane. This looks like a frag movie right now, but this was only one game, right? And we have another one coming right up your way. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to say at this point. I'm just speechless.
No, and I get it, right? Like, it is funny because that's why it's like all these highlights are here, and it does feel like a frag movie. It really does. Like, you're kind of seeing all these kills. It's left, right, and center, both these teams, and that's where we were kind of saying, like, look, like this was just an insane series so far, and it's not even done. That's the best part, and that's where if it's gonna be this close on the first, like surely Black Widow is gonna be even more of a crazy game, just because I feel like both these teams have a very strong map pool. I don't think this is a weak point for either of them, in my opinion, but I'm excited, man. This is one of those games where you're on the edge of your seat constantly.
Yeah, I feel like for Port we're going to see another really aggressive game, you know, because I feel like whenever someone plays Port, you know, it goes back and forth a little bit, but then eventually everyone is going to be like, okay, you know what, let's just play fast Cat, let's play fast A-Long or whatever. But hey, who knows, we're going to wait, and I think we are going to expect a nice game coming our way.
Yeah, we're just waiting for those stats, right? I mean, I think this is it's one of those things where we were talking about, like, there was so many different highlights where I'm actually really excited to see, because it's hard for me to kind of pinpoint like who I think was like the top fragger or the big player. Like, I think everybody was an impact in their own way, and that's what makes this game even better too, because we talked about in the first series where, you know, the KD ratio was really close between the teams. This is a little bit more different in its own way, but also kind of similar, right? I mean, we kind of see like Totson a 1.46 for himself, even though they lost, that he was able to again find himself and recompose himself, which I was so happy to see.
Yeah, even though Horus probably has like the worst KD, I feel like he had the best frag moment in the entire game, right? I mean, the flank 5k, no one is gonna top that. I even doubt someone is gonna top that today in any match, right? But I mean, I feel happy for him. I mean, it's really what you're looking for if you're like a fragger, right? So let's see. I'm really looking forward to Port here, and who knows? I'm really excited.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you know, I think the stats were definitely something to make a note of for LCK. The fact that Flex was at a point, you know, 1.86. I mean, his survival rate was the highest of a 0.61, which is pretty gross, like in a good way again. But either way, we're gonna wait and see what happens. We're gonna take a very short break. Black Widow is gonna be the next final map here in this series to see how it will conclude. Don't go away. We'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, welcome back. We're ready to go for the second series and map number 2. And it is going to be Black Widow as we're getting ready to go. LCK taking on 3BL. And yeah, Pando, I don't know how you feel, but I'm still kind of cooling off a little bit from that first game. And now we get to go to a map like Black Widow. I don't even know what to expect right now, to be honest.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, we expected a really nice game, and this is what we got. But I'm not sure. You know, it's hard to tell who has the upper hand here. I mean, both teams are so great, especially the top fraggers. I mean, obviously Spoxy was pretty good, and Horus with this one moment. I don't know. I'm such a fan of that moment. But yeah, we're gonna have a nice game here too. I mean, Black Widow is just such a nice map. It's been in the pool for forever. You know, it always was there, and I feel like it's one of the best maps in Crossfire.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think honestly, it's still one of my favorites, just because I think there's so much variety you can still do. And even though it's been around forever, it just feels like it's always still so fun to see, because you can have those moments where even when you're down numbers, you're able to get yourself in, you know, some pretty, you know, cool situations and clutches. But we'll find out. And I mean, already now it's already looking like a little bit of a disadvantage coming in terms of players getting dropped early. And now, I mean, LCK are going to be on the BL side, and 3BL actually using that smoke to get across, so they've been able to put some good aggression on this. Right back at it we go. And again, LCK still kind of figuring out an idea. Toying with long A. Now they're just going to backpedal on this, regroup, recollect their thoughts. Why the heck not? And honestly, they had plenty of time to work with. And they're going to cross over towards this B, and surprisingly, I didn't think they would do this, because I thought they knew that there was some aggression coming here.
Yeah, good point there. I mean, the tendencies on this map are pretty equal, actually. I think this is a 50-50 map. So I was kind of questioning why they decide to, you know, go towards B, especially they know there has been some aggression, but they probably expect him to back down. And look at Refn. Refn is going to check the corner here. Now you... But they're all falling. But now left alone, and look at this Lion Claw cleaning them up, wiping the floor. Snare now finally bringing some action back. Design falling. Snare now left alone in an unwinnable situation, if you ask me. Refn will be the one finishing him up.
Yeah, great work coming in, and LCK already making a huge start already. And the fact that we're talking about a big scoreline like this with a 1-0 and just maintaining that consistency, and the fact that they were down at one point in the deficit and then climbed themselves back into a lead, they're going to maintain it. But 3BL will be able to find that first fight. Snare's going to get something done. He's blind, and now LCK, they're just going to rush into this. They don't even have the bomb. They just want to get, you know, really aggressive. They just want to have a firefight, and it looks like they've been extinguished a little bit here. 3BL, they haven't lost a single person, and they're going to take a flawless round to jump right back into a tie.
Yeah, I mean, this is also something I mentioned earlier, right? Like, sometimes you just feel the urge, like, let's just push it along, let's see what happens. We don't need the bomb, we just need the frags, right? And this time around didn't really work out, but Flex already starting off with a nice kill on Horus here, making it a little bit easier for them, but there's so much more left to do, and I feel like LCK kinda has the upper hand right now, but we will have to see and wait what they're going to do.
Yeah, I thought that was a bold strategy, right? Like LCK, like that last round, like just going down long, they didn't even have the bomb. Like they're just like, yeah, we're just gonna go, we're just gonna fight, we're just gonna see what happens. And it was interesting. It didn't pan out well for them, but you know what? It was something different, and I'm gonna give them that. They're gonna get the creativity points. And they're doing it again. They're just, you know, making a lot of noise, making 3BL being aggressive. They're just kind of going back and forth. They haven't really decided which door they want to open. And honestly, I don't blame them. There's still lots of time left remaining. 3BL putting themselves a bit more of attention here on mid door and as well on short. And just kind of, again, that passive play coming in from Snake just on catwalk, just waiting things out, and they'll just play the retake.
Yeah, a lot of these times, you know, when you just wonder, okay, what are they actually doing right now? It's probably, most of the times they're just trying to control the enemy a little bit, you know, peeking here, peeking there, just to get them confused. And this is the case this time around. Refn falling to Snake here. And this is looking a little bit back and forth right now. I mean, Snake getting the upper hand, but so is Lion Claw. And now this is falling apart for 3BL. I mean, Todd holding on, trying to do his best to stop them from pushing, but Todd now left alone, I believe. No, never mind. It's still a 2 versus 2 here. Lion Claw holding and trying his best, spamming the wall here. And look at this, missing the shots on Slayer though. 1 versus 1 situation. Slayer low HP. Spoxy winning this fight though, and wasn't even close.
Yeah, he honestly, it looks like he had the better positioning, just a better angle to go for the fight, more HP. Like, everything was definitely leaning on Spoxy to win that fight. But a bit of a grindy round again, once more, you know. And man, I feel like within seconds of the round, like 3BL are down a guy. Like they keep playing these like 4-on-5s. I don't know what's happening. They keep trying something where they want to get aggro, and LCK have honestly just kind of taken them over. But it's just, yeah, it's just crazy. But I like the adventure. I like the creativity. And now with LCK again, they're just like, yeah, let's do this A-hit. Let's see if we can actually make this work. And Spoxy's having himself a couple kills. Horus now finds himself a double as well, bringing it back in an advantage. Still here for LCK. It's gone and removed. Now it's a spray coming in, but he can't make a connection. Flex now, captain of the team. A lot of work ahead of him, and Slayer's gonna get it done. And would you look at that, Pando? We're right back at a tie game.
I mean, I like the approach by 3BL. I mean, they're trying to do something differently. You know, just sending someone through mids can be a nice strat, but obviously it didn't work out this case. But look at this, the long fight coming through. The Zane killing Horus. It's not what you were looking for, but this fight isn't over yet. The Zane kind of fighting for his life here for this player, also getting the double kill, getting the triple kill. Oh boy, Slayer, have you done a lot of work for your team? Now Flex from behind with a nice flank. 1 versus 1 situation, but the bomb, look at the bomb. Still in their spawn, and I wonder, I don't think Slayer knows about it, but did you hear that ding? Slayer now on 1 HP. Flex knows it, he's so confident with his peak, but I don't feel like this was the best decision by him. I mean, he was so confident with his peak, he was able to get that dink, but I feel like he should have taken a different road from there.
Yeah, and honestly, it feels like they keep just leaving the bomb in the worst place, right? I mean, that's the thing. That was also a really frustrating thing to do. So LCK are kind of fighting to go back for it, and I agree with you. I was thinking Flex was really trying to, you know, flex a couple muscles here. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go for a long range duel. I'm gonna fight you on this, and it was a tough one. I mean, yes, Slayer was down low, and Slayer was able to get an arm out and get the job done, but man, that was just, I felt like there was so much time that Flex could have, you know, just waited things out, but got a little antsy. And now with them being antsy means they've lost the lead. So 3BL have done a great job, despite them losing the opening, you know, fights every time. They're doing a great job to kind of rebound it, right? I mean, they seem to have somebody that's able to find a double kill to bring it right back, which is not normally the case. A lot of teams that we see when they lose that first fight, it puts them in a huge disadvantage.
Yeah, and I also feel like this is the first round where nothing has happened in between like 30 seconds, right? So yeah, I like the slower approach this time around, you know, it's a different game all of a sudden, and you can see Flex slowly but surely approaching with his arm, missing the shot though, but it's such a tough one to hit, but Spoxy luckily is right there to close the fight here, and yeah, you know, I mean, slow, but still worked out in some way, I guess, but hey, it's just 1 minute left on the clock as Snake all of a sudden finds Lion Claw, and the fight isn't over yet. Refn refragging here, Snake not able to get the kill done, and yeah, I mean, like I said, slower approach, but who knows, maybe it's working out. And Spoxy this time around with his AWP, trying to approach Ketty as Refn finds Snare, and this is looking, well, a little bit shaky, but 30 seconds on the board might be enough to get the bomb down, as Horus is slowly but surely approaching the window here, and Spoxy giving him a nice welcome here. And yeah, what can I say? This looks much better this time around. Slayer, I mean, he's 7-2, he's having the time of his life here. Hello, see you later, Spoxy, and this seems like a winnable round all of a sudden.
Yeah, this looks like it, you know, who other than Slayer, right? Oh my god, who other than Slayer to come up with a triple on a clutch? Oh man, you couldn't have had it any other way. It's an absolute cinema here, and now they put themselves again in the lead when everything was against them. LCK were just taking them out, pulling them apart, and now it's just Slayer to come alive, and now we're at a 4-2 situation.
I mean, this was just great to watch, right? I love these one-taps in CrossFire. They're always so satisfying to watch, especially with an AK. I remember back in the days, even with the Deagle plays, I swear, when someone was one-tapping with the Deagle, it was always so satisfying. But yeah, I love to see it here with the AK. Obviously, it was a great performance, a great clutch for his team. But as I'm speaking, look at this. The bomb is already getting down here. 3 versus 3 situation, and it's been like, what, 40 seconds maybe?
Yeah, it's been quick, man. Some of these rounds feel like they are so fast, but some of them aren't, right? And that's what's so crazy. There's just so much riding on this game, and especially for 3BL right now. And even Lion Claw, he just sits himself behind the fence, and yeah, that line is gonna be able to pounce, and LCK will finally get themselves back into something here with a round in their favor. And there's a little bit of that aggression that needed to happen, and they finally get something done. They get a, you know, an opening pick in a duel, and they do it again, and they find themselves in this. But now it's a rebound coming in from 3BL, and Snare, he's still aggressing, and he's still able to keep himself alive. And look at what they've been able to do. They have just shut this whole thing down. Spoxy's a dead man walking, and that was what, a 20-second round?
It feels like they're trying to get a speedrun done here or something. Like, I don't know, the quickest round in existence? What is happening here? Like, I love the approach, especially the 3K here with the grenade, though. You don't see that all day, but they're a little bit too aggressive. I mean, it was a nice try, but Flex obviously doesn't let that slide. But hey, I mean, finally, it's getting... I mean, it's still fast, but it's a little bit slower this time around.
Yeah, and there's already a big aggression coming through, so I think actually for 3BL, they're coming in for a big flank already. Horses are able to clear up some information, and now they're starting to lead this kill feed. Double nade's going to land on top of Snake. He's going to be gone, and we're right back in it. So when it was looking pretty grim and looking pretty bad, it's back to an equal footing of a 2-2. Now Horse coming from the back. He does miss the shot, unfortunately. He gets caught in the leg, and Flex, he's still going to aggress. He loves to get aggressive, leaving it just down to Totson. Someone that's been able to get himself in a better position here for this new series. Fragging out. Does he have it in him? Does he have enough oomph to get this thing done? To give themselves a better lead, a better cushion on this. A player's already made it on the right-hand side. He's not ready for it. And Dezane will put the nail to the coffin. And we're going to be at a 5-4 first half for 3BL.
Yeah, Totson's position there, I don't like it at all. Like, the undercut position seems so ungrateful, you know? Sometimes it works just fine, you know? You just hit your shots as soon as someone is peeking, but it just feels like the disadvantage is just so much bigger from there. But you know, he was trying, you know, just, you know, handshake right after the round, so it's all good. I mean, you know, it's also a thing, right? When you're sitting next to each other, you know, you don't get tilted as fast, I believe, because, you know, when the round's over, you lost. Okay, just handshake, whatever. You know, keep going. Let's win this match, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing too. Like, this is one of those, like, you know, this match in itself is like, I don't think there can be a lot of frustration just because you do know you're playing arguably one of the best teams, right? Like, you know, you're both these top dogs, and that's the thing. It's, you want to win, of course, but it's a little bit different when you're, you know, playing a team when you're the higher rank and they're the lower, and the lower ranked team is beating you. That's where maybe that frustration can, you know, seep in a little bit more. The nade not going to land. A little bit more of a slower pace on this one, though. 3BL grouped up on Cat, so they're going to take this as a 3-man unit. They're going to swing. Dezane getting himself in a bit of a bind. Now him and his player are going to be together, and Spoxy, a little bit of a quick flick, why not? And LCK, they just shut it all down.
Yeah, Spoxy at it again, what can I say? I mean, you saw it there in his player cam. He was so happy to hit those shots, man. You really gotta give it to him. He's really trying his best to keep this game on. But yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but Dezane is playing a different AK than usual, right? So what happens here, I feel like they changed the rule book a little bit, right? So now you're actually allowed to play the, I think it's 2015 version of the AKCFS. So yeah, a lot of players that used to play at the time as well, they just love that AK, you know. I personally don't feel a big difference, but obviously I wasn't playing around that time, so a lot of them just argue like, okay, this AK just feels so much better. It feels old school. It feels like home.
Yeah, that's a really good little player insight. I like that. And I mean, we're gonna have to see, because you know, this is kind of again coming back to what we thought of home feeling being a 5-5, so it's still open for anybody. And 3BL, again, I love that they're kind of changing the pace many different times. This time they're, you know, still taking it a bit slow. Snare not going to get himself on short. He's just going for a bit of a spot. Instead of doing this on a 3-man unit, he's just going to wait to see if anybody over aggresses from LCK. And 3BL, I mean, again, a team that's done tons of homework. They know that they got double oms to have to worry about now. And you know what? Despite them not doing very well on this A hit, they're going to try it again. They're going to say, you know what? We got a minute. Let's see if we can find some kind of an opening. But no, Flex is going to be the one to start things off. Spoxy gives his position away here behind Van, trying everything he can to stay alive, getting a little bit caught, and now Horus getting aggressive, and he's not able to find this, and Spoxy again stunts them for a bit, but now it's all down to Lion Claw, and he's gone and removed, and 3BL, they're right back in it.
Yeah, for a second it felt like TDM prison there, you know, like two people holding Cat with an arm is kind of unusual, but I like it, and it kind of worked out, not really though, but why not, you know. It just feels like TDM prison, you know. What basically means is, you know, back in the days a lot of players used to play a map that was called prison and everyone was sniping on it, you know, and this is basically what I'm seeing right now, you know. We have two snipers on the LCK side, and well, hello, Flex instantly approaching Horus here and winning the fight. I just love to see it, man.
Yeah, these are big pickups, and that's the one thing I'm really impressed with, honestly, from LCK, is the fact that they're just kind of going for these opening engagements. They're winning them, right? Like, it makes such a difference, but that's what's so funny about it. I think other teams, it would be a different effect, a different scoreline, but both these teams, honestly, they have so much grit that they can just, you know, persevere through any sort of a bad situation. And Dotson might get the timing. He might get some timing, but it won't even matter if he gets timing, because he's not going to be able to get anything done. But a good trade coming back. LCK now going to have Flex getting tested here, and look at him. He's waiting. He knows it. He's read them like a book. Waiting things out. I think he's got the jump spot. Yes, the rotate's coming in now. They're just going to group up. Snake has a bit of time to work with, sure, but man, oh man, I feel like his options are getting limited though.
Yeah, surely, because, you know, always these double snipers are so tough to be against, and you can see Spoxy already holding mid door here, and for some reason Snake was able to get the upper hand here, but as I was mentioning, like, the dual sniper setup always works out for LCK for some reason, but here Snake has to win a 2 versus 1 situation. But if you look at Snake's KD here, 14 and 8, so he's not doing, you know, the worst. He's actually doing pretty well, I would say, and 25 seconds on the board. He has the bomb though, and there's no one even close to him. I don't understand what LCK is kind of doing here. I mean, this is different and probably not as predictable as you think, but I mean, I'm like I mentioned it earlier, but I'm just a fan of stacking sides, you know? Like, I don't see the point in splitting in these situations, but obviously LCK has something in mind here, and this is a nice position here by Snake. Let's see if he's able to find anyone from here, and he needs to look around. Huh? Snake? It feels like he was kind of frozen there. I mean, obviously you have to look around and get some info done, but I think it was more like a risky play for him, you know. It was like, all right, I'm just gonna watch window from here, and, you know, maybe I'm lucky, maybe I'm not, but I feel like he should have checked his back eventually. I mean, didn't work out this time, but I don't know.
Yeah, it didn't work out, but hey, plenty more to figure out if it can work, you know. And now LCK, interestingly enough, got themselves in long. It's a question if they can keep him there. Lion Claw just going to be playing a good position here. They know he's there, so now they're going to just remove this. Now a couple players underneath short. 3BL going right back for this. I mean, I'm imagining, Pando, this is pretty good, like, standard setup that we're seeing from 3BL right now, like, just getting this much map control early on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is what you're looking for if you are on the BL side, you know. Everything you want is map control, so as much map control as you can get, and from there you work, you know. You can also, you know, make some cheeky plays, get some early peaks, you know, try to get as much info as you have, and if you have the info and the map control, you have a very, very good chance to win this round, but obviously, you have to get through LCK here, which isn't the easiest task. And again, I have to mention it. The dual sniper setup is working out for LCK. I mean, look at Spoxy, 15 frags. It is really something you look forward to. But if you want to enter bomb site A, you need to do exactly this spot. Spoxy flash him out and kill him afterwards. And look at this. This is working out perfectly fine for them. Raffen and Lioneclaw now left alone. In a 1 versus 4 situation, I believe. So Raffen has everything to do here, and he's kind of frustrated at this point because there's no chance to win. And here we go. Once again, the undercat position. I don't like it.
Yeah, I never liked that position either because I feel like you have so many different angles you have to clear. You have to go for these long-range fights, and just it makes it so much easier for the opposing side. So I agree with you. And I think for LCK, it's starting to slow down just a little bit. And I mean, they've been successful in getting these opening duels. And I feel like right now they're not really succeeding on that. So I think 3BL have adjusted their game plan a little bit. Now they're just going to rush on in. Raffen spraying away. He's hoping for somebody. And despite that, 3BL are able to find themselves 4. And now just leaving it down to Spoxy by himself, trying to see what he can do. And he's in a terrible position here with 12 HP. Aggression coming in from Slayer. He's going to get up close and personal, and now 3BL once again back in a conversation of a lead, but can they maintain it?
Questioning, are we actually going to see a 1-to-1 here? But I'm not sure. Like I was mentioning earlier, I was expecting a little bit more of a stump coming through, but yeah, I like to be wrong sometimes, you know. I love this crossfire action here. Like, these fights are so well, and you have to imagine this is like the top tier crossfire esports thing here, right? So you know, it's just nice to see them play fast and aggressive and still working out sometimes, you know. And here you can see Slayer instantly approaching Cat, not even worried about anything here. And look at this on the other side on the map, Lioneclaw and Raffen cleaning them up. But I feel like Spoxy's aware of Slayer here. I mean, he was, but then he suddenly forgot about him apparently. But yeah, Slayer left alone with Slayer here. A tough ass, if you ask me. And yeah, I mean, what can they do? HP low, they're pushing them, and you can see, look at Lioneclaw, he's so, I don't know what to say, he's just pushing, he doesn't even care about losing, you know, it's what you like to see.
Yeah, and I mean, Slayer, honestly, like, despite him having a really good scoreline right now, like 18 and 6, and now making a 19, this is what you love to see from someone like him. He's a guy that, you know, he can go and be a beast mode, but I mean, again, you got 25 HP, you got 2 full players to go against. They're just waiting on the bomb. This is not the best position for them. They should not be peeking this. If they go 1 by 1, I mean, I feel like it's just a troll, right? I mean, they're just kind of putting themselves in a huge disadvantage. So they are just kind of waiting to see, but they are going to be playing this well. They're going to just put a little bit of discipline on this. Slayer has committed to the here for the clutch, which is a little bit scary in my opinion, just because he's going to have to bank that, you know, he hits the first shot and then the pistol's going to get the job done, but might be able to get this bomb. Does make the Q. Oh, that timing. My God, I don't know how he's alive, and I don't think he spotted them, and now they made their presence known. Now they're just going to swing on this, and they'll find them down, and LCK will keep themselves in a game here by a 1-round differential.
Yeah, you know, I actually liked Slayer's approach here. I mean, you know, he picked up the arm. Obviously, it's a little bit risky, but at this point, you have to play risky. And for some reason, he decided to switch to his pistol, revealing his position. And this is also the reason why they decided to peek him. But I feel like if you just, you know, pick up the bomb, go back to site, and I don't know, do something else, but switching to your secondary weapon, right? But you know, it happens. Maybe it wasn't on purpose. I don't know. But look at this setup here by LCK. I love to see it. I mean, the Zane, it's an interesting position from Zane, Zane, because as soon as he spots someone, he can just drop to cat, back to safety, and he still has the info. You know, it's a really, really nice play. I love Flex there with the support arm. If they push, you know, it's not always guaranteed, but the info alone is pretty good.
Oh, and that's going to do too. Nice little bit of a pickup, taking down Flex early on. That's a massive pickup, and Snar's been kind of playing this position quite a long time and just waiting, just hoping for something to happen, and finally gets a little bit of something in his way, a little bit of his favor. And even now, 3BL, they do have this long A control, and Slayer's made himself across. Foxy, though, close on by as well as Dzane. And it's a 2-2 coming in from the defense. Now Slayer's going to just, again, make a little bit of his presence known, just kind of, you know, making him squirm a little bit. And now 3BL, with under a minute remaining on this, they have to make a decision here. And it seems like they're still kind of just wanting to wait things out. We're kind of going back to that old vintage way, right? They're going to run the clock down, not mess around. Spoxy able to find this first. Spoxy can't get another, though. Now the flank coming in from Totson. Now we're just starting to see the guns are just firing on all cylinders, leaving it to a 3-on-2. Both Snare and Snake, critical HP, low. These players trying to do what they can, but they're split apart from each other, Pando. This is not great, and now Lionclaw, he's on a death mission in 3BL. They put themselves on map point.
Yeah, map point it is, and it's, yeah, what can I say? I mean, for some reason, they always, what means always, but they approach Cat pretty often, and they always, you know, Spoxy always gets a frag there, but they still are somewhat capable of winning the round there. But as you can see now, a long fight is coming through here, and this is just a massacre here. Horus and Slayer getting 2 frags all by themselves, and Raffin only able to get 1 more, and this is looking kind of scary for 3BL now. I wonder if they continue their push, and this is the case. Spoxy now left and alone in a 1 versus 3 situation. Not very likely, and this is pressure time, and I hope he doesn't go for the undercat position. I don't like this one. It's not gonna work out, and this is not the case, actually. Spoxy capable of winning this time around, and oh boy, half HP 2 versus 1 situation. I mean, Spoxy 19 frags, and he's not able to win this one. It feels kind of unlucky for him, but look at 3BL here. They look, I mean, they don't look happy for some reason, but I think they are, though.
Yeah, no, I think there was, you know, you could see like the fist bumps are happening, you know, they're able to have a draw, you know, getting the 1-on-1 split, but I think it's hard, right? Because I think you always want to be able to have a 2-0. You want to be able to come in and get those points and really, like, you know, put yourself in a far advantage here on the points in the leaderboard. But at least for them, they didn't go down like 0-2, because if they would have, that would have been devastating. So I think the fact that they're able to split things off again, where they've done this in the history books, they're going to do it again for this new season. It's not a bad thing. And I mean, honestly, I think LCK showed us that their Black Widow was definitely decent. There were some good plays, but it looked like 3BL looked a lot more comfortable on this, and they had a better game plan on this one. So it was a good way for them to get back into this with the 1-on-1.
Yeah, I wonder what the issue was. I mean, the double sniper setup from LCK, I think that worked out pretty well in my opinion, but for some reason it wasn't quite enough. I mean, it was close, so it's not as bad as you think, you know, the round differential is still fine, I guess, but obviously if you are LCK, you wanted to win this and not tie it again. But yeah, hey, what can I say? I think it was a great game overall.
Yeah, I think it definitely was able to play its part, right? I mean, we were saying this was going to be a bit of a bar burner, and I think it was, right? I mean, there was a lot of high pack impact and action happening, some quick rounds coming through, some big clutches as well. It was everything you wanted to see, right? And I do think that both these guys going head to head like this was a really fun way to see the start of the season, essentially the second weekend and everything happening. So this just makes it even more to see what's going to happen in the later portions here. And it's a good feeler for both of them too, because even now that they've gone the distance like this with a 1-on-1, it's just now a bigger question. The next time they meet later in the season, could it be different?
Well, who knows, but I hope they improve on either side, you know. I mean, obviously both of them played really good, but there has been some flaws on each side, and obviously they're gonna rewatch the stream or rewatch the VOD, whatever. So I think they're gonna learn from like little mistakes, but overall I think both of these teams should be happy. I mean, obviously you want to win 2-0, but I think a 1-1 is still better than a 2-0 loss.
Yeah, I think a 2-0 would have been, like I said, yeah, I think we were both kind of talking about it. It's like it'd be so devastating just because the points are so close, the round differential was so close. So I think if they would have had that 2-0, or one of these teams that just that would have just been so scary, because I mean, now there's still plenty more games to happen. It just now will make it more interesting about, are they still going to be the number 1, number 2 team? I mean, it's hard to say, because I think right now it can be close, but it's going to be interesting because there's a lot of teams close on by, and that's what makes this always so exciting, because any weekend can just shift this so differently, right?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, we have to wait for the other games to happen to really get a, you know, upper hand on this, but obviously you're right. I mean, tying is fine, but it also means that you're not going up or down, right? So I don't know what to say here. I think, you know, which map go we got Anubis Gaming coming up with Swamps, so let's see. I mean, if they kind of, you know, 2-0 each other, I don't know who's gonna win, obviously, but if they kind of manage to 2-0 someone, I think this is gonna make a difference here.
I think so too, and that's kind of where it gets really interesting, right? Because again, originally it was, you know, LCK was number 1, 3BL was number 2, and there was only a 1-round differential. And I mean, like you said, all it takes is Anubis to get a 2-0, and they could be arguably the number 1 team. And that's what's different here too, right? And that's where anything can happen right now, and that's what makes it, you know, exciting, but also terrifying when you go those 1-on-1 splits, because like you said, you're kind of just, you're barely moving. You're kind of just floating a little bit. So I think when a team can find themselves these 2-0s, it can make a big difference. But again, we're going to bring up the stats. We're going to show you a little bit of what's been going on, how this last game was into its ending point. But honestly, I think the one thing, you know, the obvious I'll say is, I think Slayer, you know, despite his stats, he definitely looked like he was putting up some massive numbers. Again, Snake was somebody that was quiet on the first. So overall, like, honestly, I think it was a really good performance that we got to see from other players, like not Horus and Totson, but everybody else seemed to really play their game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the stats don't always tell the entire story, right? But yeah, you really got to give it to Spoxy and Slayer, really showing up for their team. And yeah, I mean, this is the case almost every time, all the time, I believe. And yeah, it's obviously, you know, you also have to give credit to the other players, but yeah, this time around, Spoxy and Slayer have been the key players.
Yeah, it's funny too, because again, like, Slayer is one of those guys that he's just like a straight rifler, right? Like, he's just a fragging machine, and that's the thing where, you know, Spoxy is kind of your, you know, your on player. He's the sniper guy, and I mean, you kind of expect to see someone like Slayer putting himself in high numbers for MVP potential status, and great to see him doing it this time. Don't think he was able to do it in the previous map, but again, that's where I think Spoxy really, again, just putting a good showcase on for us as well, like for the side here for LCK, and getting just to see him find his way a little bit more with that and he always seems to be, even if he has a bit of a slow start in a couple rounds, he gets himself back in these games pretty quickly, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, the case usually is that every team obviously has a sniper player, right? And usually those players are always on top of the group. But, you know, it is what it is. But guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a break from here, and we're going to see each other very soon.
Okay, it's been a little bit of a long extended time, but we're finally back, ready to go, and we are in the third series of the day, and it is going to be Anubis taking on Swamp, and this one is, I don't know about you, Pando, but honestly, it's got a big question mark for me, because there's a part of me that thinks Anubis could have themselves potentially the first 2-0 of the day, but at the same time, I'm going to be a little biased. The NA guys, they've been able to show that they can compete, though.
Yeah, for me, it's also a little bit unsure because, you know, obviously both teams are pretty good, but I'm not sure who to favor here. I mean, obviously it kind of depends on which server they're playing and also obviously on the maps, but maybe it's also just a question about how their daily performance is, right? I mean, this is also a big factor in CrossFire, obviously, and yeah, I mean, let's just see what happens, right?
Yeah, and I think the one thing that was really interesting is that, you know, previously for Swamp, like they actually were able to kind of, you know, give themselves you know, some split wins, you know, earlier on, and they were putting themselves in a decent position. And I mean, at the same time though, like they've been drawing but they haven't been winning, so that's the one thing for them. The other thing is too is Anubis are in the exact same position. Like these guys are both not able to have a successful win on there to get those extra points, but they're splitting across the board, which I think makes a good note, I guess, to say the least. But I think there's a bit more, in my opinion, more pressure for Anubis just because there's been lots of content about them. There's been lots of conversation about them that they rebuild their team. I think they're actually all playing in like a house together, if not facility. But that actually, you know, just shows there's a ton of investment for these guys that they want to do well. So I think we're going to have to see some pretty big things from them, and they've been kind of on the spotlight for me.
It kind of depends how happy they are with, you know, not winning but also not losing, right? I mean, drawing is always fine, I guess. It's not the worst, but it's obviously not the best. And yeah, like you just said, I feel like, you know, Anubis has more pressure than Swamp, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be like nervous or anything. But yeah, on the side on Swamp here, I think, you know, I hope at least they worked on their issues, they worked on their flaws, and they're going to bring it to the table today.
Yeah, and I mean, for Swamp, like, you know, again, it's been a really cool team to see, just in the sense of, you know, their roster overall. And I mean, Famous is definitely someone that's been around for forever, but he's definitely been, you know, the MVP in some of these last games that they've had. But you know, I am going to be curious just because, again, like, you know, Minna was someone that was able to get some good, you know, good impact, as well as, you know, typically it was someone like Kai's that was able to get something done here. And it actually does look like they're going to have a bit of a substitution. So that actually adds a little bit more in terms of spice on this one, just because now it's going to make me wonder even more. The pick is going to be Black Widow for them, which I'm not too surprised, just because they have shown that they can play on this map. But Compound will be a bit of an interesting one, to say the least.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, it is still a little bit of a present, I think, because you don't know what's inside of it, you know. But I feel like if they play their game, if they improve their issues, they're probably gonna make a great show today. But on the same side, obviously, I feel like everyone kind of needs to work on their flaws, but I think this is just the case for everyone, right? So I feel like, you know, if they play the game right, if they really want to win this time, I hope they do. So I feel like if they just do what they plan to do, they're gonna have a great time today.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing, right? When then I think it was on, if I'm not mistaken, Swamp was able to get a win over TBI. It was a big nail biter. That was on a different map, a different situation, but it went the full distance, and that's a good note to see. And now they have a lot more to, you know, get tested with, because Anubis, they're getting aggressive. They're getting a little frag hungry. They've been waiting to play, and now they're going to start things off with the openers. Famous does get himself something started back here, and it is to the 4-on-3. But again, Swamp here down in the numbers, and Nade that does a ton of damage. Minna with a big swing on this. Again, we're right back to a situation where this is, you know, throwing a couple jabs and a couple knockout hits here. Rando getting something started here with the Alm. I was kind of wondering who's going to be able to pick this up since Kai's is out. And we're somehow, some way, we're at a 2-2.
Yeah, I love the grenade work here by Swamp Gaming. Obviously, baiting out Doom from that position is pretty heavy. But you can see here, Jaguar is a little bit sneaky. I don't think they're aware of it. And Brando, it feels like he's gonna have a bad day at the first round. But I mean, eventually he's gonna peek Boxstrom. There you go. Brando the first one to fall here in this clutch situation. And I'm actually not surprised that Brando is the sniper here today, because if I remember correctly, this guy, he used to snipe a lot, especially in his videos. So he was rocking that M700 for a long time. So yeah, I'm pretty looking forward for him to snipe here today.
That's a good thing to know. And like I said, I was kind of wondering for Swamp, like just having a little bit of a roster shuffle for themselves for this one. It always adds a little bit more just to see what's going to happen differently, and be for many reasons. But it's going to be famous to get himself snuck in here, get the plant down. But now I'm curious what he's going to have to do with this, right? He doesn't have any utility. He's actually going to go for a swing, so now he finds the head of Jaguar, so that's a good pickup already. So now he's been able to bring this situation back to an equal footing. Design looking for him. And look at Famous just playing a great position right now. Not over aggressive, but he has no idea. He has no idea that Design has actually walked right past him. And now he repositions. Oh no! He goes with a shot on the body. And now it's all if he can do it, he will not. And it just comes down to a technicality. And we will see Anubis getting themselves into the first round.
I'm not quite sure what Famous did there. I mean, obviously he had a great situation for him, but it feels like he hit his mouse against something and it kind of forced him to shoot there. But I mean, it happens, you know, unlucky for him, but a good start for Anubis here. So I feel like, you know, having the first round sometimes means a lot. You know, you need to get the ball rolling, and I feel like this is exactly the case for Anubis Gaming.
Yeah, and Anubis definitely have to get the ball moving, right? I mean, this is where we said, look, like they definitely have to get something kickstarted. They're the ones that I think really realistically in all these series, like this is the one that, to me, I feel like Anubis should feel there's an opportunity for a 2-0 to give themselves that big boost, right? I mean, it's not discrediting Swamp, obviously, but I think just in terms of their experience and them just being actively in the league and playing so much together despite the roster change, they are kind of the favorites in this, right? And that's what makes Swamp really scary as well, is just the fact that they are this underdog.
Mina now slowly approaching. I think he's step one, giving Doom all the information he needs, but he's not quite able to get the frags done. Josh now good for 2, looking very sharp today actually. But is it going to be enough? You can see Famous already creeping up towards a long, checking everything he can get here. Securing a long basically, but as you can see, he's continuing to moving forward here. Undercut already catching Master off guard. Dipsy as well! Famous. Okay, Famous. This is something we are looking forward to. Nice 1 taps. Now Design left alone in a 1 versus 3 situation. 40 seconds on the board. I mean, what can he do with this timing here? Famous getting the upper hand. He looks, well, he's not happy, but it feels like he's very, very focused.
He's very focused. And honestly, you know, a good round from him. He single-handedly just gets things done, and he's able to find a multitude of kills and just able to, you know, really find themselves right back in this game. And that's what we talked about, like someone like him. I mean, a lot of these players have been around, but Famous is definitely that guy that has been able to make his name quite known in the scene. So it's good to see him able to find, you know, some headshots and getting things right back into this, and kind of giving a little bit of a reality check for Anubis to make sure they don't sleep on this one too much and over adjust themselves. And Josh actually comes really aggressive through the smoke, taking down the Om. Still an Om remaining here at Master, but I love that Swamper, again, playing a little unorthodox, right? They're just kind of going for these quick little fights, seeing what they can get away with, and it's kind of like that no respect, right? It's just this aggression to catch these guys off guard.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Famous has the backpack on right now. I mean, 5-1 is a great score to start things off, but I feel like Brando's kind of having a hard time with the sniper right now. I mean, obviously he isn't the main sniper, and yeah, I mean, he was great a long time ago, but I feel like sniping is something you can't unlearn, especially, I mean, it goes for the entire thing, right? If you were good once in CrossFire, I feel like you don't really lose that standard skill, I would say, but it feels like Brando has a lot to, you know, kind of change here because I don't feel like he's too confident with his AWP, but I guess if he doesn't hit the shots, he should just switch to a rifle because, you know, I think it's better to have 5 rifles instead of like one guy that doesn't really hit his shots. But let's see this one. This is quite interesting here. Josh picking up Dipsy off guard here from the mid push. I like this decision here. This is kind of unusual, but why not? If it works, it works. And the bomb goes down. No Jaguar. No, the man to find some frags here, but it feels like they're so far away. I mean, he kind of needs to step it up. And this is probably the case. I mean, he's really taking his time there all night long, but Design now in combination with Jaguar actually finding the frag here. Doom and Jaguar finally. Josh now needs to hit the shots, but this is not happening for him. And this was actually a really good retake by Anubis.
This is a great retake that was from Anubis, and I agree with you. I was getting a little bit nervous about the fact that I think it was Jaguar, if I'm not mistaken, that was down long, and he was kind of taking a long time, but either way, they actually made it look pretty swift, and they were able to find themselves, you know, in a pretty good comfort. Master now able to find himself a good opener, and now it's a question if these rifles are going to be able to do the same thing. It will not. Instead, it's who other than Famous. He's getting aggressive. Fast and furious we go. Swamp trying to get out of the mucky waters, and they get themselves back to, you know, I guess an advantage. But I mean, you got to talk about the HP of, you know, Minna and Famous. Like, these guys are low. These guys are wounded. Like, you're gonna breathe on them, they're gonna fall on over. Famous, I don't know how he survived that shot. That should have caught him any time of the day. And now even more kills are coming back. Still the advantage here for Swamp, but again, Famous just lurking here with 5 HP. I like this play just because, again, he knows he doesn't have a lot of value, so at least he gets some information. Leaving it down to the 2-2. Flash comes in from Design, looking for Brando to come alive, needing to do something big here for Swamp Gaming. The NA team, the team that's been able to get themselves in this league, can they be able to find it? Brando is going to get the drive-by shot. Can he get it done, though, against Dipsy? Still lots of time remaining on the clock. Spamming away. And now Dipsy can just toy with him.
One was this one situation. I like to see this one. I mean, Brando now with a rifle in his hands, I feel like he's more confident with this one, but I wonder if he's aware of Dipsy approaching A long, and doesn't seem that way. I mean, okay, I mean, why not? I mean, he was kind of playing the floor as Lava there with his B-hops, but eventually it worked out for him anyway. I mean, sometimes it feels like people just forget about A long. I mean, the rotation seems forever, but eventually you're gonna get there, and I mean, it didn't work out for Anubis this time around, but I like the approach. And you can see here Anubis kind of getting some water here to refresh, but yeah, I mean, it wasn't too bad.
No, these have been close rounds, right? I mean, I think what Anubis are doing well is that they're putting on some good pressure early on. They're finding some, you know, early fights, which I really do like. But it's kind of the same thing over here on the NA side. Like, I mean, for Swamp Gaming, we're seeing, you know, we had the one round from Famous where he was able to put a multitude of kills, and then now kind of seeing these other guys, you know, being able to find themselves in good moments, and they're packing a little bit of a punch here still too. So this thing is definitely a little bit wide open. And like I said, I think the pressure has really been on Anubis, like, entirely for the whole league. Like, I think for them, like, they have this expectation to do quite well. They were a team that were a pretty strong force in the previous season, and they didn't do as great as they should have. But even now, I think with this rebuild, it's raising a lot of eyebrows to see if they're going to be able to do more than what they can do before.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's some talking happening right now. I wonder what's the issue here, but yeah, you know, I mean, taking a break from like some rounds feels like a good thing because, you know, you can actually take your time to, you know, talk about little issues. And I mean, you can see it here, even though they're having a okay game, I would say, they're still talking a bit, you know, finding these solutions here, but feels like everyone is pretty relaxed right now. You can see with a good stretch, it's always important to stretch, you know, unless you want some cramps happening. But yeah, hey, I like it.
Yeah, me too. And I think I think if we're correct, I think this is actually like, you know, the EU server essentially. So Swamp right now are going to be, you know, in the ping difference and, you know, just the different feel than like playing like on an NA server, right? So that does make a big difference because, you know, I think the one thing Kyle and I really talked about early in the beginning of the season is, you know, for Swamp, like they're going to be in a great position when they have that, you know, NA server on their side. Doesn't mean it's an easy win, obviously, because they've been pushed before where they barely scrape by, but it gives them a huge leg up just in terms of, you know, registration and just how the game will feel a little bit. So these guys will have to show how well they can play in these, you know, different servers when it's not NA. And I think that's been the big question for me overall for them, just because they're going to have to get used to it, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the ping differential is actually pretty important to, you know, mention because it kind of depends, you know, it's not always like a big factor, but I feel like a lot of people, it's also in their head, you know, okay, so here's the story, right? So when I played on an A server, it's like, okay, I don't know, it feels weird, right? But there were times where I didn't even, you know, I got invited to a room and I played and I didn't even think about it, you know? And once you don't think about it, you don't really notice it at all. I mean, it just feels different when you don't know it, right? But obviously they know where they're playing right now, and I just hope that Swamp Gaming doesn't get too affected by it, because I feel like once they do get affected by it, they kind of let go. But yeah, we're gonna have to see how this one turns out for them.
Yeah, that's actually a very interesting point that you bring up, right? Like the fact that, like, even for yourself, from your experience, it's you like notice it but don't notice it, and if you don't think too much about it, then you can just play your game, right? And that was kind of the big thing for me, is like, you know, for Swamp Gaming, can they still have that same mentality? These guys have been all around for a long time, so I imagine so, but it's still kind of getting used to it, especially when you're playing, you know, high level competition. That's where things get a little bit different. So we'll find out if they can keep themselves contenders, and I mean, they so far have. It's still, again, like we said, it is a tie game. Single arms here for both these sides, and Min is actually able to start things off, taking out Jaguar. He's been trying to, you know, change up his style a little bit, getting a little bit more aggro and lurky, but this Jaguar unfortunately will not be able to find much here. And the trade comes back in though, still with 40 seconds remaining. Bomb gonna get picked up here, and Famous is gonna drop, so now they've already lost a heavy hitter for Swamp Gaming. And they still don't have the bomb in their control. And now look at this. We see somebody coming themselves in a good position, getting at least this one. But Doom, he's kept himself alive. And Doom now has made things even more interesting. And he's going to be able to get the third.
Yeah, not quite what I expected from this clutch situation. But if you are Doom, you should feel very happy about it. But if you check his cam, you know, he's not even smiling. He's like, all right, guys, listen. This was a good kill, but a good free K, actually. But you know, listen, we gotta keep going. You know, we can't be distracted from that. And you can see Dipsy opening up on Brando, and I feel like Brando should really lay off that arm. I just feel like he's not confident on it, and it's actually a big factor not having a good sniper on your team, especially on Black Widow. I feel like this could actually make a big change here, but eventually they're gonna figure it out. I hope, but it depends how Anubis is playing. You know, if Anubis plays fast, you know, not peeking too much, it feels like, yeah, it's not gonna work out for them. But once they figure it out, I feel like it's gonna go their way.
Yeah, it's a good point you bring up, right? We talked about that earlier on when we said, like, look, like, I think it was even Spoxy at one point in the beginning of that series where he wasn't really finding the connections he needed to, and the arm wasn't really fully connecting the whole time. It does make a difference, right? And there can be a dip in the performance, and that can always be a bit of a problem. But as soon as the player comes back and does something big, it can change things around. And like you said, Brando right now, unfortunately, just not having success on this. It's been the rifles that have been able to, you know, kind of be a saving grace. And we talk about it again with the saving grace is Famous. With a big old swing, throws a right hook. He's able to take down Dipsy. A minute left on the clock here. And Famous now lurking by himself. So he's actually decided to just go for a bit of a, you know, play on his own. Look at the position he's able to find. Drops down. Takes Doom away. He had no idea at all. Jaguar playing this lurk. Now he's going to be able to take Josh as well. So this is just lurk after lurk. And it's into a 2-2.
I feel like if Jaguar had a little bit more of a trigger discipline there, he could have had a bigger impact on this one, because, you know, if you know exactly where your enemies are, just follow them. You know, you don't necessarily need to kill them. And I feel like they probably would have approached Cat, and, you know, with the info they could just stack A set here. Nice kill by Mina here. You know, he could have just stacked A, but yeah, it's fine. I mean, eventually he's just gonna defuse the bomb, but he stops because he hears Mina's step, but the time is running out, and this is super unfortunate now, and I don't think he's gonna stack this one either, and yeah, at this point, the chances are so low to win this round, and oh, I'm not sure. Is it gonna be enough? I don't think so, and Jaguar knows it. You can see it in his face. He's like, man, this guy's just not peaking, man.
Well, and I'm wondering too, because like it looked like he actually hit the defuse twice by accident too, and I don't know if that would have been a big difference in it, but it's still pretty close. But yeah, I think he got on it and then he got off of it and right back on it, so I think that might have been it. But honestly, great work coming in from Swamp again, just being a bit of a pest, being a little bit of an itch. And now, I mean, players are getting, you know, very, very injured on this one. Mina, Josh, and Famous now, and low HP, less than 50, and barely any time has gone through in this round. And Anubis have, you know, kind of turned things up a little bit more. They want to put a little bit more of a pressure on this round just to see what they can get away with. They want to get back in this lead, and losing Jaguar early on this one, so he doesn't get a lot of play time, unfortunately. But Swamp now just gonna hold position here, and there actually is a big lurk coming in from Design. Josh able to find at least another one. Josh in a great position here. He's still a low HP player. Dipsy gets aggressive, and he will be able to win that fight. Uh-oh.
Yeah, man, you can see everyone is kind of low HP, and yeah, obviously Dipsy's gonna take advantage of that, but I feel like the flash earlier was a little bit too short. Otherwise, I think he could have survived there, but it doesn't really matter. Master now in a huge clutch. Famous and Excavate here. Low HP though. I feel like he should switch his weapon to a rifle, but first of all, he needs to find one, and I feel like he chose a little, how you say, like a tricky position here, but eventually it's going to work out for them, because if they make the cat jump, he's going to hear it, and look at this. I think this is going to work out for him. Trigger discipline is on case here, and look at this. Master with an insane clutch. Picked the right position, even though it was a little bit cheeky, but it worked out in the end.
Yeah, that's a bit of a masterclass, right, in terms of positioning, and I love that you talk about it, because I was gonna ask you, I was like, look, this is a bit of a interesting angle that he played, but I think he knew that those guys were lit, so he's like, look, if they actually try to come together in mid, I should be able to win this fight with the pistol. He didn't even need the arm, so that's pretty high IQ play from him. I was getting a little bit nervous about the tricky position, but it panned out perfectly for them, so a bit of a frustrating one for Swamp. Excavate going to be able to find a little bit of an opener on Jag again. He gets taken out early on. I feel like he's playing these roles where he's not able to find the impact he's looking for. Master again, going to put the arm into connection. He's low HP, but you'll still win the duel. Bomb's still in the back of Spawn here. Lots of time remain, 135. And the HP is looking good here for Swamp, all things considered.
Yeah, I agree with you, and you can see a little rotation coming through. I kind of feel like if Anubis plays more aggressive, because, you know, they have a good sniper, you know, if they play more aggressive, they can actually have the upper hand really early on in the round. But yeah, I mean, playing reserved isn't like the worst choice, but I feel like they should just give it a try, you know. And now you can see Swamp Gaming approaching a site which is completely free, so Mina is going to plant the bomb eventually, and let's see what Anubis is going to do. I feel like they're going to approach from Cat and underneath, but gonna have to wait. Doom now peeking, gets one though. Can he find the second? Just waiting for his teammate to group up, and look at this. It's not actually going the way that I expected to go through, but you know, they're holding on for his life, but eventually going down, and now Josh left alone in a 1v1 situation with Design here, and the time is actually on the side, but Design needs to make a peek here, and this is going to happen. Design with a nice clutch, defusing the bomb as well. This is what you're looking for.
Yeah, so Anubis have put themselves in a position that they're going to be able to get this half, and I guess the question is if it's going to be a 5-4 to end things off, or maybe a 6-3. So good work coming in from Anubis. They're looking like they're figuring things out a little bit better in these clutch situations, and now Swamp getting a little bit more aggro, and Dipsy, unfortunately, he's not in the right place. He's going to get taken out. Anubis actually went for a bit of a different play on this one. They stacked on the A side. Flank coming in deep from Jaguar, but it's going to be so late. Plant's going to come in. Menace going to go for the... Oh, he actually will find it. Oh, he was a dead man walking, but now a 3-3 and Nade able to take Josh's life, putting the advantage here for Anubis. Now who other? Excavate to be able to find the head of one. Knows that somebody could be coming for the flank. Jaguar will be able to succeed on this duel. Mina now in a tough position behind the big box. 15 seconds remaining. So many angles they have to clear, and he comes in with a big swing. A pistol maybe to get it done, but no! It's going to be a clutch factor once again from Anubis, and they're going to get things off with a 6-3.
Yeah, I like how they forced themselves on the bomb site here, but I feel like Mina could have actually won it. I mean, hiding behind the metal box, which isn't wallbangable, you know, you could just play around, you know. Peeking like this is kind of working, but again, you need to think about the ping, right? Ping difference makes it a little bit cheeky, but apparently kind of didn't work out for him. But yeah, I feel like the push was great overall, but yeah, the late game was kind of rough there.
Yeah, I felt like, you know, the early part of the rounds would be a really good situation for Swamp. Like, they'd be able to find some, you know, quick little fights, quick duels in their favor. Anubis, it felt like in the later portion, it was getting better and better. So, yeah, I think a little bit of a timeout coming through on the switch over. But, you know, we can see Swamp right now on the screen, and not a lot being talked about, right? I mean, these guys look pretty calm, pretty quiet on this, surprisingly. I thought there would have been a little bit more discussion about this. But, I mean, maybe they feel okay with the way things panned out on this. But Anubis in a great spot right now. I mean, they put themselves in a 6-3. Now they're going to be switching things over to the BL side. And honestly, they're a team that is pretty exciting to watch on the Blacklist side. But we'll have to see if, you know, they've been able to find new strategies and new ideas here for Black Widow.
Yeah, I'm also not quite sure why there isn't like much talking going on. Maybe it's just confidence though. Like, I can't really tell, but eventually they're gonna prove it or not. Like, you just have to see what happens, you know. Like, usually when you're like 3 rounds behind, you need to talk, right? You need to communicate, like, okay, what's going on? What can we change? But, well, let's see. Maybe they're able to, you know, just turn around the map. Who knows?
Well, we're about to find out. Big fight coming through long. Josh now making his way through, and his teammates trying to help it, but it's Anubis. They pull the rug right under them. And Swamp now have lost 2, leading it still a 5-on-3. Anubis now just taking them over, taking one by one, and now they're just winning these gunfights. And look at this, Famous with a little bit of a consolation prize, but it's all down to one player now. He needs to pull up a hero play, and he's able to find the 2, but it just will not be enough, and the number advantage is too strong for Anubis. And now moving on to a 7th round, and they are making themselves in a pretty comfort lead. But again, we've seen them in these positions before. They cannot let their foot off the gas, and it looks like they're just going to get aggro again. Pando, they're not even messing around, man. They don't want to wait it out anymore. They just want to run and gun. They want to get this thing closed and done with.
Yeah, they're not wasting any time. I mean, you were right on the nail, right? Like, comfort kills, and you can see it here. They're not comfortable at all. They're like playing. Everything matters at this point, right? They're like playing. It's like golden round scenario. We need to hit those shots. We need to be aggressive, and this is working out for them. And again, I see Brando on the arm, and I don't like it. I'm not sure why though. I mean, I don't want to, you know, take away his confidence or anything, but I feel like he's better off with a rifle. I mean, I mentioned it earlier on, but look at the design. He's so aware of Famous. Oh, okay. Famous probably didn't expect that one, but time is ticking. You can tell Brando had to give it a shot eventually. Look at this.
Yeah, I love this. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised. Like, that was a really nice shot. I think that was designed. Yeah, this was great. Like, I was surprised because I don't know if Famous made some noise to give it away, and then, or he like could just see him on the edge of the smoke or something, but that seemed just a little bit interesting. But really nice kill, and honestly that really turned it around because Famous was hoping to catch them off guard, waiting for his teammates to come through the connector there. Now Anubis, look at, it's a free site, nobody's here. It's just the doors are wide open. It's an open house, and now they got it. Taking down Brando, taking down Excavate. This is crumbling like a cheap cookie. It's not looking great for Swamp Gaming right now. A lot of work cut out for him here, Pando. It is 3 players against 5, and they have a timer to go against, and I don't even know if they're going to be able to find more. Famous will at least find something.
I'm also not quite sure why they left the A side completely open. I probably were expecting something else, but yeah, as you mentioned, this is not working out great for them. I mean, even though Famous is like the top fragger of Swamp Gaming, it's just not working out. The timer's running down, and yeah, the round is basically over at this point. And yeah, there we go, Doom cleaning him off. And I you know what I realized, Anubis, I think every single one of them that plays AK is also using the other AK, you know, from 2015. So I like this. I feel like Anubis is one of these teams that analyze Crossfire the most, and they probably thought, okay, you know what, those AKs probably are like a lot different to each other, so they just chose the better one. And yeah, I like this. You know, they're actually thinking about the game a lot. And Brando this time around starting off with a nice headshot on Jaguar. Finally seeing him fragging out with the arm makes me feel a little bit hopeful, but is this going to be enough is the question. I don't know.
Well, Brando's going to be losing that arm engagement right now, and Anubis putting themselves here. Still a little bit of an attempt from Dipsy in mid, and I think Design's actually made himself across as well, and he does. He catches Famous off guard. Okay, this thing has gone back and forth. Like I said, like, you know, these rounds are starting to become a bit close at times. It felt like in the beginning of the first half. The second half feels like it's been pretty convincing. Just a shot like that will do too. Now Lehman down to Minna with 38 seconds left on the timer. Needs to be able to find this opening duel. Needs to be able to slip himself into this, and actually timing is perfect. And it's all down to this, but it's just not meant to be. And Anubis are going to be able to shut this first map down pretty convincingly, I might add.
Yeah, totally. I mean, again, they don't smile at all. I don't know what's up with them, but I feel like this is also the right approach here. You know, obviously, okay, we won the first map, but don't get too comfortable, guys. You know, there's so much work left to do, and I like this, you know. I mean, obviously, they should be happy about this win, but don't let it go too fast. And I'm not sure how Swamp is feeling about this one, because I feel like they had a great chance to make something happen here, but I don't know if it's Kai's missing here, but Brando just shouldn't op at this point. I feel like he's a much better rifler.
Yeah, I think it was, you know, one of those things when you have those change in responsibilities in the team, right? And that's where we're kind of saying, like, you know, Excavate playing, like, I think he played fine, but then it's like, okay, who's going to be the sniper? Who wants to switch things up? Who wants to try, you know, the big green and be able to find something? And it just wasn't the same, because when Kai's was in the server, he was actually able to go like toe and toe with the sniper as well. So I think that was a pretty big missing ingredient for these guys. But I mean, either way, I'm still really impressed with Anubis. I love that as soon as they switched over to the BL side, they got really aggressive. They got in your face. They were just not even messing around. They really wanted to set a strong pace and just making it really uncomfortable for Swamp. And I think they did a good job of that. And it felt like they were in full control of this game, honestly, like through and through.
Yeah, I like this approach by Anubis here. I mean, confidence is key, and they just mastered this, you know, like Jaguar a little bit stuck there on the door frame, but yeah, obviously, you know, Anubis had a much better game, a much better confidence, I would even say. Especially here, you can see Doom, even though he has almost like one bullet left, he's still peeking and getting the shot done. And yeah, all in all, I feel like Swamp Gaming, I mean, it could also be the server difference, but I feel like in the next game they should be much better.
Yeah, I think them now, like, again, we were saying they're like on the EU server, so this next map is going to be for the NA server, which I think could you know, pan out better for them, obviously. So that it is going to be on compound, right? So there's definitely a conversation here to say, like, you know, them being on their server, you know, will give them those 1-on-1 splits. And that's where, you know, I was giving them a little bit of criticism and saying, like, look, I want to see them be able to, you know, beat teams in non-NA servers. So we'll have to see if that can be a factor, but they still have to win on this server. Like, that's not even a guaranteed win for them, right? So that's the other thing. Like, I'm hoping it's a boost of confidence, but I don't know if it's going to be enough at this point, the way we're seeing Anubis play.
Yeah, obviously, just because you're on a better server for yourself, it's not gonna be a guaranteed win, right? But I feel like when it comes to an A and AU difference, it can make a big difference, you know? So, I don't know, I'm just hoping that Swamp Gaming made their, you know, they read their books or whatever, so they actually know what to do this time around. But hopefully Anubis did the same, and hopefully they know what to do next. So I'm just very excited for the next match.
No, me too. And I think this is going to be, I think this is going to be a good map to see what they can be able to bring into this. But I think, like we said, there's a lot here for Anubis to show us what they can do. And I mean, let's not forget when they played on Compound, it was a 13-12 victory they got over a team like Lazarus. And to be honest, that's a pretty good note. Just, I mean, going toe to toe with one of the teams that is in top 4 placement right now. So we're starting to see that there is some good building blocks happening right now from Anubis. So we're just going to need to see a little bit more, right? And I remember in that series as well, like Jaguar was one of the stronger players in terms of just impact and winning those fights and getting multi-kills. Whereas on this one, it didn't really feel like it. He got a couple of clutches, which was obviously really impactful as well, but we're going to need to see a little bit more from them as well. And I do wonder how Swamp are going to take a few minutes to figure things out as we're getting ready for that Compound game, because I think it's a decent map for them. They've shown us, but it's definitely going to be able to raise some, you know, some questions here.
Yeah, I feel like the same. I just think, you know, if everyone hits the shots, you know, it's just going to work out for you, especially Anubis team here. You know, they were just pushing at the end, right? You saw them, you know, pushing along. They weren't even afraid. They know exactly what Swamp Gaming was doing. You saw this one round where everyone was just not on A, right? And they have a free bomb site, they have their shots on point, and, you know, this is actually what we are looking for at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, Compound's always an exciting one for me. I don't know, but I want to get your intake on this, because I think it kind of reminds me of Black Widow, where I really like watching Black Widow. Compound is always, I feel like, kind of a classic right now. I feel like we obviously see it, it's almost a guarantee every single time. But do you have any initial thoughts about this map and what you're kind of expecting from either side of these teams?
Yeah, so because Anubis is also very tactical, similar to 3BL, right? So I feel like if they practice everything correctly, I feel like Swamp actually has no chance. Even though they have the better server and the better connection, I feel like when it comes to Compound, tactics matters so much. And now we have the scoreboard ready. What do you think?
I'm thinking. Well, I think on this one, I think, you know, the fact that we see pretty much everybody with a 1.0 and over is big. I do like that, you know, it's pretty evenly spread out, I think, for these guys, which I thought was great for Anubis. Definitely a lot of dips here, and like we said, it's hard not to ignore Brando, and I feel bad because I feel like Brando's definitely been able to show that he can play well, but I think, you know, his role of playing with the AWM was just not there, and obviously his stats took a pretty big dip on this one. So I'm going to be curious if Famous is going to call something a little bit different for this group, and they want to change their little bit of composition, because it might not be a bad idea, right? Compound, I mean, an AWM is going to go a long way, but maybe the 5 rifles are the play.
Yeah, I feel like picking 5 rifles over, like I said earlier, right? Like, if you have one player that doesn't hit shots at all, I feel like 5 riflers make much more sense, you know. I feel like overall, if the AK power or the rifle power overall is on point, this is actually what we're looking for. And yeah, I feel like this is gonna be great. Look at this. It's an early approach. It hasn't even been 20 seconds, and Dipsy already left alone, and it feels like Swamp Gaming is much more confident on their server. And if I'm not mistaken, I actually see 5 rifles, so this is an improvement.
Hey, there we go. Okay. And now the plant's going to come through. Gypsy, probably not long for this world, very long here. Down to the critical HP. But again, it is Brando and Josh alive, and now they're kind of hanging back. They're just going to relax a little bit more and put Dipsy in the driving seat, what he's able to do, and it's a crash course. He's not able to get anything done, and we will see a nice round coming through on the Swamp Gaming side. And I'm actually wondering, now that I kind of think about it, if they're going to be way more aggro just because they're on that NA server. Now that they have that ping advantage, I wonder if they're going to try to take, you know, a little bit more aggression on this one.
Yeah, not only that, also they have 1 more rifle power, so I feel like pushing makes much more sense now. Usually you have always someone sitting in tower, you know, just backing off, holding the rotation, but yeah, I mean, 5 rifles is a big difference here, but I feel like because it's so different, it can actually have a big impact on Anubis here. And Let's see. They're gonna push highway here. I think Design has everything on his shoulders right now, but let's see what they can bring to the table. Design flashes them out, but it's not really working their way yet. Minna kind of walking around the bomb site here, not finding anyone, but look at these. These frags are great. Now Minna has to do everything. Let's see. Just go around the corner, find Dipsy. There you go. Now this looks much better for them. And it's a question of Jaguar is actually able to find them from behind. And this is the case here. 2v2 situation. The bomb hasn't been planted yet, though. I mean, this looks kind of shaky, you know, all of a sudden. Swamp Gaming 1v1 situation. I don't know what happened here, but it's Jaguar actually the one to win this round. I mean, you know, it was a nice try, but I feel like it was the utility use was a little bit off here. You know, there was no smoke in the main, there was nothing, so I feel like they just went for it.
Yeah, I think so too. Deep nades coming in from Anubis. They're just going to throw it in mid just in case there's any aggression. Good read from Swamp, just making sure they're not over aggressive, because that's what they've done twice now. And I think I agree with you. I think they were just kind of going more for a run and gun strategy the previous round. They didn't use as much utility. It seemed a little bit awkward that way, but that's where I think we were both kind of thinking, like, look, like now they're in the NA server. I wonder if they're going to try to use that as a big buffer for them. And now, I mean, for Anubis, they actually were able to have Jaguar. I talked about he needed to find impact, and there's a round where he needs to do it. He was able to come in the flank. He was able to get a triple kill. And single-handedly finding a good round for Anubis to be right back into a tie game. And now Swamp have slowed things down just a bit more, putting a little bit more respect on the pace on this. And for Anubis, again, a pretty standard setup, I would say here, Pando. Like, I don't think anything's really unusual about this.
No, not at all. I mean, Dipsy's just spotting them at this point. You know, it's obviously smoked off, but he will see them eventually. And yeah, I mean, Swamp this time around having a much more deeper B focus for some reason. But I feel like if they play their cards right, this might actually work out. But don't forget, Dipsy is spotting them. And if they do one mistake, I think they just step there. So they have the information, I believe. And this is the case. You can see Minna kinda trying to find anything, but Design with a very close corner fight here and actually able to find Josh and Dipsy. Good for 2 nice shots, maybe the third. No, Famous shuts him down, and now this is a 1v3 situation. Not very optimal, even though Famous has B side open, he doesn't know about it. And now Anubis taking it back, and you know, 25 seconds on the board. They're not gonna move a muscle. They're gonna sit on the sides for the rest of the round here, and Famous knows it, so he knows he needs to make a move, but it seems so unlikely. 15 seconds on the board. Doom, I think Doom already spotted him. Master is scoping the cross, so what can he do? I mean, this is just unlikely to happen, and Doom will be the one finishing him off.
Yeah, that's a great round. Really, really good round coming in from Anubis, and I love that they're able to find these big duels. And Dipsy, I think, was the one that was able to find himself that double. So yeah, it was Swamp Gaming kind of slowing down the clock a little bit. They tried to go a little bit more of a slow, methodical approach. Doesn't really work out for them. Instead, the time was a factor for, you know, Famous to be on a 1-on-3 like that. Never fun at all. Some good utility coming in. Master playing very deep there in A main. Now he's going to full on back. He kind of made his presence known with the Alm. Now he's just going for a full rotate. I love this play because now Swamper thinking, okay, look, he's close on long. Let's avoid him. But meanwhile, he's actually changed his position, right? I mean, he's played a different spot here. Just going to go for the cross. A little bit of information. And Swamp getting ready to go down highway potentially again. We see a lot of teams do this. Deep flashes, smoke blocking things off. Oh, instead, actually, they're going to come through main. And there's a question here if they're going to be able to find these duels, because right now, Doom's been able to do something nicely, gets himself 2, and now making it a 3rd. So he has now put a lot of kills on the board, leaving Brando by himself. And now we're just biding some time, and Anubis will keep on trucking.
Yeah, I feel like Swamp Gaming's pushes, they're just too simple, you know. Smoking off a main, flashing inside of it doesn't really do the trick here. I mean, I feel like this is also why Anubis is winning. Anubis is doing like much deeper strats at this point, you know, like they have everything prepared, and I feel like Swamp Gaming is just too simple. You can see Design here in the tower location. I don't think they're aware of it, and he gets so much info only by the sound already. And I think what he should do, he should just stay there and play his time, because I don't think anyone would ever expect him there. And this is going to be a great info play if they don't check him, though.
Yeah, Master's been rotating a lot here with Yom. You'd love to see it. He's not able to get much with in terms of a frag, but at least he's able to get some good damage against Famous. So he's already down to 25. So now for Swamp, I mean, now they, again, a number advantage, sure, but it doesn't really mean a whole heck of a lot right now, because it feels like their firepower is just a little bit lacked right now. So I mean, they're going to take the bodies if they can. And for Anubis, I mean, they're kind of, again, doubling up here in mid and A and just leaving the anchor of Dipsy, which makes a lot of sense. And Dipsy's actually been playing this position quite well. Spam's coming in from Josh. But honestly, they're still trying to just figure out what they want to do. They got a minute left here, Pando, but do we expect anything different from, like, for Swamp? Like, is the play to go down highway?
Yeah, I feel like it seems like this is going to be, like, be cut here, but like I said earlier, I feel like Swamp Gaming, it's just too simple what they're trying to do. You know, dropping out of tower without anything can be surprising, but it's more surprising that I think that it works, you know. Like, I'm not sure what's happening here, and you can see Jaguar now with the rotation, it just feels like they don't really know what to do at this point, but maybe, just maybe, it's gonna work out for them. Famous now he has to hit his shots on B, so it's a free bomb site, but oh boy, now the bomb is dropped in mid and Famous is left alone on bomb site B. They have the info, 20 seconds on the board. This is just falling apart for them, and I feel like they're just playing too random at this point. I mean, playing random is obviously sometimes really good because you can't predict it, you know. It's impossible to predict something that you don't even know yourself, right? But you can see here Jaguar has a very good position. He's unable to die at all, and yeah, Famous can't really get the round done. I think it's the third time today that the time ran out. It's kind of weird to me.
I'm trying to remember, I don't know if you're much of a Harry Potter guy, but I was going to say, like, you know, I was thinking, like, they're in that forest, they're, like, running around, it's like a maze, and Dipsy was going one way, and Famous is going the other, and they're just kind of lost in the trees, right? And honestly, that was a really good play from Dipsy, just the fact that he could burn as much time as possible, like, just him playing that anchor, not even winning the fight, like, it doesn't even matter at that point, but it was going off your point where you said Famous was by himself. He didn't have the bomb. He had to go against Dipsy in the B site, and he wasn't able to find anything. And that's where, again, Anubis have been able to win the round by time management. So good little bit of a little gimmick or tactic from them. And I think Swamp have a lot to talk about here, because I agree with you. I think some of their strategies seem way too simple. The executes or the utility is just not really giving them space. It almost feels like they're just trying to use numbers in their way to get map control, and I just don't think that's going to work against a team like Anubis.
Yeah, and even though you mentioned there needs to be some communication, I feel like no one is really talking at this point. You know, they're just staring at the screens, you know, waiting for the match to continue. But I feel like, you know, they should at least, like, talk about something here. I mean, I don't know. The way they approach the pushes is just too simple in my view, you know. But I mean, on the GR side, I feel like it's a little bit more easy to play standard and, you know, without preparation feels almost. But yeah, I just love how Anubis is approaching this. You know, they're not too happy, they're not too mad at all, even though they're winning right now. You know, this is just dedication at this point.
Yeah, it's just it just kind of feels like they're right in the zone, right? And you know, it might not be like an easy thing to read, like the facial cues or expressions, but it kind of is a nice little reassuring feeling too, that they're just like locked in, and you know, they're just trying to stay in the round by round mentality, and like it ain't over till it's over. And that's where some teams, I think, you know, they get a bit overzealous, where they celebrate too much and, you know, burn off so much energy just getting excited about each round, where that can be damaging, right? Because then it's almost like that momentum is, your team becomes so much more momentum based, which cannot be a good thing. So, but I mean, this is a moment to see what Swamp's going to do. Really tough to read on this. I think a few of their cameras unfortunately do freeze, but Famous has been extremely unlucky with his. But I think the other thing is too, is like, I think he's the player that is a difference maker. He is the guy that drops like big numbers, but that's where I really want to see who else is going to step up, right? It can't just be one or two players from Swamp. It's got to be a full collaboration of the group, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, maybe Famous is just super still, you know, he's not moving a single muscle, focusing on the screen. Yeah, that's why he's not moving the camera. But yeah, obviously I agree with you. And I really hope they make a change eventually. I mean, sooner or later they're going to have to. But yeah, I feel like their GR side is going to be much better. But yeah, I mean, if it's I don't know, if they play like 7-2, it's not going to be a great GR and also not a long GR side. So they really have to make a move at this point, and yeah, just hope they figure something out to win this map. And yeah, you gotta give it to Anubis. They're patiently waiting for anything to happen here, and you can see it all night long. There's eventually gonna be a crush happening here, and this is the case. Famous winning that battle, even though he was a little bit in a disadvantaged spot here, but good for them, I guess. And look at this, Anubis now kind of over peaking, if you ask me. Like, there's not really a reason to peak mid like that, but I feel like they're probably like super confident, right? Like, they don't do much mistakes, but when they do, it's kind of unnecessary. I feel like.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, and I do agree. Like, I'm hoping they don't lose that composure. I was saying they were locked in, and that's where like they probably do have a lot of confidence. And look at even right now, Design's going to go by himself. Yes, he'll be able to find that kill, but it's a question if he's going to be able to get himself in a better position now. Reposition coming in from Master. Oh no, this is the wrong read though. This is entirely the wrong read. Now Swamp have been able to get themselves in the site. Nades are just going to be flashing themselves through, and now it's a retake that's not really the best situation right now for Anubis fans, just because again the numbers are at your disadvantage. The utility is still a bit available for these players, but there's a flank coming in, and Dipsy's going to be able to find this one engagement, but Design actually does win that flank that came in, and I was thinking that Excavate was going to be able to win this. Now it's all just down to Design, and Famous will be able to find himself that double kill. So Swamp Gaming will keep themselves another round, but I think it goes back to your original point here, is I think we saw, you know, Anubis just getting a little bit too aggressive and doing things that they didn't really need to adjust on, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I kind of feel like I understand why they decided to go for B, because usually when you spot someone on balcony there, you think, okay, this is the guy that holds off the rotation, right? So obviously they thought, okay, hey, this is the guy, so let's go to B. But it wasn't really the right call, because it was one of the pushers actually. But in the end, it still worked out for them. It was a little bit lucky, I feel like, but you know, luck is also a big factor in these games. But yeah, overall, I think this was a good round. It was a little bit random though, but hey, why not? It happens.
Yeah, it definitely happens. Ooh, okay, wow, Dipsy, very lucky to be alive. And Brando with the I know that's been not your favorite thing, but he's doing something with it. He's, you know, he's wounding people. He's doing damage. So it's not a bad thing, but is it going to be enough? I mean, I was excited for them just running the 5 rifles. I feel like a map like this, unless you have a different opinion, I feel like you can get away with it, right? Like, I think that obviously an is always going to make a huge difference, but it's not impossible to just have 5 rifles.
No, of course not, but I feel like the AWP is like a big factor, especially on compound, to be honest. Like, it doesn't matter where you put it, like along mid or belong, it doesn't matter. Like, an AWP is always in a better position, I almost feel like, on either side, to be fair. So, you know, you see it on other teams as well, especially on GV. I feel like FaZe, you know, he's always a big difference maker. Look at this push coming through. Dipsy is so aggressive. Look at this. He's not scared at all, just jumping through the window, securing 2 kills all by himself. And well, this worked out for them, but the rotation comes through, and I feel like this is the right decision here. Jaguar getting the early info here. This is going to be a big difference, because now he can tell Master, okay, listen, they're not going to be here, and Master's holding a very, very hardcore angle here. I feel like this is an impossible shot to make, and yeah, this is the case, especially considering they're playing on an ace server. So 10 seconds on the board, on the time. The bomb is going to get planted here, and Jaguar, hello Famous, gets him done.
Yeah, Jaguar doing a good job coming through main now. So he was the lurk, and he's going to have to do everything now. This is, you know, a 1-on-3 essentially, now down to the 1-on-2. Now looking for Minna, top here. He gets wounded, now down to 13. Looking, somebody's going to be on long. Is he going to be able to find this timing? He will not. So Swamp Gaming, once again, will get themselves 2 rounds in a row. Down to a bit of a nail biter, but that was a really good round coming in from Dipsy. I love that flash he threw. He knew that he blinded them, so he went for the aggression. I thought that was a very bold, but it was a good play, and that was almost a winning situation for them, and the rotates were already in from Anubis, so I think it was the Swamp that were able to win some fights a little bit more in their favor. But I'm liking that Anubis are switching things up a little bit, like nothing too dramatic, but now a little bit of a timeout here again, just to kind of figure things out. And I think this is a good moment for these guys. They seem to take a lot of deep talks in these breaks, but it makes a lot of sense, right? And things are getting closer and closer. They know that 2 rounds have been in a row here for Swamp, so let's just slow it down. Let's just not let them build off of this, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, we didn't get to see the guy that's actually talking on the team from Anubis, but I feel like they're just listening close, you know, hopefully figuring out what the issue is. But I feel like there's no issue, actually. I just think that Swamp Gaming is just hitting their shots, you know, and this is what I mentioned earlier, you know, if that is kind of the thing, you know, it can be better, but now we're seeing Brando, right? Like, I'm not a big fan of him sniping, but I feel like the last 2 rounds, it kind of worked out for them, but I still think if he rifles, they have a better chance to win this match. And yeah, even though a sniper on compound is pretty convincing, I feel like if they play it right, they can actually make things happen here. And yeah, what can I say? It is just an interesting match so far.
Well, a lot of deep talks, a lot of conversation still, and this thing is, I think, a 1-round differential if my memory serves correct. But yeah, and I think these guys from Anubis are playing together here in the house. It looks like a house, but yeah, they are together, which again, I love that for this group, just because they you know, talked about it. I think it was Jaguar in one of the videos. I was kind of talking about, like, look, we want to rebuild, we want to make a better team, we want to learn from our mistakes and do better this time, right? So I love that they are playing in the same environment. It definitely makes that teamwork, you know, you're just going to get extra points for it, right? It's always going to get better and better and better. So, and I feel like it's already better, right? Like, I think they're showing a lot of creativity in the strats. They're looking a little bit more relaxed in this. But I think, you know, hopefully they're not putting too much pressure on themselves, because I felt like that was something in the beginning of these first games last weekend when we saw it. But we'll find out. We're going right back into it. Anubis are leading by 1 with that 4-3. We're getting closer to the end point of this first half.
Yeah, and we're seeing a belong push this time around. I like to see it. This is also a good way to get a lot of map control done. But you can see, I don't know who this is. I think it's Jaguar. Look at this. The spot is insane by him. He's just taking forever, but this is the exact right play by him. Look, he's so patiently waiting. No, actually taking the shots, and it is an absolute massacre at this point. Gotta give it to him. His patience got rewarded so much here, and 2 versus 4 situation only because he is so good at playing Crossfire. Brando and Famous, obviously they can get things done. As you can see, Brando with his M4, but unlucky for Famous, Master was holding the right position, and I feel like splitting here wasn't the right decision, but obviously in a 2 versus 4 situation, you have to do something. You have to get a little bit aggressive and a little bit cheeky, but didn't work out this time around.
Yeah, I love this highlight, and it's a good thing you bring up, right? Because I think Jaguar, just because the trigger discipline, he gets himself in the right place at the right time. You love to see it, right? I mean, that's what you want. Like, he's this guy that I feel like is playing this role where he wants to, you know, kind of push out at random times. He wants to catch them off guard. He wants to essentially being a lurk, right? I mean, he's the kind of guy that's going to go for the first opening duel no matter what, whether it's win or lose. So I love that he was able to get his timing down. Like, it's a cool little style he's trying to adjust into, I think, more on this new Anubis roster. But we'll see what they're going to be able to do. We're going in the last round of this first half. Anubis have won it, so they've been able to do this before. And I think previously it was a 6-3. But now it's a question if they can do it again on a map like Compound.
Yeah, and I feel like Swamp Gaming is playing much more reserved this time around. I mean, again, those are like pretty basic flashes, but I mean, if it works out, why the hell not? You know, you just gotta see how it works. But you can see they get absolutely flashed here, and now this push comes to a stop, and I'm not sure what the best approach here is. I mean, Mina's just pushing, but not able to find Jaguar. Finally getting the frag done, but now everyone is kind of lost. I feel like with Master hitting the shot here is patiently waiting. Ooh, and this is falling apart once again. I don't know what's happened here. I mean, the push was great in the beginning, but eventually they came to a stop and it felt like they didn't really know what to do.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they did that this piece, and I thought that was a really interesting point you brought up. It's I think it was Minna was actually just going for a full hunt. Like it was like a bull seeing red, right? Like he didn't let go. Like he just kept fighting. He kept trying to do everything. He eventually gets that kill, but it felt like their positioning was just really all over the place, which allowed Anubis just to get themselves in better fights, and then they were able to just load the kill feed in their favor. So yeah, again, I think it's just, you know, that side was just not super strong from Swamp. I think the fact that now we're going to be switching things over, it will raise a couple more questions for me, how well they're going to be able to play the second half, just because they're down by a 6-3. This is where they lost out. So, I mean, different map, obviously, but I don't know. It's kind of looking like deja vu. I think you said that a bit earlier on too, and it's like, it very well could be. And I mean, this is the NA server, so I mean, for Swamp, I mean, this is everything. Like this should be the money maker, right? This should be the situation you're in to getting yourselves those 1-on-1s, and there's a possibility the way this game's going, it might not be on the deck of cards.
And it's also something I mentioned earlier, right? Even though they have the better server, if they don't fight the strats from Anubis, I don't see them winning here, you know? Like, Anubis is one of these teams, you know, they study so much, you know, they watch every replay, they watch everything they can, and, you know, this is actually working out for them so far. I'm not sure what they you know, studied on Swamp, because I don't feel like there's much to watch yet, but again, I feel like this little random plays kind of works out for Swamp, but in the end, I feel like they're gonna lose if they continue to play like that.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're just starting to see, and I feel like we're just constantly bashing these guys, but we're not meaning to. It's easy to see like the difference in the strategies and the utility and how that's being utilized right now from Anubis and compared to Swamp. I think we have to be able to find that more deep of a, you know, a playbook and the strategies here from them. But it's still a relatively new team, right? So we'll see what they can do. Josh with a bit of a nice one. Okay, Brando, he gets things moving. He gets things really moving. He's able to find that triple. Jaguar now coming in with a big old lurk, but it's just not going to be enough. Brando puts himself in the quad, and Swamp will be able to find that opening round here in the second half.
Yeah, what can I say? Brando kind of proving me wrong here. I mean, it hasn't been working out for him so far, but now actually with the 4K, it looks like he's kind of waking up. He's bringing the numbers to the board, and I mean, without him, this round would have gone sideways. But yeah, Brando, I like to see him stepping up, getting these numbers here. But yeah, obviously, I hope he can keep this up, but most likely it's gonna be a little bit more silence now, I feel like. What? Never mind. Okay.
I was like, well, you're jinxing it.
Brando is actually insane with the sniper, guys. I'm very sorry to ever doubt him.
The apologies are coming in now, and okay, so double arm here coming in, and there it is. Excavate's gonna be able to find this one too. Jaguar, nice little bit of a swing. We'll take the head of one. Oh, Menace taking some big damage, but now he's even going to press forward again. And Excavate trying to see what he's able to do. He's not able to find that trade at all. So both these players are kind of split apart from each other, leaving it all down to Brando. Someone that was doubted here with the but now maybe, just maybe, a chance here to find himself redemption. He's sitting at 6 kills so far since we've been back. He's someone that's been lights out here with the Can he do it again on a 1-on-2 clutch? Full bullets in the pistol. Looking, walking patiently, waiting it out. Anubis jiggling, burning the clock. Very nicely, but Design will be able to have the blueprint, and they're going to get themselves right back into it with a second round here.
Yeah, I feel like Brando is also feeling much more confident on the Jar side of things, you know. I mean, 6-1 overall is a pretty nice thing to say about him, but yeah, even though, you know, he's even though he's like fragging for his team, they still can't manage to win the round. And I feel like Brando is starting to get things heated, but it's a little bit too late at this point. And if the rest of his team can't, keep up with him, I feel like this is gonna fall apart for them. But finally, I love to see Swamp Gaming finally getting some frags on the board, showing some confidence. And I feel like because they play on GR side, it's just much more confidence in their head.
Yeah, definitely right. And the GR side, and now being on an NA server, it's hard not to talk about it because again, it feels like the odds are in their favor in that regard. But again, like you can't count Anubis out. Like they are a pretty strong BL sided team. And instead of it actually being Jaguar kind of lurking, it's actually Dipsy, and he's got himself the He's just kind of out and towards B. Look at what he's been able to do. He has sold this. There's 3 players committed to this B site. Now another rotate coming in from Josh, kind of playing on the end part of Highway. And now it's going to be an A exec and Dipsy just selling this perfectly. Excavate's going to go, what the heck? There's so many players here. Where are my teammates? And now it's Anubis that have been able to get themselves in this A site. They get the plant down, and they're still going to re-aggress on this. They ain't done yet.
I feel like they kind of forced themselves too much on the B side because I don't think there was any necessarily reason for that, but the round isn't over yet, 3 versus 4 situation, 20 seconds on the board, but it's gonna be a very tough ask here, and Jaguar already got for 2. Design getting the last one here. I mean, it's kind of hard to judge. Obviously, we see everyone and everything on the map, but I feel like a triple stack on B only makes sense when you have like a good read, and only because one guy was like baiting them out on B doesn't mean that's like a good info, but who knows, man. Hey, Brando again with a nice shot with the arm. I feel like Brando's mocking me right now. Like he's actually 8-2 right now with his arm. I feel like Brando's back to the roots here.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good. He really is. He's starting to find himself some good engagements. He's starting to get things really cooking now. Now Brando, we keep saying his name, man. It's like Beetlejuice. This guy just popping off. Okay, yeah, he's trying to make a statement. He wants to make sure that we know that he can use the arm. We know that he can frag. And okay, Brando, we see you. We get it. We definitely see you right now. And I mean, it's been a little bit quiet for players like Famous, players like Minna. And now we're going to see Swamp again. They're going to re-aggress. This is going to be a fight. This is going to be a full bar fight right now. Everybody's just swinging. Famous, he wants to get himself back on the board. Now we're starting to see Swamp Gaming. They're starting to see some clear waters on this. They take down the bomb. It's down to 2 remaining.
Yeah, you gotta love these early clashes, right? Like, yeah, these gunfights always seem so chaotic, but for some reason there's also a little bit of sense behind them, right? Like, I mean, you can see it here. Dipsy just pushing because he knows he has his teammate back him, and look at this, Dipsy good for 2, getting trailed by Minna here, but Design now left alone in a 2 versus 1 situation. Not very likely for him to win this one. Putting the numbers closer together, but yeah, what can I say? This was a nice attempt. Finally, some more action towards Belong here, but yeah, maybe try something else this time around.
Yeah, and I think Swamper now starting to get that momentum back a little bit. That's what we talked about. Nade gonna get thrown, not gonna make any sort of an effect. Brando caught a little bit here, spots a player. Now he's gonna fall back. He's by himself, so again, was trying to get a little bit cheeky with a opening pick in his favor, and now they're actually going to go for a very interesting setup here, and this seems like it's not a bad one here, Pando.
Yeah, we have seen this earlier, by the way. This is the exact same setup. Famous in the anti-flash position, Josh with the trade, and Minna also for the support here. This is like, you're going to realize this more often, but sometimes it feels like everyone is just copying each other, right? I mean, I feel like even though it looks the same, it's kind of executed differently, Like, I think now this time around, the last time they went mid when we saw the thread, but this time around they're gonna go mid. They're gonna go A long. If they don't decide to go back, okay, never mind. But usually when they approach A long with the setup, this is kind of cheeky to win, But I feel like I love to see this approach here because, like I said earlier, Swamp Gaming wasn't very tactical, but this, even though it's a kind of standard thing, I love to see it by them.
Yeah, a lot more of a slow pace on this one, and down to the last minute remain, and Anubis just really trying to figure it out. They're trying to figure out what they want to do, and I don't blame them, because I think, you know, Swamp, they've been able to throw a little bit of mayhem, and Famous, he's by himself, but that doesn't matter. He's going to be able to find that opener. Double players here, triple players, I should say, actually, sorry, in this B site, and Anubis, they're walking into a bit of a trap. You don't like to see it for any Anubis fans. Now it's a question, they have to commit to this. They can't even backpedal if they wanted to. They have to be able to win these engagements, and it's just going right back into everybody's favor on Swamp, and Bomb's not going to get picked up. 13 seconds remaining. He might be able to get this plant down, but now he has to be able to find Brando. He has to be able to get this kill. If Brando dies, this is just going to be a problem, and oh no, this could just have flipped everything, but luckily Minna's able to come right at the last minute here for the flank, gets it done, and we're talking about a 1-round differential.
Yeah, obviously Brando approaching or pushing the bombs and instantly was a very nice attempt, but Minna with the flank here saving the day is exactly what you're looking for. And I mean, I kind of feel bad for Brando now. Like I talked so much about him, you know, and now he's actually putting some numbers on the board. He's doing so much for the team, and you can even see it, you know, 1-round differential like you just mentioned. And yeah, I hope they continue that way. You know, it's going to be a much closer fight than we expected it to be.
Well, I don't think you should feel too bad, because, you know, there's an old saying, like a caster's curse, but in this case, it's going to be a caster's blessing, because, I mean, you know, you're like, look, Brando, don't use the don't use the sniper. It's not working. And then look at him now. He's like, I'm going to prove a point. I'm going to make sure that we can make this a close game, and things have flipped around on its head. So, I mean, I'm going to say you motivated him. He might not know it, but something in the air, you know?
Yeah, I feel like he knows. He's just listening. You know? But yeah, this is also a key position for him once again, if Anubis decides to push this one, but it feels like they're going to get some map control over there. And Brando has everything to do here. If he hits the first shot and backs down, I feel like this is a very winnable situation. But look at this flash. Brando fully blinded. Can't do anything here, but it feels like Anubis just wanted some more map control, not really pushing this side yet. I feel like they're just gonna, you know, leave one behind and the rest is gonna rotate, and this is the case here. Yeah, I like this, you know. And also the early rotation from Swamp here is a nice thing to do if they actually push, but they're already back to their normal spots. So this is exactly what they wanted it to have here.
Yeah, I do like that they, like you said, just getting map control and then like kind of just making, you know, Swamp on the rotates. I think this is really good, because now it's making things a bit more of a guessing game. Down to 30 seconds though, right? So this is the moment here where Anubis, they can't really, you know, take small steps. They got to make big ones here, and they have to make a play. Players now going down highway. Now they're just going to come through A main. They're going to have to be able to see what they can do. Minna's not able to get the challenge done. Instead of, it's Anubis now finding themselves here for the openers, getting this bomb down in plenty of time here remaining. And Swamp, they got the still in the clutch, and now Josh and Famous finding themselves multi-kills, and all of a sudden they bring themselves back to a tie game. I don't know how we're here, but we're here.
I didn't expect that. Really, I didn't. Like, I loved how Anubis confused Swamp Gaming, but suddenly they just couldn't hold the side for some reason. I mean, I don't remember who, but someone was watching the window and only had like 5 bullets in the chamber or something. Like, those mistakes kind of break your neck if you're not too careful. I mean, now we are back to a break-even game, and it feels like this should be the case, really. I mean, we see the nice setup in mid once again, but I feel like Anubis should have won the last round.
Yeah, it feels like they're playing the right way on the BL side, right? I mean, they're doing some good fakes. They're getting map control. It feels like it's textbook, right? Like it feels like they're doing the right pieces, but Swamp are the ones that are, you know, kind of just like fragging out here on their GR side, and it seems to be that's their comfort, like we talked about. And now the nades coming through again on A, double smokes, but there is 2 players here. Famous playing the anti-flash, and now a swing. It's just chaos here in mid. Everybody's just blasting through smokes and flashes and everything. And now Excavate's going to be able to find himself one more. Why not another? And now Swamp have put themselves on a lead position here on map point to potentially get this thing closed off.
Oh boy, once again a tie or die situation, and I feel like the pressure is higher this time around. Anubis Gaming, they really need to step it up. And you can see Swamp Gaming with a different approach this time around, and I feel like Dipsy has the key position once again, but Famous! So aware for some reason. I feel like he was kind of expecting someone to sit behind that box, and now you can see Anubis one man down, and I feel like they're just gonna go for it. And this is, I don't know if this is the right approach, but we will see soon. Jaguar already good for one, and look at Excavate, he is fighting for his life, but it's not gonna work out for them. And suddenly the numbers in favor of Anubis, and is this going to be a round for Anubis or not? I'm not sure here. Brando kind of taking his time, but obviously he's gonna wait for his teammate to push up, and this is gonna be the case right now. Brando hitting so many shots, but he can't quite finish Master, and this is actually going to be an overtime situation.
We're gonna go to overtime. Why not? Swamp Gaming have made things really interesting on their GR side. It's been the blockless side that seems to be the weaker point and the Achilles heel for these guys. But Anubis, they are able to get themselves back into this game. So a little bit of time here for both these teams to have a discussion to figure out what they want to do. But honestly, I think, you know, for Swamp, I mean, I think their GR side was showing that they can have good effect on it, but at the same time, I'm really worried about their attack. Like, I think we need to see something different, and I didn't mind this aggression. I thought that might have been the difference for them, but we'll have to see what they want to do a little bit differently for it.
Well, overtime is coming soon. I feel like I don't think either team expected this one to happen. I mean, obviously Anubis was so sure to win this one, I feel like, and Swamp Gaming suddenly out of nowhere, they just, you know, they fought back. They kind of surprised all of us, I feel like, and I don't know. I just see stone faces when I think about Anubis. Yeah, they don't show any emotions. Like, it doesn't matter if they win or lose; they just look the same. I feel like, I mean, this is a good thing if you play poker, right? But I feel like here it's also I don't know how to say it, but it just feels like they don't want to give away anything.
Yeah, and I don't mind that at all, right? I mean, I think it's just you know, not showing a lot of emotion, just like, again, just right into the game. You're just focusing on what you need to do, and I don't mind that at all, honestly. So I think it'll be interesting to see what we can see differently from Anubis, just because, again, let's not forget that they were the ones with the 6-3 on their GR side, and then, you know, essentially we just saw that, you know, Swamp were able to come back through on this. So both these teams kind of relying a little bit more on their defense, but I will be curious to see what Anubis want to do differently for this, only in the sake of just, again, I think the odds of them being the more favorites in this matchup are there, and let's not forget that Swamp are using, you know, different players too. So this is kind of, again, a debut that we're seeing for a few of these guys. So always makes things a little bit more interesting. And I think you brought up a really good point as well about, you know, I think there's more, you know, demos and playback that you can watch of Anubis, whereas on Swamp, I think it's a bit lacked, right? And that's what makes them pretty scary.
Yeah, it makes them scary indeed. And I also notice Midas like wearing an arm sleeve, right? I don't see this many times. I feel like this is more like a new thing, and I don't know if many people use it. I mean, I don't really know anyone, but I mean, it kind of works out for him. I think this is also like, I don't know what it's for, you know. Is it supposed to be like, I don't know, does it feel weird or like, I don't know. However, I feel like this is going to be a very interesting overtime match here. I feel like both teams kind of want to win, and yeah, let's see. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about the arm sleeve, actually. Like, I don't remember what the reason is, but I think that, you know, a lot of players in, you know, professional esports, they do like wearing it, and we'll see if that's going to matter. We're going to see if that's going to be, you know, Mina's going to be able to show us why he wears it. I don't know, but it is going to be single arms across the board from both sides. 4-1 split coming in from, it'll be Swamp. Sorry, I was just going to say that, threw me off guard a little bit, but Swamp are on the blacklist side, and then we have Anubis back onto the GR. What do we have ahead of us?
Yeah, everyone is kind of playing reserve right now. I mean, you can see a triple stack on Belong by Swamp, but I feel like they're just trying to get one free frag, which they're not gonna get because it's Dipsy. They're waiting for them. I don't feel like Dipsy will ever give away his position there. I mean, they probably predict him there, it feels like, but yeah, Dipsy is just playing around in the window here. You can see it backing off now. I mean, he's basically single-handedly holding B right now, but yeah, you can see everything is so quiet. There's not a single gunshot happening. No one is doing anything. I kind of like this, you know. It's like, okay, listen, this is an overtime situation. Let's start slow. Let's see what they want to do. And now Famous with a little bit of a wallbang towards a lung. But yeah, like I mentioned, slowly but surely creeping up a lung. But Dipsy so patiently waiting. Also designed with the support in the back. Will not matter too much, I feel like, because they're gonna back off. And if I'm not wrong, it feels like they're gonna go for mid aggression once again. But as you can see, Doom and Jaguar holding it off, and we're gonna wait and see. And Doom spotting him, giving him a lot of information here. And now, since they've been spotted, they're just gonna go for it. And I feel like this is the right approach. 30 seconds on the board. A side kind of free though. Brando staying in the back with the arm position. This is actually a super standard play at this point. But ooh, the Saint sneaking up super early, and Josh didn't expect that at all. And this is falling apart for them now. This, what just happened? Anubis, they just went for it. They didn't even wait a single second, and this is what I like to see.
Yeah, I like that more, like just kind of go with the moment, make that quick decision. I think that was the right play, and yeah, that was a really good work coming in from Anubis, putting themselves at 10. Yeah, we're just going to fix that scoreboard for you guys. Sorry about that. But either way, I do like that Design was able to find himself in a great spot here to get a triple.
Once again, the Belong approach by Swamp. Design patiently waiting for his chance, and there it is. He gets one. Can he find the second? There's so much damage happening, but he can't find the second one. Dipsy already backing off, kind of leaving his teammate behind, but at this point, I probably think this was the better decision here. But look at the HP of Josh and Brando. I feel like he did so much work for his team, and it's probably for the best.
Yeah, even Dipsy. Oh man, that's a great kill. Nice little one on a Brando. And Josh, what, I think he's got like, what, 1 HP? Dipsy's still kind of playing with the idea he wants to go for this. Man, he's just like, he's just being such a pest. Like, he's just being such an annoyance right now for Swamp. So you love that, right? I mean, that's, now they have to clear every single angle. Now they have to figure out where on earth is he. And Swamp are going to be falling back. But Jaguar, he's not able to find that at all in his favor. Like, he actually drops. So that threat of a flank has been removed. That could have really opened things up. Dipsy able to get another one, though. Swamp are still just going to keep pressing on this. I don't know why they are, but they got lots of time to work with. And look at how split apart they are. Even the bomb's still kind of committed to this.
I feel like this was a little bit weird because, you know, not only did Jaguar fail the, you know, the crunch from behind, but they also somehow got away with it later on. I mean, 30 seconds on the board, they have the bomb, they have the positions, they have everything they need, but the HP is the only thing they don't have. And I feel like Excavate here has the best position he could have chosen, but I feel like if Josh dies here, oh, why is he playing the floor as lava, man? I don't get it. Like, just walk, don't B-hop. It's not necessarily, and this is gonna be tough for him now. I mean, Master has a much better position. Doom, never mind, Dipsy with the flank here, and yeah. I feel like, you know, if he just didn't B-hop there, I feel like he had a better chance to win this round, but apparently this wasn't the case.
Well, Anubis now getting themselves back into winning ways, maybe, but Swamp have been, you know, I think the biggest criticism for us was just, you know, what they're going to be able to do on the blacklist side. And again, it's just, we're not seeing the improvement yet, but maybe things could be a little bit different. They're going to fight for mid. There's nobody there. So they're just, they're fighting nobody. Instead, it's actually Anubis that, you know, put a bit of pressure on that A main, doubling up. Now they're going to have 2 players in this site. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be Dipsy that's lurking in B main. So he's just getting some good intel as well. So Anubis, I feel like I like their positioning right now, Pando. I think this is a good setup for their GR.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I don't know what Swamp is trying to do right now. I probably just, you know, I don't confuse them, I feel like, but yeah, at this point, it just feels like, okay, guys, listen, we are like 2 rounds behind, so let's just play some time. Let's wait for their mistakes. But little do they know, Anubis doesn't do much mistakes here, and you can see it here. They're just playing it to perfection. I mean, Master holding a long here seems like it's kind of unnecessarily, but it's actually going to be interesting once he catches Famous. But the smoke kind of against him here, and this time around, let's see, maybe they're gonna push mid eventually, but it's just holding it. The Jaguar is gonna peek it, missing all of his shots, and now the push will come through. 2 openings is what we're looking for, and now Jaguar against the world here, kind of backing off, going for the rotation. With the design here, are they gonna check him? Yes, they will. 3 versus 3 situation here. And eventually this is gonna come to a close corner fight once again. And look at Brando missing his shots, but this is unforgivable. Dipsy getting the frag on him. I mean, Brando, if only he would have hit his shots, I think this would have been a much easier round, but Famous holding the position is just on perfection.
Yeah, and I mean, he's playing an aggressive angle. Look at him. He's just confident, right? He knows he can have so much firepower, and now Design needing to find this kills, and then Design, he's able to come in. He takes them both down, despite, you know, Famous trying to get, you know, up close and personal. Design will be able to pull up another clutch in for these guys, and holy guacamole, that was all over the place. It felt like it was just a carousel. Like, I didn't know what was going to happen at the end here. But I love that Design. It's nothing crazy. It's just, you know, he's like, I'm going to swing, I'm going to fight, and I'm going to win.
I feel like this was the first time I saw someone from Anubis smile the entire game. Like, literally, I felt like, okay, you know, they get the clutch round, a nice clutch round, 2 versus 1 situation, and finally, you know, they're getting there with a little smile. So I like to see that one. But on the other side, obviously, you got to feel very devastated. You know, you had the upper hand, but now it's getting closer and closer to an end game here, and eventually you can see it here. Not much talking again. Like, it feels like they just don't know how to react to Anubis.
Yeah, I think Anubis have really been, you know, great on just finding more clutches in these kind of like chaotic rounds, right? Like, I feel like, you know, where Swamp were almost able to take that up, but again, individual prowess, right? Like, I mean, that was Famous that, again, wanted to just be aggressive. He wanted to get, you know, right in their face, and it almost worked. Like, it honestly almost worked. But I've been impressed with Design today. Like, he's really stepped up, even in the previous map as well. Some nades coming in deep, that does a ton of damage. So Anubis actually have lost, you know, a significant amount of HP from 3 different players. So that's going to be great for any Swamp Gaming fans right now. But we'll see if that's going to matter. I mean, again, all 5 players alive. Swamp right now back on the GR. And this was the moneymaker, right? This is what they like. This is home. This is comfort.
Surely is, and the push is coming through. Let's see if they can manage it. And it seems like it's a little bit back and forth. Brando, no, last one to hold off the B push, and it feels like they did a great job here. And again, it's a tie or die situation again, and I feel like the pressure is all on Swamp. I feel like Anubis has a little bit more comfort here. You know, they have so much rounds to play with, and even though they had like a lot of early grenade damage, I feel like they don't really care about it too much. You know, they're like, okay, listen, they did some damage on us, but it doesn't really matter. We're gonna play our game regardless. And you can see Brando on the arm, patiently waiting for someone to pick window, but no one is going to peek that window yet.
Yeah, I do like the double player, though. Like, this is a good setup, right? I mean, I think with Swamp being down to 4, just split it up with a 2 and 2. Leave mid and highway open. Who cares? Brando, I think he made a little bit of noise, but I don't know if Anubis were going to be able to hear him, but Anubis now still taking this very slow. Actually, Master gets caught here on the arm. Now they're just going to try to get themselves in this famous. He needs to be able to come alive, and Swamp Gaming now on the brink point here of able to find themselves a first round in the overtime. Dipsy tries to find something, but it comes down to the 1v1, and it will be Swamp back into double digits, and they survive the threat for another time.
I'm not sure how Famous does it. Like, he had like the worst position I could have think of, you know, like behind the box, they just wallbang him, and there was so much happening on the screen, and he somehow manages to get 2 frags done, and it's just impressive at this point. I mean, you're at a tired eye situation, and it doesn't look good for you, and you still manage to get 2 frags on the board. It's like, I don't know what to say at this point. It's just Famous is on point when he needs to be.
Yeah, he's definitely kind of that, you know, big reliance, right? I mean, that's where I think his name's like, yeah, he's famous because he does some good highlights, and he comes through and they need it. And that's the one really fun thing about watching him play. It seems like no matter who it is, he's just going to go for a fight. And you love to see it. Now Anubis, okay, now they're going to go through highway. They're going to speed through this. Do they hit the barricade of Swamp? It looks like it may be so. Swamp have now been able to find all these kills in their effect. Dipsy can't be able to find it. Excavate's going to be getting done with 2. Okay, we're coming right down to the distance here. The 1 round differential, it's either golden round or this thing is over. Swamp Gaming, they are holding on for dear life.
Yeah, indeed. I feel like I like the approach by Anubis here. They just went for it, you know, like they were probably talking like, listen guys, we're gonna go YOLO 1 round, see what happens, and you know, it didn't really work out for them, but I feel like they're gonna try it one more time, and it's either gonna work or not, but this is going to be very interesting. The approach comes through, no smoke, no nothing. Doom getting 1, can you find a second? X-Ray actually the one missing the shot, but he gets 1 though, and this looks good for Anubis so far. I mean, 4 versus 2, maybe, well, never mind, make it 1 versus 4 situation for Brando with the AWP, and I'm not gonna say anything, but I feel like Brando is gonna clutch this one, only because I've been talking him down too much lately. But yeah, it's just unfortunate for him, you know. The situation seems like it's not actually winnable for him, but yeah, it was a nice approach, you know. Anubis did the unthinkable, you know, just push without anything. I mean, I think they flashed though, but as you can see, it's not going to be enough this time around, and Anubis is going to be so happy to win this one, obviously, and what can I say?
Yeah, honestly, I think that was a really bold strategy, but from Anubis on that last round, and I'm glad you said that, because it was like, look, they were going to go back through mid, and I was kind of wondering, are they going to like honestly just go with this with no util? They're just going to take it dry, but I love that they changed it, right? I think that little bit of an adjustment, they just realized, okay, look, as soon as we throw util, these guys are all over us. Let's just catch them off guard. And that's exactly what they did. And they kind of removed the, you know, 2 players that were honestly getting themselves multi-kills. Like Excavate was doing a good job finding a lot of doubles. So I love that they kind of went for the high pressure. They avoid Famous. They're just like, you know what? He plays at B. Ignore him. He's somewhere else. So I do think that Anubis were able to grind out themselves a 2-0, but that's the first 2-0 we've seen in a little while here. So, and the first for this, you know, day 1 of this weekend. So big congratulations to Anubis to getting it done, but it was definitely a hard-earned fight.
Yeah, obviously hard earned. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if they actually knew about Famous in the last round, but if they did, it was probably the right decision here, you know. If you can't win against Famous, just go to the other side, and this worked out for them this time around. And yeah, I liked it, you know. Swamp had a great performance, even though it's, you know, it was their server actually. Yeah, so Swamp had a great performance, but not enough to win against Anubis, and gotta give it to Anubis. The shots were on point, the strats were on point, and the decision making was also on point in the last few rounds. So yeah, great job by them.
Yeah, I think it honestly, the one thing I always love, you know, honestly, is when you have a team like Anubis that I feel like are trying to become like a bit of a, you know, a strat heavy team, a lot of executions, things like that, you know, kind of like the old like 3BL, in my opinion. Like I love like that last round we saw, like that was just straight mid-round calling. That was just like, you know what, we know this setup, we know that Swamp normally like to do this, let's just try it. What do we have to lose? And honestly, they finally got themselves, you know, a 2-0, something they were much waiting for. Because again, like when we talk about the placements, they were sitting, you know, before this weekend they were sitting in 4th place, but now that they're going to be, you know, able to have this many points, like, I'm going to be excited to see that overall at the end of the day, because I mean, honestly, this might even put them in a top 2. Like this might have now actually put them back in winning ways. And yeah, plenty of season left, but that is definitely going to make them feel better.
Yeah, the confidence boost is probably at its peak right now, and what can I say? They deserve it. They just played much better. I mean, it was close in the end, obviously, otherwise it wouldn't be overtime, but I feel like when it comes to these close situations, you know, golden rounds, I feel like Anubis just knows how to play these, you know, the experience. I mean, obviously you have very experienced players on Swamp's side, but you also have some inexperienced, so yeah, I feel like overall Anubis with the better plays, with the better strategies, and yeah, you can see it in the result, really.
Yeah, you can definitely see it in the result. And I mean, you know, but the other thing is as well, like, I was kind of getting a little bit nervous just because I think the factor about, you know, for Swamp, like, I was like, look, like, they're in the NA server. I mean, I know that's going to say one thing, but it's a big buffer for these guys. And honestly, the fact that they didn't get the win, but they made it close and it was a grind, I mean, I'm going to give them a bit for that. But I think we're going to have to see some new changes for these guys. And like, I'm hoping this week, or I guess they have matches tomorrow too, but I'm hoping after this weekend they can use the week to kind of figure out their new game plan on the Blacklist side and kind of, you know, change up their strategies. Because I agree with you, I think it seemed is a bit lacking. It felt like they were just kind of, you know, using bodies and just trying to win firefights, which is not always going to be the case against some good strategic teams. So I think there'll be good learnings regardless. But yeah, a big congrats to Anubis to be able to start this weekend off with a 2-0, which is the first time we've seen it, because it's been a lot of 1-on-1s.
Yeah, obviously it's great to see them win here. It's like I said earlier, it's gonna be a big confidence boost for them. But you also have to, you know, consider that Swamp Gaming was playing with a sub today. You know, Kais wasn't there. Kais is a big factor in this team. Obviously, Brando today was as well. I'm not gonna say anything against him anymore. I think this is Brando is the best player I have ever seen. So
okay,
yeah, nah,
change the tune. I like it. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
No, but I'm really looking forward for him to, you know, maybe play some more. But yeah, obviously when Kais is back, he's gonna go back to the rifle, I hope, or maybe they're gonna do more double sniper setups, which I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, you know, when we saw him play, you know, like, he did get to play a little bit last week and everything, but I think it'll be interesting when Kais is back, because, you know, Excavate was the guy that kind of filled in for him. And yeah, it's a big deal, because again, like, he put up some big numbers. And when we talk about big numbers, I mean, this definitely shows us a little bit of something here. And honestly, Design, like I said, he was the MVP for that second map, in my opinion, just because the stats are speaking for themselves.
Totally agree with you. I mean, obviously, you know, you have some key players in the team, but you can see him on the screen right now. Design, like you just mentioned, and obviously Famous. I mean, I would be surprised if it wasn't Famous at this point. You know, Famous is always like the key player for some reason. I feel like even though, you know, he had like a longer break, but he's still able to get these frags on the board. You know, he's such an amazing player when it comes to close, you know, important games. But yeah, I mean, overall, Anubis is the winner here, and they really deserve a Design with an insane KD. I mean, it's just great to see.
Yeah, it really is. It really is great to see, because I think, like we said, it was one of those things where I think on paper we were thinking, look, like, Anubis have every ability to get themselves. They probably in these matchups are the one team that's probably going to get a 2-0. Didn't think it'd be easy, but it definitely wasn't easy, and that's something that's going to be a nice little bit of an icing on the cake for them. But we're going to take a little bit of a break, as we're going to get locked and loaded for the last series of the day, which is going to be unKnights taking on GV. So we'll see you in just a little bit for that last one. Okay, welcome back. We're ready to go. Last series of the day for day number 1 here on this weekend, and we got ourselves a bit of an interesting one because it's a match that I thought we wouldn't have to really talk about, in the sense for GV sitting themselves in last place right now. So they're trying to fight themselves to get out of there, and they're going to be taking on the 5th place ranked team right now of unKnights, where I don't know about you, Pando, but I mean, any initial thoughts just about these two teams that are going to go head to head?
I just feel like it's going to be very interesting. But I feel like the first two, the opponents for GV were kind of rough. I mean, obviously, when it comes to like, your enemies, you always need to be able to beat anyone, right? But I feel like because LCK and 3BL are like two of the best teams, right? It was kind of rough for GV to, have their first weekend. But I feel like today maybe they're coming back with some more confidence, and I don't know about unKnights, but I feel like they're also pretty confident about this one, especially because they got to see how GB plays. And yeah, I think this is going to be a big factor today.
Yeah, I think the one thing I was really impressed to see, from a team like GV, right? I think there's always going to be so much conversation about them just because of the players they have, right? The caliber of what they can bring to the table is high. And I mean, we know that they've been able to split, a map with a team like 3BL, which was a big deal to me because, 3BL were on an undefeated streak. Last season, they were flawless. They finally had a little bit of a taste of defeat, essentially losing his, a map and splitting 1-1. So GV definitely show that they can play against these top teams, right? They can definitely compete. And then when you kind of talk about unKnights, it's definitely the same thing too, right? And this was a team that has had a roster adjustment. They played at an event, recently together. It wasn't looking the greatest in the very beginning, but now it looks like it's starting to become a little bit better for them. And no surprise here. I think this veto makes a lot of sense from my view. I don't know if anything catches you off guard.
No, I pretty much expected that, and I feel like unKnights, now that they play with Kiku, I feel like they're a little bit stronger than before. Obviously it's going to be a bit different because different player means different strats, but I feel like GV also is kind of prepared for it. I mean, last season they played with Min, now 7 is back, and when it comes to GV, I'm just so confused sometimes. Sometimes they're like pretty good, and then the next day they just have like an off day for some reason. But I feel like if GV plays their cards right, I think they have a great chance to win today.
Yeah, it is a really good point, right? Like, I think that's a true statement, because I'm glad I'm not the only one that feels this way, because I think there's, GV are a team, like I said, a lot of high caliber players, but they seem to be a very hot and cold team. Like, there's moments where they're playing great, they're dominating the league, and then they lose matches that mean the most, and that's it, it's done. Or the other way around, like even right now, where we're in the beginning of the season and they are sitting literally dead last. Like, they are not in a good place right now. So it wasn't the best way for them to start. I really didn't think we got to see the right pieces, fitting the puzzle. You did mention about 7 joining. I am excited to see him back in the server, but that also means that, Creeds has to kind of be off the IGL. He has to play his role now, and we're about to find out. It is going to be Port to start things off, and let's get it going.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to experience, obviously GV has a much better team, but GV is also getting kind of old, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, obviously they're still performing great, right? I mean, not the last weekend, but I feel overall they're still a heavy team to look out for. And yeah, I feel like unKnights has a lot to do here, but historically I feel like unKnights also has the upper hand for now.
Well, I was gonna say, I get it. I mean, a bit more of, I wouldn't say the boomer team, but I mean, they definitely are some older players that have been around for a while, and they've been able to have, again, talking about their history and success. And I agree with you. I think that was a good little point you made again about just, they definitely are the more experienced team. So it's more about, can they maintain that experience, and can they put that, as a better building block now? Because again, with 7 joining, it definitely mixes things up a little bit just in terms of their overall view, what they want to do. And shots like that for Pietro were definitely not going to work out nicely here for GV, but a good little bit of reply from Snox. He's going to be able to bring things back. Now FaZe gets a little bit tested, and actually Alucard is going to get the better of him. So that versus duel, it's going to pan out nicely here for him on unKnights.
Yeah, that's the case here, but Creeds, as you can see, he's doing some magic with his M4, but the bomb isn't planted yet. And look, it's awesome. Alucard, for some reason, not aware of the AC position, and this is kind of falling apart for them, as you can see, but the trades go back and forth now. 2 versus 1 situation for Beck. It is very likely for him to win this one. I feel like 2 kills on the board. Is he able to find the last? And Creed's playing the timer a bit. I mean, now he knows exactly where he is, but I like this position swap from Creeds. He's not expecting that, and look at this. Creeds good for the change here, and I feel like this should have been unKnights round, but somehow Alucard dying to the AC position. I feel like this is the main factor why they lost this one.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was a really important little highlight that you bring up, because again, I think that allowed GV to be able to get them the start of this round, and it's nice to see that Creeds is able to get himself a little bit of multi-kill just starting things off, because again, I felt like it was one of these situations where we saw him playing not too bad, but not like his form, right? Like I think even when the map they won, like he had the lowest ratings out of everybody, and then when they played, you know, 3BL and Subbase, he was kind of like the, you know, 4th on the bottom again, which is not, I feel like that's not a normal thing for someone like Creeds, right? He's a guy that, you know, in the previous season, he was putting up some big numbers, big impact, clutch after clutch. So we'll see if he's been, you know, getting the DM servers and kind of practicing a bit more and just getting his aim up to snuff.
I feel like GV is somewhat comparable to LCK when it comes to the playstyle. You know, I feel like GV is always playing a little bit aggressive. You know, you can see here Creed's going for the info play now, and it has to make a move, and FaZe is so sharp with his arm. He gets the 2nd, maybe eventually a 3rd, and what can I say? This is a classic FaZe moment here, you know? So patiently waiting, and he gets rewarded for that. And, you know, even though, like I just mentioned, GV usually plays more aggressive, I feel like they also, if it really comes to it, they can also play pretty slow. And 2 versus 5 situation for unKnights seems a little bit tough, but HCZ and Petro, 2 strong players, and we're gonna have to see what they bring to the table here.
Nate's gonna get thrown through. Petro not gonna find much at all. He's gonna be removed, and now it's all down to HCZ. And okay, GB will get themselves only losing 1 casualty, so now getting themselves a nice little bit of a 2-0. And this is definitely an interesting one. I mean, they're the ones that picked this map, so they got to go for the first pick. And I'm already liking what we're seeing, right? I mean, I think FaZe able to get himself that triple. You got a little bit of redemption too, right? I mean, that was a situation before where I think he actually overpeaked and Alucard took the better of him. So that was a good note for him, just again to find some multi-kills. And that's where we talked about the individual experience on this GV team can be very scary. But it is just going to be back to the regular setup here from unKnights. Not putting as much pressure in mid as I thought they would. They normally like to sit and wait on this, so they've actually just left Beck by himself and everybody else kind of going through B main. So they've actually done a little bit of a change up.
It's nice to see them adjusting here, but the question always is it going to be enough? And I like to see FaZe on B this time around. You don't see that, you know, very often, but I feel like a sniper on B can be a big difference maker, especially from the headshot box spot here. But yeah, it's really gonna depend on the utility use of unKnights. And you can see FaZe starts off with 1, awesome, gonna get the 2nd, and this is not looking very good for them. I mean, HCZ, he's kind of holding the position, but Awesome's gonna get a double kill here, and this is falling apart. And once again, Creeds with the M4. I like to see it, you know, he's so patiently, but still getting all these frags. And this is what I was mentioning, right? The spot from FaZe with the arm, it's so uncommon, but I feel like it's so good. It's really good.
It's really good, yeah. And honestly, it's one of those things that, you know, I was always kind of giving a lot of criticism for someone like FaZe, just because I know his history and what he can bring with this. Like, he can pack a big punch, right? Like, this guy can put a knockout here with the arm. So the fact that it was kind of feeling like he wasn't really getting a lot of success with it was really sad to see. And now he's getting really aggressive. Unfortunately, you can't hear. He gets a bit more zealous than I think he was banking for. Now unKnights are going to try to take advantage of this. Good counter utility coming in for the defensive side of GV. unKnights might have been able to find a bit of a slip up here giving them an opportunity to get back on the board, and they will. And I was mentioning FaZe and the impact he had, and unfortunately him dropping, I think that just kind of, you know, opened the floodgate to that site.
Yeah, but it really shows what kind of impact this guy has, right? I mean, obviously with the over peak there, he's not getting anything done, but now he knows, okay, never mind, I'm gonna sit on A, I'm not gonna move a single muscle unless someone is pushing, right? So I think even though like he's gonna learn from that mistake, and you know, this time around he's gonna stay more defensive. But on the other side, unKnights gonna feel, you know, they're gonna feel very, very nice about this last round here, because I feel like, you know, they were kind of throwing themselves onto the A bomb side, just, you know, not knowing what's gonna happen, but it worked out for them, and I'm really looking forward for more rounds like that.
Yeah, I love that they were able to get a good kickstart, right? I mean, the fact that they were able to find 3. So that's a really good start. We'll see again now if unKnights maybe get a little bit more moving. No, I don't think so. Snox, he's got something else in store for us. He's going to be a bit more aggressive. unKnights seem very, like, I don't know, I feel like timid might be the right word. Like, it seems like they're really slow on this. It's only when we saw them get that first engagement against FaZe, that's when they just started going, right? That's when the foot's hitting the gas, you know, pedal to the metal. We're going to go. We're not going to overthink it. We're just going to move. Right now, we're kind of still seeing them, you know, lurking with Beck in mid. He's limping his way through there. The rest of these players from unKnights just here in B main. Now going to go for the swing. Awesome. Oh, that is just more than awesome. He finds himself the double. Why not a triple? And GV continue on.
Yeah, I feel like today GV plays a whole different game. I mean, obviously unKnights is a little bit slower than, you know, FreeBL or LCK, but I feel like, I don't know, other than GV just doing great, it just feels like they're doing the right thing here, you know? So overall, I would say if they continue like this, unKnights gonna have a huge problem. I feel like they should play more with Alucard here. Alucard 1-4, so he needs to step it up, and I think this is going to be the case any second now. 7 with the key position once again, dying at the same spot, and they're just waiting for Awesome to peek here. You can tell this was a big mistake here by Awesome, but opening up the B side for them. Eventually they're gonna push on side before Creeds gets there, and look at Spec just cleaning up spots in mid, and this is all falling apart for GV. Creed's now left alone in a 1 versus 5 situation. Not very likely for him to win this one, but you know, he's just gonna take his chances, you know. This is gonna be a little bit cheeky by him. He almost gets the second, but HCZ will be the winner of this fight.
Yeah, and that was actually a team flash, if I'm not mistaken, that came in from unKnights too. Like, that's why he was able to win that first engagement. And I mean, you know, just a little bit of a detail, just because I mean it was a tough ask, right? I mean, I think it was a 1-on-5 essentially, so not an easy thing for Creeds to do, but just trying to get some damage done. Good work from unKnights. They read that like, you know, like a kid's book. They knew exactly what was going to happen. They knew the story before they could even start it, right? Like they took down the first player of 7. They find the second. They knew Awesome was going to swing on top, and then you could even see them spamming right where Awesome is right now. They were pre-firing. Like, they knew exactly what the plan was. So I love that read from unKnights. They needed something to get themselves a little bit more in this game. Now they're going to group up back into this again. Awesome just playing a bit of an off angle on this, waiting things out, and he's not even peeking at all. And his teammate's going to drop. And now he's going to have to be able to get activated. He does find himself at least something back of a trade. And now they have to realize that Beck likes to play in mid, and he's going to get removed too.
Gotta give it to Snox. He's on point with the shots, but I feel like 7 has a hard time right now. I mean, 1-5, not really the best situation you want to be in, but obviously on the other side you have Kiku as well, not having the greatest time, so I think that kind of balances the things out. But check out Creed's position here, a long behind the metal box. I mean, eventually it's not gonna matter because unKnights is going to take a shot at Belong, but I feel like GV should really stack B at this point. I mean, Creed has all the information they need. I mean, obviously mid is open, but it's very unlikely for them to push mid, and FaZe, with a good position on the stairs, has to hit a shot to make things possible here. And Alucard is going to be the first one to jump out, and you can see this didn't really work out that well, and now they have so much work to do. FaZe trying to hit a shot again, but misses. Creed's on the rotation, taking forever, but it's a long way to go down. So what FaZe should do, he should just play time, wait for his teammate, because I don't think they're gonna expect Creed's from behind that this is the case. Creed's gets one, now it's a 1 versus 2 situation. Alucard trying to hold them off, but now HCZ, the last man standing for his team. Are they actually gonna lose a 1 versus 3 situation is the question here. And Creed's coaching HCZ time Creed's round. Can you believe it? The clutch is real.
Oh man, okay. Look, maybe he heard me, because last week I feel like Creed's probably hates me right now, because I was like, look, I want to see more from him. I want to see him do, you know, bigger things. I want to see those numbers. I talked so much about that last week, and right now, like, he's sitting at 7-2. Like, the guy is just playing lights out. Him and Awesome now just finding a lot of good critical duels in their favor. The impact is real. And now unKnights getting a little bit more scrappy on this one. They're trying to just change the pace a little bit more. And they're frustrated, man, and they should be. That was a round they should have had 9 times out of 10. And the fact that, you know, Creed's shuts it down with a big clutch, that is always gonna sting, no matter who you are.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's probably the toughest way to, you know, don't get tilted at this point, but as you can see, HCC is slowly but surely approaching the BC entrance here, and 7 still not having the greatest day so far, but eventually he might be able to make something happen for his team. And I'm wondering, unKnights always choosing B here has a reason, right? I think they might be a little bit afraid of FaZe on a top, but little do they know there's no FaZe on top so far. So, I mean, he's also dead this round. So I'm kind of wondering why they don't go A at this point. I mean, maybe they just feel more confident on B, but I don't know. I don't feel like this is the right approach for them here.
Yeah, I agree. I think this, you know, I feel like they know something we don't, but I think we're ahead of something on this, because again, like, I don't think it's been that great. Yeah, they're getting the bomb down, but I feel like it's not been easy. But all right, well, maybe they're going to prove a point here. They're going to get themselves the 2, and okay, maybe they're really going to prove a point just because, you know, we're talking about it. And now 7, someone that's been a little bit quiet for this game, decent nade. But this is now a situation where someone that hasn't been able to really find too much success needs to find 3 different kills. A nade coming through, blocking them off. More utility burn here from 7. And waiting things out. It was still 25 seconds remaining. Now he's starting to creep through this. Alucard just waiting. He's jiggling, hoping someone's going to overpeak. He's trying his best to do everything, but he just can't. And okay, unKnights have figured out that maybe the B site is the better site.
Yeah, maybe it is, and I like this setup by unKnights. I mean, this was such an unwinnable round for 7 there. I mean, Alucard holding the cross, and even though if 7 kills Alucard there, they're just gonna both swing on him, and he has no chance to even react. So, I think unKnights taking a good step forwards here to win this match, but as you can see, I was mentioning earlier, they don't go A, right? But this looks like they're gonna have a good shot towards A here. Probably just nade stacking a top like we saw earlier that day, but let's see. FaZe missing the first shot, flashing them out is going to be a key situation. He gets 1 though, gets 2 though. Can he find a 3rd? He's eventually going to find it. He gets a quad though.
Okay, FaZe. Well, maybe that's why they didn't want to go A. Maybe that's honestly why. They were like, you know, FaZe has been playing well lately, and we don't want to do it. But they're like, you know what, casters, we're going to just, we can't hear you, but we're just going to try to see what we can do. And what a highlight reel from FaZe. That's something we haven't been able to see from him in a little while. And finally, he gets himself a bit of a cool moment. And a 6-3 we go.
I like how FaZe is kind of proving my point here. I was mentioning, like, they don't want to go A, and there's a reason for it, right? I mean, obviously, it's not usual to get a 4K there, but FaZe is just an insane sniper. I mean, his reaction, he's not even scared to re-pick fully flash. You could see it earlier, but now we have to see a different approach this time on the other side. Well, what do you think? What is the first step GV is going to make now?
Oh, geez, you're asking me? I was going to say you're the mastermind on this, but I mean, honestly, I think the fact that they're just kind of posted up waiting, I mean, obviously very defaulty. I was wondering if they were going to be a little bit more fast-paced just because, you know, to maybe set, you know, a little bit of a tone on it and maybe throw some off guard, but I don't even really know where a weak point would be right now, right? I mean, I think that's going to help, obviously, so Kiko getting down, but it's not like anybody on unKnights is like an anchor, like someone that's just, you know, not able to find anything. That's going to start. That's going to work out nicely. And Beck, he was blind as a bat. He had no idea what to do with this. Pietro now does a swing too, so, all right, well, I think they got themselves an answer here, Bando. I think they are able to get themselves in this. They haven't lost a single player yet, and they are going to get an opener while we're at it.
Yeah, today it seems like Awesome is having a great day. I mean, 12 frags on the board, not too far away from the other teammates, except of 7 obviously, but I feel like 7 now picking the arm might be the right choice, you know, taking a different approach this time around, and I just love how they aggressive towards mid, you know, they're taking as much map control as they can get, and this is eventually going to pay out for them.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I actually really like a bit of a small detail, right? Just put I know FaZe has been really, you know, good with the but if you have somebody that's not really finding a lot of success here, 7's just like, yeah, look, let me just have the big green, let me see what I can do with this. I don't mind it. I think it's a good play, and he's also calling, right? So I mean, he can kind of just pay a little bit more attention on some stuff. And I mean, right now, Beck, all eyes are on him right now as he's taking so much damage. Down to 52. Waiting things back now, realizing he can't play this aggressive. Like, they know he's there. So this is good work coming in from GV, knowing how these guys play. And Alucard, again, just going to play on a tower. Makes a lot of sense. But GV, they're posted up, man. They don't have a decision yet.
Not quite yet, but I'm feeling like I know the strats. I'm not gonna give it away now, but I feel like this is going to be a standard GV play, and Beck here with a good... I think he missed them all here, and I think Beck... okay, he's picking a great position. I don't think 7 is going to check him here, and I don't think anyone is going to check him there. So even though he missed them in AC, they're also not going to check him. And this is just an interesting play from Beck. If he's actually... Beck didn't even get a single kill here. What am I seeing? Okay. 7 good for 2 with the arm. This is what I was mentioning earlier. Finally getting some frags on the board, and 7 is 1 HP now. HCZ with a great tap on his head, but it's not going to be enough yet. 25 seconds on the board. They need to make a move. 7 is really far away from them. He kind of needs to move up if they want to have a chance here, and it looks kind of unlikely for them to get the bomb planted at this point. And Awesome now trying his very best to kill HCZ here, not gonna succeed, and this run is just falling apart. I'm so confused. What did Beck do? He was behind them though. He didn't get a single frag.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, you know, I'm just as confused as you are. I was kind of wondering what was going on, but either way, it's gonna work out for unKnights, because I mean, despite that a little bit of a fiasco, they get themselves in a better spot now. They're climbing back in maybe, but it's still a 7-4 GB. Ooh, Awesome gets actually caught with a nade. That was really nicely placed from Beck. And now, I mean, with this lead, I wonder what we're going to see a little bit differently. If I'm not mistaken, I think I saw FaZe actually back here with the AWM, so they're going to actually double AWM right now, which is very interesting. On the BL side, is that normal?
Well, what means normal, right? I think it's a little bit odd, but I don't think it's like super unnatural, because usually you see that kind of strats when, you know, you don't really know what to do, you know, you just want to try something completely different out of hand, you know. But you know, I guess if it works, it works. But you can already see 7 is back to the AK here. I mean, it didn't really work out for him earlier with the rifle, so I don't blame him for trying to play the arm here. But yeah, back to the rifle now. I feel like this is going to be the better choice, and again, they are going to approach the B side here, and it's kind of free. I mean, they don't need to worry about BC here, but I feel like this is going to be a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, to say the least. And now the flashes come in. They're going to get themselves done there. And Pietro calling things out. Beck now finds himself the double. And now finally a little bit of reply coming back here from GV side of things. The plant is through. Player advantage right now for unKnights. Again, waiting things out. Double players in pit. Some good flashes coming in, but instead GV not going to regress on this. They're actually just doing it to buy some time. And now HCZ trying to come for the flank. He's able to find this first one. Now GV, they just need to be prepared for him. Pietro's coming in the middle of the site, and now it's all just down to the flank. He has to do something big, and that's going to do it. And unKnights now will keep themselves in this game.
Yeah, that's a tilter for sure. I mean, Snox not watching the box room here kind of opens up things for unKnights, but then suddenly GV also fragging like crazy, and then they drop down to pit, and it's just back and forth. Like, it's really, really interesting how those both teams play against each other, and I feel like I kind of have to, you know, give Snox the problem maker here, because I feel like if he was watching Boxroom a little bit differently, you know, he could have kind of prevented that push, but obviously you don't know where the enemy is coming from, so I don't really blame him too much. But obviously, hey, great attempt by unKnights, great clutch, of course. Hey, this clutch was insane. I didn't expect him to clutch this one.
Yeah, I didn't either. I thought he was a dead man. But no, he's able to persevere. He's able to get them still in this game, and 2-round difference for GV with this lead. And again, if memory serves me right, that was a 6-3 half. That was for GV. So yeah, honestly, it's, you know, they find the opener, and then it's just been now, you know, unKnights able to get themselves a little bit more back in this. So GV again taking a very slow approach, which I don't really always feel like that's like their best method. I mean, you probably know better than me, but I kind of like when they, you know, they find somebody getting a little bit more aggro, like somebody like, you know, Creeds or somebody like Awesome to kind of lead the charge.
Yeah, obviously you're right about that, but I feel like after the last round, they kind of tried to not get tilted, you know. Obviously, it kind of felt like their round, but then it was taken away. So I feel like instantly pushing after that round feels like a little bit, yeah, hesitant, right? Like, I feel like this wouldn't be the right approach here, and I kind of like the decision to, you know, continue to play slow, but eventually, if they don't change something, you know, it's already like 30 seconds on the board, so they have to make a move, and it's gonna happen right now. As you can see, Snox in BC here clearing up Kikyo. This is gonna be an interesting push. Look at this, they're not actually pushing mid though. What is happening here? 20 seconds on the board. They need to make a move eventually. And it seems like they're going to go for B, which is the better choice, I believe. But 15 seconds. Time is running down. They need to make something happen here. And it is happening so far. No one checking back, but he's fully blinded. How is he still alive? There you go. Finally, he's going to get killed. But HCZ and Alucard, the last man standing, clearing up the entire GV roster here.
Yeah, and again, like, you know, it's we're seeing this, you know, when you run down the clock this low, like I'm personally never a fan of these, like this like less than 20 seconds, like, you know, of an execute. It just always makes me so nervous, because even that one flash, like where everybody was blind, Beck was still, you know, he was fully exposed, but they just burn the clock really well. It just adds way more pressure when you're on the blacklist side. And now again, we're talking about what was a decent lead is now crumbled here for only a 1-round difference, and we're gonna have to see what GV can do a little bit differently here on the blacklist side. It's starting to not really simmer like I thought it was going to. And now unKnights are in a great power position again with the just Alucard just gonna post up himself in a tower, playing very standard for how they normally do. They've actually kind of leaned all the players off B, instead just put more focus towards like spawn mid and A. Like, so I really do like the setup from the defense.
I'm not sure if GV is giving Alucard too much respect at this point. I mean, now you have the exact same scenario just turned around, right? I mean, I feel like GV is not pushing A top or like A at all, like A, because, you know, Alucard is sitting there, and you can't talk about Alucard without mentioning that he's an insane sniper player. So I feel like GV, they should maybe try like an A split push, you know, when some like 2 players are in AC and the rest just pushes along. But it's kind of difficult, you know. The timer is already like at 50 seconds at this point, and they haven't gotten anything to work with so far. I mean, I'm not sure what they should do at this point. I mean, They're trying to fight belong. Yeah, back and forth trades. The bomb gets dropped, and GV needs to change the pace.
Oh man, an ACZ, look where he is. Look where he is, and he even gets one more before he goes to the grave, and that's the bomb too. So he gets that information to his teammates, letting them know, look, I was able to find the bomb. It's 20 seconds remaining. They're able to find this one, and look who other than Beck, he's just kind of lurking in the corner, all down to FaZe. With 10 seconds remaining, he has to get going, and now unKnights, their GR side is becoming flawless, essentially. Now we're back to a tie game, and GV, they got to do something different, and it has to be quick.
Yeah, not to forget that Port is a GR-sided map, but yeah, I kind of feel like GV is not doing really great so far on their BL side, but I'm not sure if it's because they don't play too aggressive or they're just playing too slow. You know, this time around you can see they're already playing a little bit more aggressive and it instantly pays out for them, you know. I think the powerhouse is just their aim, you know, and if they try to get more advantage because of that, I feel like this is the right approach for them.
No, I agree. I think they just needed to be able to find something and get an opening pick, right? Like I felt like they were just kind of sitting back and waiting too much, which kind of like leaves a lot more respect for unKnights to feel comfortable. unKnights, in my opinion, historically have been a really strong like GR-sided team. I mean, different iterations of the roster, but I mean, this is where GV, like you said, I think they have to kind of rely a little bit of their firepower that they do have on this team on the Blacklist side. So we finally get a little glimpse of it, maybe a bit more on this one. Now it's an Execute coming back into this. Pietro is going to be tucked away on this. He is waiting for peekaboo. There he is. For a bit more, and now it doesn't even matter if he doesn't get this one. So he's done his awesome though. He's got an opportunity for a flank. All this needs is Creeds to stay alive. He can't die. Awesome to get this time. This could be everything. But Alucard does read him. Now Creeds needs to move in. This is where we need to see Creeds get himself a bit of assistance. Awesome's trying to do everything on his own. It's hard. And it doesn't even matter because they're going to be able to do this together. And GV finally get themselves around.
Yeah, I was about to say it. Finally, we see another round from GV here. I'm not sure why no one was checking Pietro. I mean, it's such a standard spot. You can even wallbang it from the box room location there, but well, all things considered, they finally get another round on the board, maybe even some momentum, but I hope they don't slow down, because I think if they slow down again, this is going to be a much favored unKnights thing to do, but you also got to give credit to HCZ here. 16 frags all by himself. I mean, without HCZ right now, this would look much different, but also on the other side, awesome. You know, 17 frags. I mean, this is really, really what you are looking for.
Yeah, I love that we're seeing him just playing this way. Like the fact that he's, you know, putting himself in a great position, pushing almost 20. He's almost about to double everybody on his team, right? Except for FaZe, but that's a pretty crazy thing to say. I mean, not like he can't do it, but I mean, now it's just maybe a question, but Kiko getting himself a little bit of something here. He's the new addition of unKnights. Nice little bit of a quick peek and run, giving them a nice early advantage here for the opening duel. And now GV again, like they're kind of playing right back to the way they were. They're just posted up. They're a little bit looking like a little scared or maybe a little intimidated, but they need to find a duel quickly.
That they do, but I feel like GV, they need to play more aggressive. I don't know if it's just me, but they're taking too much time. I mean, again, 50 seconds on the board is a lot of time, but it just doesn't feel like they know what they want to do yet. And you can see here FaZe just running through mid, taking his chances, but not really gonna work out great for him. I mean, Creed's now doing the same, trying to get the refrag, but actually gets it on Pietro. Is he gonna get a second though? 30 seconds on the board, time is ticking, the bomb is on a long, and yeah, you can see it right there. They just don't really know what to do at this point, and yeah, I feel like if they play more aggressive early on, they have a much better chance of winning these rounds. But, you know, 1 versus 4 situation against 7, yeah, I don't want to talk him down, but I don't feel like it's going to work out great for him. I hope they also use this, you know, the time to just talk and, you know, figure things out. But, yeah, like I said, I don't think 7 is going to win this one. It's just too unlikely. Even gets smoked off now. I don't know what I would do in this situation here, but I think fighting is just the only thing you can really do. As you can see, the pinch is coming through from unKnights, and yeah, Alucard getting the frag here on 7. Nothing to not expect at this point.
Yeah, I think it was definitely asking a lot, right? And you, I do agree. You know, in those kind of situations when you're down in the numbers like that, I think 7, he had to go for fights. I like that he was trying to go the high ground, like he was trying to use that to his advantage, but it's tough, right? Because he had so many different angles he had to clear, and he knew that the numbers were just so superior against him. So it was a tough one, but good, you know, work on unKnights, not really giving up anybody, not over peaking or anything like that. So they maintain themselves a nice posture for that one. And now Alucard finally going to get a little bit of something here. Gets the first on connection, takes down the IGL of GV, and yeah, he's just taking them apart. The pulled pork sandwich. Yeah, he's just looking for more. Why not? Maybe the triple, not a quad, but it's all just down to Creeds here on a clutch situation. And he needs to be a big hero for them. He does come for the 1, but Kiko will be able to save the day. It comes down to a 1v1. Now Knights now on a 1 round needed for a game to be done.
Oh boy, what a close clutch here, but I feel like if Awesome would have killed the A-top guy, this would have been a much different result. But now, unKnights on the key rounds here, if they win this one, they take it home. I like to see it, and obviously GV, they are pretty devastated. I mean, finally they're playing a little bit more aggressive, but like I mentioned earlier, Alucard on A-top, you can't just push it like that. I feel like Alucard is just too heavy of a stone to move, you know?
That's true. And GV actually going to go for that cubby control. Not bad. That's usually where Beck likes to be. But he won't be here this time. On the other side of bridge, GV, I mean, they do have some, yeah, they have a little bit of map control, but I'm hoping they can do something a little bit more right now, right? I mean, it's a 2-1-2 from unKnights, and it's like, where do you want to go? I mean, I feel like both these sites really haven't been favorable for them, right? I mean, it feels like it's been just a grind. Again, only getting 2 rounds so far in the second half. A tough choice for GV with a minute remaining and no damage really being inflicted. I mean, a little bit against Creeds, but that's it.
Yeah, I feel like unKnights is just so good when it comes to the defensive sides, and yeah, I don't know what to do if I would be playing there. I mean, it's just so tough to get anything done, and I think approaching mid isn't really the answer here, but maybe they're gonna prove me wrong. 7 is gonna be the first one to fall, and Snox is the next one here, and I mean, you know, no Creeds and Awesome getting some kills here, but it feels like it's just not gonna be coming their way, and yeah, FaZe now with this flash out is probably not gonna be able to kill back here, and this is the case. unKnights takes away the first map here, and you can see Alucard is always smiling, you know. I like to see Alucard happy. I remember it was a little bit ago, I don't know which tournament it was, but Alucard was so hyped and so much power, giving so much power to his team, and I feel like without Alucard, you know, there wouldn't be that much motivation in this team.
Yeah, it actually, I feel like out of all the teams we've seen on the camera so far, it feels like they're kind of the ones with the most facial expressions, right? Except for, I think it was King earlier on, where, you know, he's flapping his hands around and he's, you know, doing all these things and a lot of passion. But yeah, it's good to see unKnights, and honestly a well-earned fight. I mean, they were down with a pretty big deficit and they climbed themselves back in this game, and I think it's becoming evident that GV have a lot of work cut out for them on their BL side. It looks like when they're on the defense, they look pretty good. They were able to have some pretty big highlight reels, but it just wasn't the same when they switched over in the offense. It just felt like it didn't exist. It just felt like it was, they were just kind of hoping for something to work out in their favor. So I think a lot of work still cut out for them, but honestly, I can't take that away from unKnights. They played a really good game to get themselves back in this. I love the readjustments and positioning from all the players, especially Beck, like, because I think, you know, there was a thing I said about him last week is, you know, he can be such a great player, but there was moments where he's kind of like Jaguar, where he gets taken out too fast and too early. Whereas I think this game, he stayed alive a ton. So I think his survival rate should be quite higher than it was before.
Yeah, this is just the classic GV scenario, you know. Even though they had the upper hand in the beginning, not to, you know, forget that Port is a very GR-sided map, but I feel like, you know, once they get too comfortable, they kinda, I don't know how to say, but I feel like they just, you know, they chill too much, if that makes sense, you know. But you know, this is only the first map to come through. Also, nice 4K here by FaZe. Love to see it. But yeah, and we're just gonna have to see how GV is gonna perform on the second map. But also, we gotta give it to unKnights. Great performance. I mean, it was a little bit shaky at the beginning, but in the end, they were just a much better team. There's nothing much to say about that one.
Yeah, it's a great amount of again work coming in right now from a team like unKnights, where when you kind of look at the overall ratings, like, I mean, before the weekend started, they were that team that, you know, originally was like in 5th place. So them getting this win guaranteed is going to make things a bit more interesting, where, I mean, if they can find themselves at 2-0, which, you know, I'm not going to say it's not possible. It definitely is. Will it be easy? Absolutely not. But it is definitely something that can be up for a big discussion. One of the things, though, I was kind of wanting to get your point on is the stats, right? I mean, I think for me, a little bit surprising thing, and I mean this in the best way, is HZZ finding the overall big stats, I think, across the board.
Yeah, I mean, HZZ, I think he's like, it's kind of hard to tell, but I think he's like more like a surprise, you know? I feel like this player can be the main fragger or like the top fragger, but sometimes he's not. But this time around he was, and also together with Alucard, obviously, they managed to, you know, secure the win for the team. But yeah, here you see it on the board. I mean, HZZ is he's just an amazing player overall. That's really what's left to say.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think that's the really nice thing from him, because I feel like it's been a little while since I've talked about him being like an MVP status or putting himself in good positions. He came for a lot of flanks, and I thought that was really fun to see him do. So that's a different little thing for him, but a nice little way to go against a big powerhouse like GV. But we are going to take that little bit of a break. We're going to get ready to go for the last map of day number 1. So don't go away too far. We'll see you in a few. All right, we're back, everybody. We're ready to go for the final map of day number 1. It's going to be Ankara getting things off. And I don't know about you, Pando, but I was going to say, I feel like this is an opportunity right now where GV could be able to find themselves back in this. Let's not forget, this was a map that they were able to take away from a team like 3BL, where they did get a 10-8 victory, where unKnights, I don't think they've played it officially yet this season.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward for this one. I feel like maybe we are going to see the triple arm setup this time around. I'm really looking forward to this one. I just love to see it, but yeah, we just gonna have to wait and figure it out eventually. But yeah, let's see this one coming through. I feel like unKnights is probably more confident on this map. I don't know why, but I just feel like that way. And you know, you can already see they're creeping towards mid here, probably the underpass section here. Yep, but that's where I want to go. And you can see Snox back having a little dance, but nothing too serious yet. But it's gonna pay out eventually. I also like this triple stack here from GV for some reason. I feel like this is gonna be an interesting choice, but now the cookie starts to crumble and GV needs to make a rotation pretty fast, otherwise FaZe is gonna fall down just like that, and they have a free bomb site. And I feel like GV had the wrong call here in the first round, which isn't the greatest if you want them to win, but I feel like unKnights did a really great choice here, just pushing the bomb site B after they fragged out FaZe. And now this is going to be an interesting fight coming through. HCZ fully flash killing Creeds. Awesome trading him out, and time is ticking. 7. Is he aware of Peter? The Awesome actually the one to get the double kill here, making things very likely to go their way. But 10 seconds on the board, it's gonna be so difficult. Tapping the bomb is really the right decision here by 7. I think like Awesome should have sticked it, and 7 is gonna be the one to peak, but this sums it up. Round number 1 goes the way of unKnights.
Yeah, and I think it would have been nice just to see somebody like commit to the defuse, not just like tap it and everything, because again, time was way too low. But yeah, it's back to a situation that, you know, is a opening duel for GV, and then it, you know, instantly back from unKnights. So now we're starting to see a little bit more aggression coming in from FaZe. He does have the OM, so he actually was trying to get aggressive in mid stairs. So he's going to go all the way around. And he's going to be back in B's site, leaving it just to Snox by himself. So the position of Snox, like, I don't know what your thoughts are, Pando, but I was going to say, like, I mean, I get playing this position can be powerful, but I think if you don't have that trade, like, I just don't know if it's worth it.
It really depends, you know, like, I feel like Snox playing the M4 is the absolute right decision, but as you can see, it's a little bit risky, but Kiko wasn't even part of the fight, but gets picked off anyway. It feels a little bit bad for him, though, but, you know, since they made some map changes there, I feel like this was actually it is a really good spot to sit there, you know, there's a little metal wall there, you can see, so it's not actually wall bangable, so I think overall the spot is great if you play it correctly, but it's also a very tough one to play.
I'm glad you talked about the ability in the door spam, because I kind of assumed that, so I'm glad you can 100% confirm that for me, so thank you. Also actually getting himself in vent, so he might be able to get this timing on the bomber. Oh, nope, he will not. It's going to be a pistol little jump shot, and not really going to matter much. I mean, cool style points anyways, but GV right back into this. I love this. You know, that was huge. Like, Snox again putting himself in great positions here for finding impact. I mean, he wasn't like the top fragger before, which obviously only says a little bit of, you know, painting one picture, but he definitely made himself, you know, very noticeable here with his overall impact on the duels, and that was a good glimpse of it there too.
Yeah, obviously, you know, Snox is such an old school player, kind of adapting to the new meta here with this M4, but you can see the same thing with Creeds. This time around, not able to get the frags done, but 7 with the arms sitting behind side can be crucial, but if he misses that initial shot, I think it's going to be a very tough one to ask. But overall, I like this decision here, but unKnights kind of hesitating for some reason. I think they're just fully blinded at this point, and 7 good for 1. Alucard instantly trading him out, and this is just falling apart for unKnights, it feels like. But HCZ lurking behind that wall is so strong and FaZe good for one. No, the 1-1 situation. Is he aware? FaZe! What a turn on the HCZ here. Didn't expect that one to happen, but hey, who am I to judge?
Man, what was that? Like, was his movement not insane? He was on the top of the box. Yeah, he got like a little bit of a boost. I was thinking like, this is like Spider-Man movement or something. Guy's just all over the place, jumping off walls, and then he's able to get a kill. All right. That's a little bit of a tilting one if I've ever seen one, and GV will get themselves a nitty-gritty down to the 2, and now FaZe getting more aggressive. He might not peek this. Oh, yeah, he will. It's going to be even a collat to go on top of it. Awesome even puts the Almond to work, too. They want a speed run. They want to be able to see what they can do. They're going to get the double Alms out. unKnights are slowly and surely trying to get these trades back, but love the pace from GV now.
Yeah, we have seen this one before in the last map. You know, GV starting off strong, but I don't want to give them too much credit before it's, you know, deserved. But you can see Beck left alone with, yeah, around 8 HP here. So a very tough ask for him. But I feel like, well, no, the bomb is also pretty much off guard. So Snox is probably going to be the one that finishes him off. But unless Beck has a crazy timing here, I feel like he's actually able to get something done, and this is the case. I like this. Beck knows exactly where Snox is, but Snox has no idea. So this peak advantage for him is going to be insane. Let's see what's going to happen here. He's just going to take his time to figure out where Creeds is, but Beck now picking up Snox is so huge, but he kind of goes for the rotation. I like this, but Creed, so much experience. He knows exactly where Beck is, but misses that wallbang shot, as I mentioned, and he actually gets it done. But it just looks like Creed knows exactly where Beck was, right? Like, he knew exactly where he's going to be, and also this collet shot by FaZe is just insane.
Man, I love that. That was like such a... Again, the thing that's always really exciting and just seeing Beck play, like, the timing he can get and his movement, right? Like you said, if he can find the timing, he should be able to get that, and he just did, right? Like, he just kind of, he just like slithers his way into a situation like that, almost made it into a favorable, you know, position for him. The HP was not a good factor for him, but and at the other side of the coin, it's great to see that Creed's, like you said, he knew exactly what Beck was going to do. He had tons of experience. He's like, yeah, he's going to flank me in mid. I'm just going to spam him, and took him out. And now a good lead coming in from GV. It's been of a grueling one, right? I mean, these rounds have come very close, but GV are looking really, really amped up from their little bit of a loss here to get themselves back into this. And like I said, this is a map where they have been able to take down some top dogs like 3BL. But unKnights have not made it easy, to say the least.
Yeah, to say the least, exactly. And you can tell already this round is going to be much slower, much more careful, and that was a nice timing to switch the player, but Creed's gonna fall to Petro, and I mean, Snox gets one, but was it worth it though? Maybe, but we're gonna have to see how this pans out. And 7 good for 1, almost gets the second. Alucard barely surviving. 50 seconds on the board. A classic Crossfire thing just happened there. Oh no, that's gonna be such a tilter. I mean, okay, so for those that don't know what just happened here, Crossfire has these things that happen rarely, but it's sometimes, you know, it's always the same spot, but sometimes when you walk through a specific location on the map, you somehow get 20 damage. It's supposed to prevent something, but yeah, this shouldn't be happening, and I feel bad for Alucard. I mean, this was a very winnable round because Alucard had no chance to survival there. I feel like this was kind of rough, but hey, it just happens.
Oh man, down to a weird technicality, I guess, right? And that's, yeah, that is a tilter. That is you're never gonna feel good about that. So, oh boy, we'll see if he can get himself better in a few more minutes. And 7 actually playing a very aggressive angle here in the vent with the I really like this, because right now he's got some good information, right? Like, he's able to just get a good scope on, like, look, nobody's out here so far. Things are very passive. You can put a little bit more lean in mid and towards B. So I actually do like that little bit of a risky play. Not able to find anything, no duels in his favor, but at least he's got some info, and now he can fall back. FaZe will be able to start it off, though, so one of the alms is going to make a connection. And now, actually, funny enough, unKnights are going to actually make their way towards A main, so instead it's Awesome that's kind of posted up deep in Vent.
Yeah, it's also pretty classic strat here to, just hold the off angle, because obviously whoever peaks has the peeker's advantage, but you're gonna see what happens shortly here. I mean, for some reason, this is actually a good spot to catch someone off guard, but you kind of need to hit your shots for that. But yeah, Peter's gonna take advantage over that. 7 finally good for 2. Is he gonna find a third? Nope, not this time around. HCZ clears him up, and this is going to be a nice retake. It feels like, at least. I mean, the man advantage from GV is there, but we're gonna have to see what they're capable of doing. Back kind of spotting them out, not able to hit the shots, and so is HCZ. You can see it on his face. He was kind of expecting to kill him, but it's just how it is sometimes. And GV yet secures another round.
Ooh-wee. Okay. Things are starting to build up. And that's what I was kind of saying. Like, I was thinking, like GV, I feel like a team that, for the vetoes, I was thinking this was a pretty good note for them, right? Because again, like, just to remind people, is the fact of, it was a pick that was on port from GV, and the deciding was going to be on Ankara. So the fact that it kind of got this way, we talked about it before. I was definitely thinking this veto favored GV more. Like, in my opinion, I thought they did. I thought there was a better chance that they could have been able to do something. I knew unKnights were going to be a really good team. I'm not sure what he's doing, but that's fine. I definitely thought they were going to be a better team in the sense of that. But I mean, either way, it's good to see that even despite them losing the first map, they're looking really, really well on this. It's becoming a well-oiled machine. It seems to be a little bit better expression from the team right now as well. But unKnights, I think a lot of tough conversations to figure out what they want to do differently right now.
Yeah, I just feel bad for Alucard. You can really see he's not happy at all. I mean, I can understand. I mean, dying like that really tilts you. I mean, especially in those situations, you have the opportunity to clutch the round and then just die like that without, having any chance to do anything. But I don't know if you noticed, but some GV players always sit in the dark, right? And I feel like you already had this conversation with Kyle earlier. And what do you think about people playing in the dark? What do you think is the advantage for doing that?
I don't know. I personally don't like it. I feel like the monitor's so much brighter on your eyes. And I mean, but look, I'm old, so like maybe when I was younger, that would have been okay with it. I think I've done it, but I don't know. I always like a little bit more light in the room, just to, I don't know, just feel like it's not like shining bright. But I mean, it seems like it's a popular thing, so maybe I got to change something up. Maybe I'll frag better on the servers. I have no idea.
Yeah, I just feel like maybe it gets you more focused, but I just know, there's some memes whenever you get flash, your entire room is just light up, or lit up. So I don't know. I feel like, if it's better for them, surely it's a good thing to do, but I feel like it's also not good for your eyes, right? But who cares about your eyesight, man? You need to win some CrossFire matches here, so
exactly.
Let's hop back into it.
Back we go. A 5-1 scoreline, and yes, it's been some close rounds and engagements, but GV are the ones that are still finding the winning ways here to get themselves secured for the half here, and that's a really, really good note for them. Just because, again, I don't think we've been saying that too much. I mean, yes, they were able to have themselves a 6-3 before, but again, that was on the GR side, so we'll see what they'll be able to do on a different map. But now it seems like unKnights putting a little bit more attention towards this B door, which again, Snox he's been phenomenal. He's been the one that's been able to stop these guys, so he's been a little bit of the difference maker. Gets the info, not going to go for the fight. He's going to play this very disciplined. Instead, he's going to give a ton of respect, and he does kind of get a little bit curious, and his curiosity gets the better of him.
Yeah, obviously a good pick by Kiko here, opening up the hotel area. I wonder what they're gonna do with this. It's it's nice to have so much room, but eventually you have to make a move, and I think they're just waiting out to get some free frags, and I think Peter is gonna jump across streets now with so much potential here. Gets one though, gets HZ a little bit fragged, I believe, but I think it was Peter, right? So this is actually going well so far, but as I mentioned it, Awesome and FaZe, and now 7 as well, getting some frags on the board, and now Peter is left alone, 1 versus 3. Not impossible though, but surely a tough one. Already gets 1, already gets 2. FaZe now left alone. It's such a doable moment here, but FaZe, what is he gonna do about this one? I think Peter knows exactly where he is, but FaZe gets the timing right, peaks first, and going to be the winner of this fight.
I love that FaZe just again, he was playing really aggressive, and then I think that last second or two, he actually just repositions. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna play behind this wall. He's probably gonna try to clear everything off. He could hit a shot on me. And he just had the better angle, so he was able to get it done. But I love that seeing you get to see Pietro kind of getting himself a little bit more fraggy, and that's something he's very well known to do on this team. And okay, FaZe is pushing mid with a pistol because why not? You could just do it. You're up 6-1. You could just show a little disrespect and get in their heads more and tilt them a bit more as well. And okay, unKnights, they're gonna try to use this to their advantage. Snox tucking his tail in the sight, flashes land on him. He's got a swing. He almost finds himself the double. And now it's Awesome here by himself. But look at the players. The HP's low. He's been spotted though. This is not a good thing for him. He needs to be able to frag out. This is becoming worse and worse. But he does find one with the headshot against HCZ. The HP of both these players alone, it's so low, but he is too. He's down to 1. And now he's coming in for the flank. He might be able to get the timing on this. He makes a bit of noise, but I don't think they heard him. Now he's still able to come for the backlines. Do they even know he's here? Look at this. He's about to get a free kill. Yes, he will. And Awesome comes up again.
How does he do it? With 1 HP on the clutch, but how are they not aware of it either? I don't understand. I mean, what am I looking at? FaZe with a pistol in mid? I mean, okay, this game just turned crazy. This clutch, you only gonna get it once, and this is the case here. And 7-1 for GV, and I feel like even if their BL side is not as strong as the GR side, it might not even matter because they have so much rounds to play around with. And you can see unKnights now super desperately trying to get something done here, but Creed's trying to hold them off now. 2 versus 3 situation. Alucard and Beck have to do everything, and you can see it's kinda working out. They're getting the bomb site secured, but the bomb hasn't been planted yet, and FaZe and Snox have to retake this bomb site with a great grenade. I don't think it did any damage though, but yet to find a frag. Alucard has to get the right positioning here, but I feel like GV is not gonna push unless the bomb gets planted because they don't really need to. But you can see Beck already checking here, but look at this. They're just pushing. Alucard taking so much pressure, and it doesn't really work out their way. I mean, he was able to get the frag done, I believe, but look at this. Oh, he gets 1. Snox gets deleted from the map. Now FaZe in a 1v1 situation. Alucard has to win this one. He has been at so many difficult positions already, so this one should be an easy one for him, but oh, look at how sharp this angle is, and Alucard should feel so good about this one, but it's so far away for them. It's so much work to do.
You can't even help but laugh, right? I mean, the fact that you were, I think I was with you, right? You were making a really good point. You're like, yeah, GV's gonna wait. They're just gonna hang out. They're gonna wait until the bomb goes down. I was like, yep, I'm with you. And then all of a sudden, they're running in. I'm like, yeah, no, they don't want to do what we said. And then I don't even know how it came into that scenario, but Snock's not able to find much. And then even the fact that Alucard comes in big with a clutch when they need to, and just a ring around the rosy kind of a situation. But you know what, honestly, regardless of that round, I mean, that could have been an 8-1 half, but a 7-2 is still going to be a really nice big, buffer for these guys. And now it's a question about the BL side, right? Now we need to see how good can this really be, and unKnights have a lot of homework ahead of them here while they're talking.
Even though their GR side might be strong, it's so much to do for them. And also notice, by the way, Kiko with 2 arm sleeves. I'm not sure why you're using 2, but again, I don't know. Maybe this is an interesting technique that I'm not aware of. But yeah, like you mentioned, I feel like it's really, really up to the plate here. I feel like if GV continues this pressure, this dominance, they just better at this point, you know. unKnights, they really have to do something like inspirational for any other team, you know. So I feel like Alucard, I can see it in his eyes. He's kind of tilted, but I understand it's such a tough one to be, such a tough situation to be in right now. But you know, I just hope for them they can kind of relapse from this one.
Yeah, and I think even just seeing someone like Beck on the bottom of the screen, right? Like you could just see like his hand was like in his eyes and just kind of like face palming a bit, and just I think he, if I'm not mistaken, he's the one that's calling the shots on this team. So for someone like that, you know, when you're in IGL and things are not going the way you want it to, it's such a mental hurdle, right? Because again, like you're just fighting with so much frustration that you think you're the reason that the team's losing, and then it starts to beat you up, and then your confidence starts to get lower. So, I mean, the facial expressions are saying a lot here, but I mean, it is tilting. I mean, they lost a 7-2 half. They made it really, really close rounds, but GV were, you know, we talked a lot about their firepower, and they made it a big deal. And also, let's not forget, I think you brought this up before, but that the 1 HP 1-on-2 scenario from Awesome, that would just drive anybody over the edge, because that should have been around 99% of the time. You win.
Oh boy, back into the server now. Let's see who's gonna get the upper hand early on, and you can see there's so much traction towards Belong here, and I wonder if they're aware of GV sitting behind that door, because remember, some parts of it are absolutely wallbangable, so this should be an easy kill. And you can see 7, the first one to go down this time around, and I like the decision here from Petro, I believe, to just back down, to group up with his teammates to, you know, have a better chance of winning this round. And so far, I would say a little bit of favor for GV, but it's still so early in the round, you can't really tell what's going to happen.
Yeah, still plenty of things to happen, right? Still a minute and 30 remaining on this. So again, there's still plenty of opportunity for both these teams. And Pedro's actually playing an aggressive angle again, right? He's by himself. He won't actually be able to find that duel. I mean, that could have honestly been good if he was able to find it, but the fact that he doesn't, that's going to be their demise. And now FaZe, he just creeps on through. He goes for a bit of a stroll, and GV, once again, a rabbit out of the hat, man, and they're able to get themselves on a huge potential of an 8th round. And yeah, they're going to, I'm not even going to be able to finish my sentence, and Creeds will put a bullet to his brain, and 8-2 we go.
8-2 we go, and what can I say? GV's dominance right now continues to be the case, and I feel like unKnights, I'm not sure what's going on in their heads right now, but it surely isn't anything good, and you can see GV kind of taking advantage over that. Now it's really up to them if they can hit their shots. But Petro, look, it's him spinning and getting them frags. This is just falling apart for GV. A little bit too confident, it feels like. You know, you can't underestimate your enemies like this. And FaZe, look at him single-handedly pushing A with a sniper. And yeah, obviously this feels like a little bit of a, you know, troll round. Obviously they tried to actually win, but yeah, it didn't work out in their favor. And Awesome now 1 versus 4 situation. I mean, he has a good potential, but if you check his HP is kind of low already, but okay, let's just see. Trigger discipline is there, but it kind of has to get a kill. Then he gets 2, getting a 3. Okay, actually winnable situation. Now 1 versus 4 situation. This is his opportunity to make himself the clutch master.
Yeah, this is, honestly, it is. Now, I mean, he's sitting at a 6-0 right now, and he's at the breaking point of potentially causing another big clutch moment for these guys. Just when you think it's over, just when you think that unKnights are able to get around, he's just posted up waiting. Kiko will be able to save the day, but my God, Awesome is just having himself a magnificent day. He is looking so stellar, and he is making this the most sweaty game for unKnights ever. That was beautiful. This highlight was so amazing to see, that recoil control. Woo-wee.
Yeah, surely you don't see that much, but I also like the wallbang with the AK, you know. Obviously, wallbanging with an AK isn't really what you're looking forward to, but okay, hello 7. You getting an easy frag on Petro there. But yeah, like I was saying, getting an AK wallbang isn't like very likely unless your enemy is like low HP, and this was the case. And I don't know, Awesome he just knew that someone is hiding in that box, and he took advantage over it.
Okay. Well, and GV are definitely riding on a bit of a high right now, so we'll see if they can keep going for it. But Alucard will get really aggressive, actually pushes through B door, finds the first engagement, bring things back to, you know, a little bit more of a 4-4, and 7's gone and removed, so the IGL can kind of sit and watch a little bit of what the team can do. And GV, again, they're actually posted up just outside of A still, so it is a double player stack coming in from unKnights. It's going to be Kiko and HCZ just kind of posted in this. Nade's coming through. Again, lots of time to still burn the clock, so they don't have to commit to this. And do we see them actually want to go for it? The bomb is going to be dropped just on the outskirts of it, but now you can see some players are looking in mid, and they're going to take their time with this one.
Surely taking their time, but not too much time. As you can see, Creed's just killing Alucard like it's nothing, but this kind of opened up B for them. But as you can see, unKnights still favoring the A side. I mean, Beck obviously sitting in CT spawn or GR spawn is obviously a good idea, so you kind of have... The A push comes through, Snox knows exactly where Kiko sits, but for some reason isn't capable of killing him here, and this is just falling apart for GV. For some reason, I mean, they had so much, let's say, map control and so much info, but they were not able to finish that off like they wanted it, and now Creed's in a 1v3. Surely not another awesome thing to happen here. And you can see, yeah, unKnights doing the exact right thing to just back off, you know, play the time, and yeah, this is not gonna work out for him. Oh, yeah, okay, he even tried to go up the stairs, kind of fell down, and yeah, this is not gonna work for them.
Yeah, time management has been a little bit of a factor for these guys, unfortunately. Wow, that was a really nice shot. I don't even know how he saw him, but you know, now we're starting to see unKnights again. They're getting themselves slowly and surely, you know, into a 4-round deficit. It was a bigger lead before. Remember, it was a 7-2 first half. So, but again, these rounds are still nitty gritty. They're still down to these crutch situations. So this is where, again, GV, like, they can't let their foot off the gas, right? I mean, this is where you get nervous, because when you have a big lead and you start to lose these rounds in a row, it really starts to kind of bother you, right? It's just something you can't ignore. So we'll see. And now they're going to group up for A. So they're getting ready for the pop attack once again. And they are going to be able to win that engagement. So that's a good start. So now HCZ again coming in from the heavens. He's only able to find his one, but now GV, they got a little bit of a lifeline here, and they got themselves in a sight, but for how long?
For how long is the question here, but I like this positioning by FaZe, but I feel like this might eventually not even matter, but I think Petro's... No, never mind. Okay, they're all coming from Jar this time around, so FaZe should move, but... Oh, Creeds and 7 have to do the big part here, and 7 with great positioning gets one, can't find a second, but the rest of his team obviously cleaning up the enemy's positions. And I'm so glad to see GV at a 9-4, because I know GV, and I know even though they were leading, or that they are leading, I know they can just lose like that, you know. I don't know what it is, but sometimes, you know, when you're leading, when you have all the confidence in the world, somehow you still manage to lose. And yeah, so far it looks like it's not gonna be the case this time around. So yeah, I'm just gonna sit down and enjoy the show.
Well, the show could almost be potentially over, but 9-4. We've seen it a lot today. We've seen a lot of big comebacks. Does unKnights have enough gas in the tank to get it done? Nade's gonna come through. GV just gonna go right back for the A hit. It is the right call in terms of the players that are here. Kiko does get himself started, but GV, look at it. They find it for the price of one. Why not? Beck's getting a little bit more aggressive. He's trying to swing on this. They're trying to be able to bring a firefight. And now we see the XM of FaZe. He's just going to get up close and personal with this thing. I love it. It's been a while. We haven't seen him with it. I thought we were going to see it earlier in these this series, but now it's do or die, and it's becoming a bit of a dire situation here as Alucard, now needing to be the hero, needs to be able to prevail. 15 seconds remaining with a pistol to get things done, but it's just not meant to be, and GV are going to be able to find themselves a win, and my god, they needed it and they finally get it.
And you can see Creeds is really happy about this one. I mean, it was looking super well in the middle in the game. I felt like they were kind of falling behind, but obviously, they're just gonna feel great about this one.
Yeah, I think so, right? I mean, like, this is where, I mean, I think the first map, again, just bringing it up, I mean, that was a close one. That was a close encounter. It was a 10-8 still for unKnights, but it's great to see that Ankara seems to be GV's map. It seems like they like playing it, especially on the defensive side, way better than what we've seen before. Now it's just more about getting that Blacklist side to be a little bit stronger. But honestly, it felt like they were in most control of this. They kind of had that little bit of a blip where unKnights were able to find themselves some decent conversation of a comeback, but it was still a long road. And when you finish our first half with a 7-2, I mean, I kind of wonder if, the gas was gone here for unKnights, right? They just look so defeated and so frustrated, and I mean, it makes me wonder a lot. But a really stellar performance coming in from GV. They're able to get themselves at least a split, and that's something they need, right? It's better than going 0-2.
Yeah, exactly. But don't forget that GV also won against 3BL on Ankara, so it just feels like Ankara is really GV's map. But I feel like it's also because they're just hitting their shots much better on this map, I mean, you saw it earlier with Awesome, the clutch was so close, but yeah, I just feel like the shots were on point, the map strats were on point, and obviously the most important thing, the confidence was there.
Well, and I think it was even the fact too, like, I mean, honestly, I gotta feel like he's gonna be the MVP. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. I mean, unless I did the math wrong, but I was gonna say, look, Awesome, he had himself, in terms of just impacts, he was there. He was getting clutches. He was getting, tons of, opportunity to win this game over and over. And that was a big difference too, right? I mean, I think when you have a player that's able to win clutches, like, your team morale is just going to go up so much more. And GV, to me, I don't know if you have a different perspective, but they seem like a very motivational team, and momentum, and, that good emotion. And if they have that, they're going to play well. And if they don't, they might not. But I think those clutches just really gave them the boost they needed.
Yeah, like this is what I mentioned earlier, right? GV is also just like a presence sometimes, They play well, they play incredibly well, but all of a sudden they just drop, They just can't get the rounds they need, and this was the case in the first map, obviously, when they were leading, but then suddenly they decided to not lead anymore for some reason. But yeah, you gotta give it to them, but also give it to unKnights. They really tried their best. They were playing a little bit, less performance-wise, I would say. Like, I think on the second map they could have been a little bit better, but the first map of them was pretty great, and obviously this is why they won it. And obviously just giving him a shout out, just pens the ball here.
Yeah. And I mean, I think again, it was in the first map when we talked about it was Creeds that was really a big clutch factor. I think it was the fact that Awesome, he just had himself a great series. Like, I feel like it wasn't just like a one map show. It's like he still played very well. Maybe not to the same effect that we saw on this second map of Ankara, but man, it was impressive. And I mean, the other thing was too, is like, I think you talked about this a lot, is firepower, and we got to see FaZe, and he finally, with that Omni connection, he was putting the sniper, he was hitting every shot he essentially was going for, and that's a huge difference. And that was kind of the biggest discussion you and I were talking about today, was if your sniper can be active and he can find the the right picks, it makes a big difference. And I think in this case it really did, whereas other teams, we notice it when it's lacking, it's really lacking.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the best comparison to Swamp Gaming, right? I mean, if you think about it, Kais was missing this time around, and compare this to GV, right? For example, if FaZe was missing this time around, I think this would have been a really different game today. So yeah, gotta give him a shout out to the snipers, because I feel like without the sniper gameplay, I think CrossFire would be a complete different game.
Yeah, I think it would be too. It definitely would be. And I mean, it's definitely really interesting to see, because there's a lot of teams, that we've been able to see today that, again, that do have some really good, sniper players, right? Like, I mean, Lazarus have HDZ, where, in the beginning of this, he he was a bit quiet, and then all of a sudden he started picking up, you know, frags, but it wasn't impact, right? I mean, he was getting numbers, but it wasn't just that impact that he normally can bring. And it's kind of the same thing like you talked about, you know, with Swamp. When they lack, you know, a sniper player, it can make a huge difference. And that was the other thing for even the LCK 3BL game. Like, I feel like, again, we saw Spoxy putting himself in, you know, big ratings and kind of what we expect to see. It was a drop by 3BL at one point with like Snare, and I don't drop, but like normal, just barely, right? I think that's been a really big thing that we've noticed here so far. Excited to see what's going to happen for day number.
Yeah, me as well. I feel like, you know, today there's been so many highlight reels. I mean, you saw yourself, right? It's like so many frags. I believe it's just nice to see, you know, especially in the last map here from, I don't know, from Awesome. I just keep mentioning it, but this was just crazy by him. Like the one was for almost, he clutched it almost, you know, this. I think he was also like low HP, right? And there was another clutch by him, I believe. One was this 2 situation coming up from Hotel from the back, but I think 1 HP. This is top performance. I love to see it.
Yeah, and I guess for you, is like, I know we're still just kind of pulling up the stats, and we're going to bring you over a little bit more graphics here. But I think with overall the standings here, like, was there much of a surprise for you? Because I know we were able to, you know, have a lot of splits, but we were also able to have a 2-0 on the plate.
Well, not really surprising, but obviously a lot of close games. I didn't expect him to be that close, but yeah, I mean, what probably surprised me most is the last game, right? Like GV versus unKnights on Ankara, because I felt like, okay, unKnights have like the much better play in the first map, and then suddenly just this entire thing just turned around, right? But other than that, I feel like everything was kind of predictable. I mean, like I said earlier, I didn't expect that to be so close, but yeah, that sums it up really.
Yeah, and I mean, it's pretty cool to see, you know, like a team like, you know, 3BL now are that #1 spot, you know, and then you have LCK sitting in #2, and then Anubis now when they were, you know, in a different position where they weren't near the top, now they're a 3rd place team. So that, you know, that 2-0 essentially jump started them to be in that top 4 conversation. Plenty more of games to go through though, but that's going to be it for us here on day #1. And your first time here with me, and it was always a pleasure. And of course, thank you, production. And we're gonna let you all go, and we're gonna get ready to go for day #2, same time, same place, and we'll see you then.
Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing Crossfire action? The 2nd season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to get the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice fast and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
Battle it up, I'm about to level up.